Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 3rd of September 2022. I am, as always, your host, Bezic, and tonight I am joined by Ardent, who is currently struggling through technical difficulties and can't actually speak at the moment. God damn it, Ardent. Bleach will be here later and, well, Trim's off on the boat. So, to get things started, shall we look at some shilling? We should. Alright, who do we have in chat? Oh, we have a monkey. Hello, monkey. We have Tristan. Hello, Prime, student of history. Oh, and Ardent. Hello, everybody. Alright, let's... So, the thing we're shilling today is my personal YouTube channel, which is Desert1000, where I post, well, at the moment, mostly gaming videos, where we are casually, well, actually, no, we're professionally racist towards elves. Trim gets fucked up the butt by trolls. And, well, Disco and I power wash kitties. I also do assorted other things sometimes. Oh, poor Ardent. Right. So first thing, does the computer know which mic you're supposed to be using? Second thing, does Discord know?
Okay.
Oh, yes! Hallelujah! Hello, Ardent.
For the love of all that's holy. That reset for no reason. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
Fucking Discord, eh?
Yeah.
Yes, Theodore's the good man.
I see your elvish love has caught on in the chat. Hey, knife-eared bastards.
Exactly.
Or as I once coined the phrase during a D&D game, friggin' curly toes.
Only thing elves are good for is making half-elves. Wait, what?
Yes, and you generally want to use an axe for that.
I had the dwarf position, as opposed to the human position.
I like how Dungeons & Dragons is clearly a human supremacist game, because
As it should be.
only humans can make half things.
I mean, I would like to see some of the other races try. For example, I want to see a half dwarf, half troll. I don't care which part's half, it'll just be fucking hilarious either way.
I did have this necromancer character once, but that's a different story.
Oh, dearie me. Right. So.
Well, stream doesn't seem to be running just yet. It says waiting.
Yeah, it might be on your end. Yeah, chat's responding,
Just doing a
so
quick
that's
refresh
a good sign.
just to make sure I haven't screwed up again. Okay, I did screw up again.
So it's working fine for everyone but Arden.
Excellent, I'm still boomerang.
Excellent.
Fairy half giant. You figure out the logistics. That's a good one, Brian. Oh god. I think
all I can imagine is that a giant is having a good time in the woods on his own when a fairy just flies by at the wrong time and just bang, taken out of the sky into a fucking massive puddle on the ground, and it all goes pear-shaped from there.
Yeah, it sounds like a bystander shooting.
Anti-aircraft.
Oh, God. Yeah, I think the most terrifying half creature I'd ever seen stats done for that were, I think, at least semi-official, was a half, or was it called an ogrelon, which was like a half orc, half ogre. That thing was fucking brutal. The student of history makes a comment that I won't repeat.
Oh, I will. Yes, the logistics of a mixed creature whose nut could drown the other. Anti-aircraft bomb. Ah, dear. So, do you want the good news or the bad news, Arden?
Oh, we're gonna get bad news anyway, so we might as well start there.
Well, the bad news is that America does seem to be well on its way to a civil war. Someone
the Tim
called
Pool
Beanie
position.
Man. The good news is there's been surprisingly little pedophile action lately.
Also good. They're probably just, I don't know, hibernating after Pride or something. Hiding the poxes or some shit.
So you're telling me that if we quarantine people with monkeypox, it reduces the amount of child molestation?
Well, I'm not saying that directly, but there
You're
is a
heavily
potential
inferring it?
statistical correlation.
I
much.
wonder if that tells us something about the group, the primary group that gets monkeypox.
Yeah, well, how many French greyhounds are down with it again now?
At this point, I think there's both more dogs and more children as separate groups with monkeypox than women.
Yeah.
Which concerns me immensely. Like, what the actual fuck?
Yeah. That's a significantly disturbing set of combinations.
It is. So, the big story this week is that pedo Hitler decided to go out and speak again. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you view it, we have footage. So let's have a look. Let me share the screen so Ardent can see.
Yes, I would like to have a preview of the horribleness before we show it to the YouTubers.
Alright, just waiting for Ardent to jump in there.
I'm good.
Awesome. Right. So, let's have a look.
I seem to be okay.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong photo. Or is it? It's hard to tell. Actually, no.
It's very rare.
No, this is the right photo. No,
there we are.
No, I think the background's wrong. It must be this one. No, wait, fuck, still wrong. Right, no, this one. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, good gods.
Because CNN has decided to do the color correction to make it look like a pride rally at Nuremberg.
Yeah, that's... It's got the look of Berlin in the 1930s.
You mean like this?
A little less, yeah, a little less angry, a little more tomboy.
Or is it this one? It's really hard to tell.
It's very rare that a picture of Hitler makes me laugh, but that one does.
This one or this one?
Well, the one with the Stein on the podium in front of him. At least I think that's a Stein. Maybe
it's actually his microphone.
Oh, he was compensating.
Yes.
I feel that I have every right to say that Adolf Hitler had a tiny pee-pee. Should always laugh at him for that.
Indeed.
The body positivity crowd can kiss my ass about that one.
One of these photos is right. Oh, this one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's a bit concerning, especially if you, I don't know, zoom in a little, and you don't see the blue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I don't even know what they were going for. Like, I could have forgiven them if it was that shitty shade of red, then white, then the blue. Could maybe justify that, but what the actual fuck were they doing?
Isn't that the Russian color scheme?
It's actually the color scheme of a lot of countries.
Oh, yeah. Our chat is already jumping all over us. Student of history says, LOL, good news. I guess they don't come here for that.
I mean, for us, that is good news.
Student of history also says, all of you thought he was a joke. Bad for you, hidden under the beanie is the Sibylline books.
I thought it was just a fucking massive bald spot.
Pedo Hitler was trending. That's the reaction to your speech. You might have fucked up.
It wasn't just was trending, it's still trending.
Yeah.
Even in fucking Australia.
Prime Knight says it's just a mask off moment. The mask was under the bed when Biden forgot to take his pills. The history points out CNN was live altering the colors, which we're talking about now. UCY Beta 1 says it reminds him of Chancellor Sutler from V for Vendetta. It very much reminded me of that. It also reminded me of Hux from The Force Awakens.
I mean, when you can when you can just play your speech with a German accent and it's something Hitler would say.
Tristan Armstrong is correcting my historical incorrection. He says that Hitler had one ball due to wounds suffered in World War I. I would be skeptical of any other modern-day scholarship on Hitler's penis.
No, Hitler clearly had a tiny dick because he was overcompensating, with the whole war on the entire world thing. That has small dick energy.
And Prime Knight asks, did he walk up with the Imperial March or Eroica? I believe someone pointed out that he actually left to God Save the Queen. I don't know if that's true. I'm thinking somebody might have memed that in.
Yeah, they probably did, but also God Save the Queen.
And yeah, UCY Beta 1 makes a political point. In the US, it's illegal to use your office to make campaign speeches, which a lot of people are criticizing Biden for.
But it's capital D different.
Yes.
Fucking pedo.
Dem is special.
Speaking of pedo Hitler.
Oh my God.
You probably shouldn't look exactly like Hitler and sound exactly like Hitler.
I've rarely seen Hitler from profile, but man, that's a Jewish nose.
Yeah. Interestingly, I don't think I've ever seen Hitler directly face on. He's always some weird half-profile thing.
Well, he was probably punched in the nose a lot as a kid.
You mean like Biden?
Somebody called the Capitol Parliament, says UCY Beta 1. Are you talking about Biden?
Yeah, that would be the he.
Dear Christ, seriously?
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Kramer, what's going on in there? Biden. Communist propaganda, Jerry. How dare you? Oh, that's good.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's a good shop.
Now name your opposition party an extremist organization. Yeah! Look, it's 4 pedophiles. Sorry, it's 3 pedophiles and Putin.
Well, was it the current Kim or was it Kim last that I don't even care what their names are anymore. Was it the last Kim who had kidnapped like a movie making a Hollywood director and a bunch of stars, forced them to make a movie for him or something?
I think that's Team America.
Oh, okay. I have a meme wrong.
That's literally the plot of the movie.
Oh, seriously?
Well, not quite, but he kind of did arrange for them to all be there while he was getting up to shenanigans in the movie. Art needs to go watch a movie now. Don't forget to see the extended and uncut version.
Yeah. Hey, I need to spend more time on Know Your Meme, apparently.
You should just watch Team America.
Student of History says it was Kim number 2, Kim Il-sung.
Ah.
My God, the memes are so glorious.
Oh, this is this one's good.
Yeah, I'm loving that crest on that eagle.
Yep.
Someone's going to jail in the UK over that one.
Obama with 2 devils on his shoulders, Biden and Hillary. Isn't one of you supposed to be an angel? Yeah, there was a North Korean leader who kidnapped a filmmaker and his wife. Well, that explains that Team America got the idea to kidnap a bunch of people.
Okay, so it's not so much meme overflow on my part as it is memes in real life.
Look at that. The Democrats are going, but they're a convicted Republican pedophiles. Yeah, that's nice.
Project much?
Yeah, that's nice. There's 45 of those. There's 73 million Democrat pedophiles.
That's not fair. Some of them are dead. If we're talking about their voters.
Yes, being dead doesn't stop you from voting. I won't say it's who it
Not
stops you from
Democrat
voting
anyway.
for. Josh, you're not supposed to say that.
Well, considering that color scheme, I think it's fair to, and one of the memes will come up, I'm sure, the Indiana Jones one. I think it's fair to point out that it's quite possible the Democrats have figured out necromancy.
Oh, here we go. Very nice.
Yeah.
There's the V for Vendetta.
That's a well done shop.
Yeah. A less well done shot, but nonetheless.
I like how that post asks, does anyone know why Pedo Hitler is trending?
Because he's literally the worst.
Yeah. To throw Gates and DeSantis under the bus. Good luck.
Yeah, right, you silly bitch. Holy fucking Jesus. Like, she hasn't been ratioed anywhere near hard enough, stupid bitch.
Oh, yeah.
Is she a pro-nana?
She's a psychotic Handmaid's Tale one.
Yeah, she's a Handmaid's Tale.
The whole never walk 3 paces behind.
Hashtag Rovember. Yeah, what a stupid bitch. I am the government.
It's Chancellor Poopatine.
Yeah. And it's Chancellor Pedophile.
And Earl Testicles in the chat has pointed out that he should be referred to as the potato pederast, head of the Biden Reich.
Yeah, Bice says, OMG, lefty memes are the worst. They really fucking are.
Left cannot meme, for the left has no humor.
Well, you need self-awareness in order to meme well.
You very much do need self-awareness.
Even the slightly retarded Scott Adams is on board. Biden shooting himself in the foot with inflation, the energy crisis, the border crisis, the Afghanistan fuck up, a certain thing that was mandated, and the supply chain crisis that was also his fault. How did the blood get on his hand? Like that. Why have I got to get Scott Adams? Like, fuck me, dead. He's about where Bill Maher is. That's what I've got against him.
I don't know if I even know who Scott Adams is.
He's the... What do you call it? The author/artist behind the Dilbert comics?
Oh, okay. I would have thought he was significantly unwoke anyway. And according to Prime Night, Baghdad is now in full anarchy. Anyway.
The good thing about Baghdad is nobody important lives there.
This is true. One of our viewers, anyway.
The Bee have been on fucking point. God bless the Bee. Biden abolished his office as president and named himself Supreme Führer. Biden established his secret police. Well, he did that ages ago. They called the Federal Bureau of Stasi. Sorry. What?
Hey, Tim.
Oh, Lord. So, of course, Sky News are one of the few people who are actually reporting on it correctly.
Yeah, Sky News Australia is incredibly based.
Unlike Sky News in UK, which is the most cucked losers you can find.
Yeah. I remember I misclicked once, and I had intended to click Sky News Australia, and I clicked Sky News BBC, and it was a link
and
set
you immediately
that were together.
You immediately regretted it?
I'm watching it, and I'm like, what in the hell? This is not... Who the hell? What? Wait, they have English accents.
Oh, dear. Right, so...
Student of history says it almost feels like he's attempting to induce a boog moment. I don't think he's... Oh, it's clearly not him. Because the next day, and I'm sure you're going to cover this, Bezic, the next day, he's trying to walk this back already.
Yeah, because even his fucking dyed in the wool, full on fucking worse than Hitler fucking sycophants are going, that didn't go over well.
His handlers are going, with that lighting and those words, we may have miscalculated. You think?
Like, you almost wonder if the guy doing the fucking lighting was a Republican.
I'd say the guy with the camera was.
Oh dear. Right, so the article says US President. What are we calling him?
A former vice president.
The potato pederast?
Or potato pederast, yeah.
Yeah, the potato pederast.
We'll give Earl all the credit for that.
Yep. Said that the potato pederast addressed the nation. American soil was the most divisive, hate-filled, and fallacious speech. Yes. She said that the hate speech delivered Independence Hall in Philadelphia today perfectly matched the dystopian aesthetic. Yes, it did. Far from unifying the country, the president is keen to paint half of America as filled with extremists who want to destroy democracy. Yes. Now, we've mentioned this many times on this podcast, but what the Democrats who want a civil war don't understand is that the Republicans have all the guns, and most of the military is Republican. Like, Democrats don't join the US military. Unless they're trans. And they get promoted to admiral because they're an idiot. But hey, it just goes to show that even in America, shit floats.
Well,
It rises right to the top. Yeah, student says, attempting to walk back literally looking like and sounding like a mid-century German leader? Yeah, just a little bit. Might want to walk that back.
What's really funny is, even though this wasn't intended to be a campaign speech, at least outwardly and for legal purposes, for all intents and purposes, what he's done is basically stake a position for the Democrats for the midterms. And with that kind of polarization, he will have driven people to the Republicans.
You mean the people who don't want to fight a civil war with their neighbors?
Well, the ones who just want to be left the hell alone, yeah.
Yeah. Prime says it's not the jets and carriers that win civil wars, it's the people going door to door. Yeah, that's one of the things that pisses me off so much. Oh, what are you going to do against the US military? They have fighter jets and tanks. I don't know. How about we ask the fucking Iraqis? Well, we'll ask the
Afghanis.
The Taliban are on the Taliban are on Twitter. We'll just ask them for some fucking pointers.
That's a very good point.
But yeah, as he points out, it's the people going door to door. Well, that's it. You can't take and hold ground with fighter jets.
So
like,
true.
I don't think it's going to work out well if Biden tries to bomb 73 million people. Especially when a lot of the people doing the bombing are part of that 73 million people.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a meme a few days ago that I saw that I really liked. It was the leftist screaming, "You can't fight the government, they have nukes." And the Chad guy kind of leans in and goes, "They are literally neighbors."
Well, that's it, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. He's fucking going too.
Earl says the Viet Cong, Taliban, Iraqis, and Mexicans have entered the chat. Yes.
To be fair, we haven't properly invaded Mexico. I mean, we should, just to, bring them democracy and everything.
Did the U.S. actually fight a war with... No, wait, maybe I'm thinking about Spanish American. Yeah, okay, never mind.
So, to be fair, the United States, I think, technically... Actually, no, would it have been the United States? Or was it Texas, the colony? I know at some point there was a war with Mexico. But that was long before the advent of the semi-automatic.
Yeah. Justin Armstrong asks, do you think that Americans are in the right headspace to shoot police officers or National Guardsmen if they show up at their houses yet?
Not Not
I would say it's
yet.
long past that point for some.
Student of history says the last time we went into Mexico was 1911. Oh, so okay, so we did have them semi-automatics. Oh, when they went after
There
Pancho
was
Villa.
a very particular semi-automatic available at that time.
Yes. Big five personality traits. Right wingers are high in respect for authority. Depends how you define respect for authority, because it is true that right wingers tend to respect authority, but it's different. How do you how you say it? Like right wingers, they don't blindly follow authority. They respect authority because they believe in the democracy that is the United States, the Democratic Republic, or whatever you want to call it, that is the United States. Because a lot of Republicans still believe that the system works.
Yeah, and I think on a personality level, that respect for authority comes once the questioning of authority has been resolved sufficiently to go, okay, I accept the fact that you have authority.
Well, that's it. And it's usually a begrudging respect for authority. Like, no Republican wants the fucking cops to come bother him.
Yeah, well, Earl points out right-wingers respect the rule of law, but not abuse of power.
Correct.
Absolutely. And right-wingers will take far greater umbrage with the abuse of power.
Well, that's it. When the government steps outside the rule of law, Republicans or right-wingers generally get shitty whether it's being done to them or Democrats. Which is why the Democrats are winning, because the Democrats don't care whether it's being done to Republicans, Democrats, or children, as long as they themselves are fine.
The left wing is definitely the party of BAN by any means necessary.
Yes. Yes, you see why I'd be doing, but we definitely can't say that.
No. I can. No, I'm kidding.
Kristen says to us that I don't think it'll work that way. Pavlovian in uniform shows up at the door. Republicans will defer. They're not prepared to ambush feds on the driver. No, it's probably not Pavlovian. Also, Republicans tend to be. Fourth Amendment says you can fuck off. No, is it the fourth or the fifth? Fourth. Fourth is
freedom of privacy, if I remember right.
No, fourth is unreasonable search and seizure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the fourth says you can go fuck yourself without a warrant, and the second says I just said what I said.
Well, how's it going? The second protects the first, and the first protects all the rest. Yes, the Battle of Athens should absolutely be taught.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, if I end up homeschooling my kids or other people's kids, Vincula will definitely be used as the history resource.
Fourth says, get a warrant. Then you can go fuck yourself anyway.
Yeah.
Because you don't have nothing in the law says you have to help the police when they have a warrant. You just can't impede them.
Tristan is showing his dislike for fantasy short people. Says to Prime Knight, the Battle of Athens is the best thing in American history. It's the scouring of the Shire in real life. Well, we now know your position on hobbits, Tristan.
But yeah, like, Tristan does have a bit of a point when he says that they're not prepared to ambush feds on the driveway. But I would add the crucial word, yet.
Yeah.
Because they're not blatantly violating the rights of citizens at random yet. Yeah. It's only a matter of time, but
when the Pavlovian point he made is kind of fair, I think, though, because a lot of the population in North America, at least, seems to be very much in the I'm comfortable and I don't want anything to make me uncomfortable camp, so that complacency is kind of will create that sort of Pavlovian response of, oh, okay.
Yeah. The ATF, though, yeah, that's a different one. The ATF should be straight up abolished. Why do you
Yeah,
need?
it's
Why do you need an agency that regulates alcohol, tobacco, and firearms when all of those things should be legal and none of the government's fucking business?
pretty much. It's kind of funny how a lot of the libertarian positions actually tend to be fairly universal for anyone on the not left.
Yeah. Billy Blog says trying his guerrilla warfare with Master Kazu's waiting for the US military to go home doesn't sound like fun. They would already be home. It would be a horrible civil war. Yes, it would. And that's another thing that the Democrats forget. It's a lot harder to fight against.
Is this about monkeys?
Yeah, he's in there somewhere. It's a lot harder to fight against guerrilla warfare when it's not just mortar attacks on military bases you have to worry about. It's when it's, hey, I think a Biden soldier lives in that house, and oh, look what I just dug up out of the woods, and oh dear, what a shame. Which is another thing that the Democrats haven't thought about.
Well, the Democrats don't think too
True,
much. And
yes.
hi, everyone.
Hello,
Bleach, how you
Bleach.
doing?
But yes, one of the many things, like, firstly, because Bleach missed on the tanks and aircraft part, the Taliban are on Twitter, so we'll ask them for some tips. And again, it's guerrilla warfare. Like, I don't know if you caught it, but like over in Iraq, they have to worry about mortar attacks on bases. Hell of a lot easier to defend against a mortar attack when in bumfuck nowhere Iraq, when you can just level every fucking tree and shrub in 20 miles. You know, just run some fucking bulldozers through it. Lot different when you're in a suburban street, being all, I'm enjoying this lovely day off from oppressing Republicans, when a Republican comes up with something he dug up out of the fucking woods and goes, there's a Democrat in that house.
Well, I think the other thing is we're not even talking suburbs. Even the rural areas are going to be harder to distinguish. Well, yeah, they can go in Einsatz group their way across middle America, but they're forgetting the fact that you've got mixed communities throughout those areas. Then they're going to wipe out as much of their own as anything else. And
of course, the more rural
I don't know
you
if they're
get,
going to care though.
The more rural you get, the more you have to worry about bunch of Republicans hiding in the trees, and oh, that's a roadside bomb because we have been learning lessons from the Taliban.
Trees are speaking MAGA.
Oh, I can just imagine it now. The brave Antifa warriors wandering through the Northwest woods, thinking, "Oh, it's safe. We're only 50 miles from Portland." And then you hear
Suddenly MAGA Sasquatch comes out of the woods.
Oh no, I'm thinking more of just a gentle "Let's go, Brandon," before a white flash takes them to the light.
Well, that's it. Like, not to mention, one, you don't walk down the middle of a road because that's an excellent place for an ambush. And what was that about the light green? Oh yeah, mines, IEDs, and you're in America, you fucking bellends. If you're bumping about in the rural bits, there's fucking bear traps.
I mean,
And
not only bear traps, but you've got animals and nature to contend with out in the western part of the country, and in the east, you've got hunters with lots of game cameras too.
Yes,
that's something people don't often think about.
I mean, there's also a recreational 50 BMG community to be concerned with,
which is pretty much entirely Republican. Yes.
Well, you also have the recreational tank ownership community in North America too.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, pretty much everybody is aware that tank cannons are completely unregulated.
Not exactly true, but it depends. Are we talking black powder or
black powder?
Modern.
Of course.
Yes.
But
sorry, I should have been a little more.
Here's the thing:
we were talking tanks, and I'm like, cannon.
But here's the thing. It's America, so you make you get your technical, then you put a cannon on the back, and you fill it with grape shot, and you drive past, I don't know, wherever they're garrisoning the oppressors. And just as you go past the front door, bang! And then you go in and mop up.
Well, and here's something else that I don't think many people consider is you have a lot of hobbyists that have machining tools. Just in their home, they've got a lathe, a
Yes.
metal lathe, things like that. So
Something
entirely-
paperclip.
yeah, disavow.
It's apparently hilariously easy to drill a third hole in an AK frame.
Well, the glorious thing is, I can't get in trouble for saying paperclip because I'm not allowed to have an AR to stick a paperclip in.
Fair point.
Next,
Which
they're
is
not going
sad.
to allow you to have paper clips. So
Theodore says there's an apocryphal story about World War II Japanese admiral saying we cannot invade the mainland United States. There would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. Well, that's another thing. Well, you've got something like 2 guns for every American. And most of those are going to be Republicans. So they're going to be fucking gangster. They're going to be fucking what is it, like New York Reloading? They're fucking their ARs behind the fucking tree.
and I like all the tough talk from the lefties where they're not going to stand against the military. The military is going to fracture. It's going to split down, into thirds.
Well, that's it. Especially when you start looking at the places where the people actually fucking live there. Like, there's so many military bases in America where they're living in the community. Like, if an order like that goes out, like half the military bases, they'll all of a sudden be 5 seconds of gunfire, and then the Confederate flag will start flying.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what happened the last time.
And that's it. Like, I can absolutely imagine some officer trying to order some soldiers to go and attack civilians, and they haven't even gone to the armory yet, and someone just beat him to death with a helmet.
Yeah, and considering there's restrictions on firearm use on base by even if it's your issue sidearm, it goes back in the depot immediately. So
that was my point, Tristan. The senior officers will toe the line. That's why I said there'll be 5 seconds of gunfire. After 5 seconds of gunfire, there won't be any senior officers.
And you have to ask the genuine question: at what level are they going? Are officers going to just be no, I'm going home, regardless of their position on it?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking full bird colonel and below.
Well, we know that all the generals are fucking worthless.
Yeah, and they don't get anything done anyway, other than mess things up.
Well, the generals have been planned to be useless.
Yeah.
Student of history says, good thing the U.S. military is centered around the NCO Corps.
Yeah, I can totally imagine a lot of lieutenants sitting in the brig really unhappy while the NCOs are laughing their asses off.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it said very, very commonly that by soldiers, I may salute the lieutenant, but I respect the sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, I'm seeing Tristan. He worked for the chair force for 3 years.
My next question is, how do you quit when you have a term of enlistment?
You
don't. You just go AWOL.
Yes.
Worked with. Okay. Well, good. You haven't completely debased yourself, Tristan. Sitting around.
Yes.
Coffee, pizza.
But they've now gone AWOL, which means that they are now a target of the remaining soldiers who were out to kill them. They might realize that maybe it's a fucking stupid idea to be a victim.
So something I briefly touched on in my stream last night doing the whole speech. One thing I've been thinking of and talked with Chad about. I think what they're going to do is do a national police force rather than use the military. Because while the U.S. does have a U.S. Marshal Service, it's not really the same thing as a national police force. They have a slightly different mindset.
So are you suggesting that there might be 80,000 cross-department transfers?
Possibly. And considering the D.C. Metropolitan Police opened up a field office in Florida not too long ago.
First question, fucking why?
Because investigations, don't you know?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
But yes, I can totally imagine. Okay, we've now got half the army gone AWOL. Right, so what's the rest of the army going to do? Well, there's now half the US army running around being all rebellious and shit. So what are they going to have to do?
I mean, it's basically going to be a blue-on-blue scenario.
Yep. Like, I don't think that Biden's Gestapo are going to let half the military go AWOL.
Nope.
No, they'll be the first ones being hunted down because, you know, they're the ones with training and tactics and grenades in their back pockets.
And that's the thing. That's going to be what keeps the military possibly captive. If you have anyone who's married with dependents on base anywhere, they're going to, on the surface, remain loyal until they can get their family away.
Yes. Oh, yeah, and what was that thing in Vietnam? Oh, yeah, fragging.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Because I totally can't see an occasion where someone might, oh, this is an interesting looking frag grenade. Oh, look, there's all the officers having a meeting. Open door, chuck, closed door, fingers in ears.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Well, and that's the thing. It's everyone wants to make it, some hybrid between like Vietnam and the American Civil War. And I'm looking at what happened in the Balkans. And that I think is a more likely scenario where you've got some organizations, some top down in some areas, and then everything's off the rails in others, and it's just mass slaughter on a scale I don't think the world is ready for.
Yeah. America also has the American civilians and any theoretical resistance has a massive advantage over any civil war in history. Can you guess what that is? And it's not weaponry.
Me personally, it's the hunting background. They're more skilled in backwoods tracking and more attuned to farmland.
True.
There's more farming, so they.
But there's something that
something
that Americans have now, in massive numbers, that they didn't have, say, in the American Civil War. It's something that the French Resistance didn't have. Ding! I only caught half of that. Could you say it again, Ardent?
Personal communications.
Yes. But I'm not talking about cell phones because we know that immediately those will get shut down because, of course, the government can do that. We know they can, the bastards.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be on the civilian band radio, CB, ham radio operation networks.
Yep.
You've probably got co-opted communications from local law enforcement and other state agencies, plus you've got literally tons of radio links across the country for trains and things like that. They're all in integrated networks.
Yep.
I know this firsthand.
And there's another lovely part. You see that big building, that big tower over there that isn't actually owned by the government? Yeah, that's owned by the radio club and it has a repeater built into it. Oh yeah, and it's got solar power, so the government can suck a dick until they blow it up. And guess what? The government, the military's now blowing up civilian infrastructure, and not a good look.
Mm-hmm. Although, to be fair, a lot of ham clubs now, for their large repeaters, will pair up with like television stations.
Oh yeah, I mean, someone's already forked out the money to go, let's stick a massive fucking tower here, and someone's like, $2 stick antenna? That's usually how it goes. Like,
yeah,
you walk into any town and you look at it, and it, like, even if you walk into its rural bumfuck town nowhere, you look at the fucking local water tower and there's like 17 antennas on top.
Yes. I've put quite a few of those up in my day.
Yep, and a bunch of them are entirely civilian.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And I think something else to take in consideration is, especially with ham radio equipment, they can conceal a lot of that because they've had to where they live in ways that it's not going to just be drive-by, see an antenna array. It's going to be buried somewhere in the building.
Mm. Yes, they'll both be shut off and exploited depending on what the government wants. Like, if the government decides that they are going to do a purge, well, of course they're going to shut the fucking cell towers off, because they don't want people coordinating any active resistance. But they'll also be having them on at certain times going, you saying anything mean about Joe?
And
it depends what they want. Like,
it's
entirely possible that if they planned a mass thing, they'd shut off the cell towers for an hour. And then bring them back up. And then they'd be listening for anyone complaining about it. And they'd get a visit from the Gestapo.
Mm-hmm. And let's see, I'm seeing Earl in here. Hey, Earl. Let's see, they'll be kept active. Oh, no, that's Tristan. Earl's copper wire, a tree, a power source, a radio, and you can communicate long distance. You'll be surprised what very old military radio manuals will teach you. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you have a basic knowledge of analog, frequencies, you're going to be able to communicate across the globe with, a couple 100 feet of wire arranged in a specific pattern.
Hell, it doesn't even need to be that specific, depending on when and where.
Exactly, but you can get very directional with some
Oh yeah, absolutely, but you can get halfway around the fucking planet with a straight line of wire running between two fucking trees.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a whole community. It's called DXing, as you probably know.
Oh yeah.
Like, I think it's the only use for postcards that still exists.
Pretty much, yeah. And I've got my both grandfathers, all of their old cards, and it's like, oh look, this one's from the Soviet Union. Oh shit, it's like, but yeah. And then Billy's talking about forms of signal intelligence.
Of course they will.
Yes, but here's the thing: if people are smart about it, it's going to be easy to avoid. And I won't say any more on that.
Well, for starters, if something like that does start happening, you take your cell phone, you take the SIM card out, and then you shoot it several times.
Well, or my personal favorite is you use a degausser. If anybody knows what that is, it's a very strong magnet.
Well, that's if you want to shake.
Wipe it. Yeah.
But alternatively, if you want to keep it in case you do need it, well, you take an on microwave, you drill a hole, about 5 mil, about a fifth of an inch through the side of it. You snake a USB cable into it, and you stick the phone in the fucking microwave and run it through a charger. Congratulations, you now have a Faraday cage.
Oh yeah,
cool.
So, because of course they can do dodgy shit even if the phone claims to be turned off. So you shove it in a Faraday cage, problem fucking solved. And the preppers do this.
Oh yeah. And yeah, the other thing is there's some networks, openly, open source, publicly available sources where they use your cell phones, but not on the cellular network for local communications.
Yep. There's also this lovely thing, as UCYB the one points out, walkie-talkie. Everyone should have a good pair of walkie-talkies. I think it's going to be a cultural linguistic difference there, because to me, a walkie-talkie is a pile of steaming dog shit that you give to kids or someone that's too stupid to use a real radio. No, if I lean down into this drawer here and pull out a $50 Australian radio that will transmit on, let me have a look. Hold on, it's got from 136 to 174 megahertz and 400 to 520 megahertz, and is capable of transmitting on frequencies that's illegal to do so. Yeah, that's what you need. Walkie-talkies are dog shit.
I mean,
by comparison.
Well, we're talking FRS versus some of the other bands, and they're limited by both power and frequency, but they're useful in a you're going down to fetch water and come back kind of situation.
Like if you just want, if you're talking basically your Citizens Band stuff, you take the phone out of the microwave when you want to use it, Billy. Fuck's sake.
Hello, Shades. How you doing?
No, Billy, you put the phone in the microwave when you don't want to use it, and you want to make absolutely fucking certain the government can't. Because you can turn something off, and it'll lie to you and say that it is. But it will can still have power running through it. Like, it's the technology to start a computer remotely from a shutdown, in big inverted commas state, has been around for like 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Prime says buy a signal jammer and dump it outside FBI office in a trash can. Well, the glorious thing is, you don't buy a signal jammer because that can get you in trouble if you're caught. No, you buy some cheap-ass fucking radios, you program them, then you get a small rock and some duct tape, hold the transmit thing on that, chuck that in the garbage can.
Well, that's the thing. Is anybody familiar with numbers stations here?
Yes.
Okay.
I at least know what they are.
So one of the tricks that was done during the Cold War with number stations is they would just broadcast gibberish over top of them, and that's what you would need to do with a lot of these.
Well, it's technically how
radios, if you're trying to
jamming works. You just transmit something on the same frequency.
Actually, it's a little more than that, because you need to have a dominant audio overlay to properly jam it. But
yes,
that's where you
to
just
properly
get like a little
jam it. But remember, if you start transmitting on FM and then just leave the button on, it locks to that signal. Doesn't matter if they start. It doesn't matter if they start pumping thousands of watts next to it. They'll jam you, but they still can't talk.
And really, the big thing is, if you want to do it effectively, you need to do broadband frequency jamming.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because the way the modern digital P25 stuff works in the States is, it just goes on whatever channel's got the clearest signal at any point. And same with the military radios. It's all very interesting, but
well, that's why you start getting into spread spectrum stuff as well. A lot harder to track someone when each piece of the data is sent over a millisecond.
Mm-hmm.
UCYB the one in chat, he points out that you could just run the phone out of battery, at least for when you don't need it. But the problem with that is that all phones do have an onboard independent power source from the battery.
Well,
or they only allow your battery to run down so far before it tells you it's dead.
Well, that's it. It turns off and refuses to turn on long before the battery's dead. If the battery's dead, no amount of recharging is going to fucking help you.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you...
take a lead acid battery out, some piece of shit you don't need anymore, and then dump it into some electrodes into the nearest piece of salt water, and then try recharging that fucking battery after, I don't know, 8 hours. We'll see how that fucking works out.
Yep.
You blow all
And
the cells in the batteries and potentially start a fire, which is helpful, but
well, it depends on what you're trying to do, though.
You see why Beta One says we should just play the Star Wars Imperial March on repeat. I disagree. I think what we should do is find an old copy of the Hanoi Hannah tapes. Play that on repeat for our jammers.
Oh, yes.
yeah.
And fight the commies with communism, right?
I mean, why not?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Student of history,
Testicles
Polish-Soviet War. The Poles would just transmit and read Bible verses to block their comms. Yeah, exactly. You want to just make it very difficult. And granted, that was easier than the frequency hopping stuff now. But
Testicles talks about fiber optic cables. Yes, easy to disrupt, but kind of useless at stopping the military. Or, say, an organised resistance. No, where cutting fiber optic cables could help is pissing off the neutrals. Like, getting them shitted off at the government, getting them, like, you really want to cause civil unrest. Like, you maybe want to get people so pissed off that they start flying back about the government. Well, you stick around by the side of the highway, and if a semi comes along, you drive out in front of it, bring it to a stop, drag the driver out, move him to a safe distance, burn the fucking truck.
oh yeah,
If it's got alcohol in it, even better. Because there's a reason bottle shops, or liquor stores as you may call them, were still open during lockdown. Bread and fucking circuses, people. As long as you keep the proles entertained enough.
That was one of the things I couldn't believe South Africa did. They actually shut the bottle shops. Are you insane?
And which country had massive fires and riots and was on the verge of civil war? Oh yeah, South Africa.
US? Okay.
yeah.
Kind of my point.
Billy Bloggs points out the military has its own comms satellites. This is true, but satellites don't necessarily transmit into the hollers. Our friends would say.
They it depends on the angle, and it would be a very limited window, but it would still be able to get packet data out.
Yeah.
Fair point. The Shades of Dominion says, I am told the average citizen can disable an F-15 with a laser pointer. Take around a dozen together and light up the cockpit.
Well,
Disavow.
Yeah.
You don't need to disable F-15s. Because here's the thing about guerrilla warfare. You'll rush into, say, Chicago, and what are they going to shoot with an F-15? F-15s are really fucking bad at not causing collateral damage.
Chicago may be a bad example.
I mean,
it would kind of be like saying, what are you going to do, fly an F-15 into New York to take out one guy? I'm sure Bleach would be down for that.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of unavoidable corollary damage, of course.
Collateral, yes.
Collateral's always welcome in New York, just say.
There you go.
The point is, though, that
Billy's suggesting, well, maybe this should be on Odyssey. Fair point.
I mean, we're talking hypothetically. And besides, I can't get arrested.
Anyone is terribly concerned that three chubby guys. Well, I'm assuming Bleach is chubby. Three chubby guys who are sitting around spewing stuff on YouTube. I don't think we really count as the voice of the resistance.
But I know we're not actually talking about actively going out to do this. I'm just saying why it'd be a really fucking stupid idea for Biden to actively deploy the military against people. Which is why Bleach's idea is scarier.
Discourage the violence.
Yes. We're just saying that it wouldn't work like they think. They couldn't just walk down the street and arrest... Like, we're not talking about downtown fucking Chicago here. We're not talking like one Republican to the square kilometer. We're talking about try going to Texas anywhere but Austin and see how that works for you.
Yep. I like Student of History's comment. Bleach in NYC is like Santa got a list and is checking it twice. Yeah, it really is.
Except Santa's using spray paint instead of a pen.
Yeah. But
I think Santa's using like, look, we're going to redact this like the Mar-a-Lago affidavit.
Yeah. But yeah. It like the American Civil War was one of the deadliest wars per capita to ever happen.
Oh yeah.
If they tried that again, it'd be worse.
Absolutely.
Because we're not talking about fucking muskets with 50 yards effective range. We're talking about some hunter in a fucking tree with who regularly shoots deer in the eye at 500 yards.
And that's the thing, because interestingly, we had what was called the civilian marksmanship program. It's still around, where the government would take surplus rifles, sell them cheap to civilians, so we would be able to have a good, reliable target weapon to go out and engage in competitions. And this was entirely geared towards civilians. So
almost like they were trying to create something like a well-regulated militia.
Damn it, you beat me to
it. I mean, let's be fair. The well-regulated militia is any adult American male and female now that's capable of owning a firearm. I mean, that's the actual definition based on the time. So yeah, I mean.
And of course, don't forget that the Second Amendment protects you a right to own military weapons.
Yep.
I mean, technically, the
second asked a very, very interesting question. How much damage could an American Simo Haya do in a major city? Oof.
I mean,
I won't answer that off of Odyssey because I can. Well, 2 words will answer that very clearly. Rooftop Korean.
Oh no! I mean, if it was someone
Simo-Haya
kind
was
of
fucking ridiculous, but like.
We're talking about a man who used a submachine gun as a sniper rifle. He was that damn good.
We're talking about a man who was blown up by artillery and still killed a bunch of Russians.
Yep.
On his way home.
He only used iron sights. If you could imagine someone with
because the scope's reflective.
An optic. Yeah. So yeah, it would not be nice.
I suspect, honestly, part of the reason we know iron sights.
We know what a American Simo-Haya could do. If, like, we saw this in Vegas. Granted, that was a Fed, but come on.
Yeah, that might have been glowy, but he was also not exactly targeting people who were expecting to be targeted.
Yeah.
Yes, Billy, that's kind of our point.
You see why Beta 1 screamed... Or, sorry, he's responding to Prime Knight. Prime Knight said 300 redneck hunters hiding in full camo able to hit at twice the range soldiers do, and then the Appalachian Berserkers come. And you see why Beta 1 responds, affix hatchets.
Yes,
oh,
Billy.
yeah.
That's why we're saying that Biden isn't going to launch a war like that, because it would be phenomenally stupid on even a scale that I think he could understand.
Yeah, no, the whole digital currency, digital ID thing. Yeah, that's absolutely the route they want to go because they're terrified by things like Bitcoin.
We know this is the route they want to go because they've been doing it for the last decade.
I would actually say, with the exception of the digital part, they've been doing this since the 1920s.
Yes, they have.
The Social Security number?
No, with the getting rid of. Well, first it was the gold standard, and prior to that, it was going with the centralized banking system, the Fed.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. System. Centralizing power is very clearly a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. No, you want the power to be localized enough that they don't want to do something stupid because they're worried that their neighbors will battle with Athens them. And if you want to talk about, the American people wouldn't fucking fight back. pretty sure we have documented case of American veterans going, you know what, fuck you, with a machine gun.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that I think that's the other thing. There's all this talk about active duty, but you have National Guard, you've got the reserves, and then you've got retired.
Yep.
Except in the case of Marines, who are still Marines, they just don't have their crayons fed to them regularly.
Turns out that crayons build good muscle.
Exactly.
Bad for the brain, but good for muscle.
and it's that wax. It coats the fast twitch fibers.
Exactly. And I think the big thing is they're going to be out there, if some situation like this, they're not on board with this for the most part. I know it's still split into thirds like everything else in America, but you're going to have them training the locals.
And the thing about being split into thirds is, well, none of the Republicans are going to do it. Most of the neutrals aren't going to do it. And a significant portion of the Democrats aren't going to do it.
Yep.
So, no, it's not the entire American military. It's like a quarter of the American military with what little resources are left to them after the Republicans set fire to a bunch of jets on their way out the door.
Mm-hmm. And really, it just, is going to, if something like that, just minor disruptions can really screw up these, just-in-time operations by the military.
Yep.
That's something else, I don't think people understand is how fragile everything is.
Mm-hmm. And, like, we've seen the issues that the supply chain crisis has caused already. Okay, how's the supply chain crisis going to do when... Oh yeah, you can buy explosives as a civilian in America. You know that overpass? Yeah, it's now on the road below it, and both roads are blocked, so the trucks are banned.
Yeah, there's a binary explosive you're able to buy in the States.
Tannerite?
Tannerite.
Yes.
I mean, you get enough of that, you can easily take out a couple of stanchions.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. I mean...
And like this is assuming you want to avoid civilian casualties. If you're some sick fuck that isn't concerned about that, what do they call it? Death Highway?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Earl's suggesting stockpiling silver. Actually, silver and copper are more of my go-tos than anything else. I think gold's just too out of price to be practical.
And gold doesn't have a lot of
in the modern environment.
Exactly.
In the modern environment, in a situation we're talking about, precious metals are just fucking worthless. Like, if you want to put your money into anything, put it into copper. But I'd say if you're going to put it into copper, maybe you should be putting it into brass instead. For
I agree.
Financial purposes.
The only thing with silver is you're going to have people who still value it that you can trade resources with. And if you don't have a stockpile of food or alcohol or seeds or something else that you could trade and barter with, then at least you'd have something to use. But that's my only point is.
But I'm suggesting we move to the brass-based economy.
Agreed. And powder-based.
Yes. Like you want to
keep your
most people aren't going
to
most people aren't going to give a flying fuck about precious metals. Like, maybe the Texans should consider stockpiling silver, because they can just blast across the fucking border to Mexico and do a little bit of trading down there with the cartels.
Yeah, to be honest, if the situation did dissolve into that sort of open conflict situation, I would be very shocked if some of the southernmost states, like Texas and Florida, didn't simply go, no, we just don't want to be part of this, and declare independence.
Well, I could see that. They would.
It would be a return to the past for Texas, so.
Yep. And let's see, Theodore posted something from 4chan, and I've just been kind of reading through it, and
Oh yeah, that's the Civil War thread he was talking about earlier.
yeah, and it's from 2015. I think the one thing, and I'd have to reread it a little more closely. Talking about foreign intervention, and with the exception of certain coastal areas, I think it would become horrific.
Well,
It would not be a good time for anyone because there'd be no compunction.
yeah. But foreign intervention, I can imagine going about as well as foreign intervention in, or I don't know, the Falklands. Also known as the United Nations are going to say, no, very bad, and then look the other way.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I could see China trying to take advantage. This article, this write-up talks about Russia. I don't think they're in a position to do anything. The EU might try to invoke NATO, but they would suddenly have
All
their
of NATO
funding
is
gone.
America. NATO's just
Yeah,
basically
exactly.
America and a couple of friends.
Yep.
It's completely worthless. And they still did
And
jack fucking shit.
I honestly think like the cartels would be the greatest threat because they would try to come in and seize land, but they wouldn't try to control it other than for
Yeah.
trafficking purposes.
But yeah. Of all the things you could spend money on, I don't think metal is worth it at all. Unless it's metal that can be used to make something very specific. Like,
Agreed, but again, I will say the way I view this is you're going to have to plan for post-conflict because things aren't just going to be restored immediately.
no.
And that's where I would be thinking. Now, that said, yeah, I would definitely say the brass-based economy is the superior-based economy, but don't just hyper focus on one thing. You've got to go and say,
No.
yep.
You shouldn't focus on one thing, but, like, Shah's Dominion Colonel says, Texans are getting chickens because of egg dozen prices. Keep the chickens long after because what you need to make something. Like, you should be, if you're going to spend the money, you're probably better off investing in things you need to produce.
Mm-hmm.
Like, get yourself half a
if-
dozen chickens. If you're rural, get yourself a fucking cow.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
well, here
I
in
would-
Newfoundland, pigs would be easy enough because we have a very wet climate and there's loads of vegetation for pigs to eat.
Mm-hmm.
If we released, say, a dozen pigs into the woods here, inside a year, we'd probably have 300 or 400.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's
Sorry, inside of a decade.
Like, you'll immediately transition to a barter economy if something like that happens, and you'll be bartering for useful things. So the people who aren't prepared are going and just need to fuck off and figure out how to make do with string in the woods.
Well, and here's another thing. I don't think hunting is a good, viable, long-term solution because you'll have people just depleting populations of wildlife just rapidly in this kind of situation.
Exactly. Which is why you need to be looking at other alternatives. Like, chickens are one of the best. Like, you get yourself a dozen chickens, a cow, and some pigs. Like, holy shit, that's a lot of food. In a few years.
Yep.
But that's fine. For the time being, you can hunt a deer every couple of months.
And, I think and this is just a good practice, I think, for anyone, regardless of this scenario, is learning how to do simple things like canning, smoking, preserving of meats and everything else.
Yeah, well, even if things don't go that badly, like, the economy is at the point where is it worth going to the grocery store and buying a kilo of carrots? Or are you better off going to the hardware store and buying a couple of packs of carrot seeds and then having a shitload of carrots in a few months?
Yeah, exactly. And I would also encourage people to learn how to build greenhouses and things of that
Yeah.
nature, so they can do it all year round.
Yeah, chickens. Chickens are the best because, well, like all your food scraps, you just throw them at the chickens and they clean them up and turn it into protein.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get a rooster and you've got infinite chickens.
Yep. Honestly, the hardest part with chickens is making sure they get enough calcium for their eggshells, and most of the time you can just throw the eggshells back out to them.
Yep, definitely helps. And of course, you can buy bags of calcium.
Mm-hmm. And oyster shells, if you're near the coast, are
Yep.
a great source.
I mean, you can literally feed them chalk.
Yep.
It's nowhere near as good for them, but you can feed them chalk.
And let's see. Shades. We taught how to can in church as youth. Yeah, I mean, it's an invaluable skill. I've just recently retaught myself how to do it, and it's a bit of entertainment, but it's also very practical, because you see the food prices going up.
Yeah.
Like, well, I can learn how to do some hot packing and cold packing and pressure canning, and oh look, I have meals for the winter.
Like, if you've got the land, like, go out and buy some apple seedlings. Go out and buy assorted fucking cannibal fruits. Like, they're not going to help you now, but in 5 to 10 years, free food.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of, like, you take your chicken shit, you throw it on the plants. You take your offal, you throw it on the plants. And then you feed the plants to sort other bullshit, such as the chickens and the pigs and the cows.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got super large amounts of space, like, the ideal is get yourself a cow or two, and a couple of, like, donkeys aren't bad, but maybe some horses, some smaller horses.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
if you get the right breeds, I mean, I would say cattle would be a great choice, because then you can castrate them, turn them into oxen, and you have a very strong, very long endurance work animal.
Yeah, but horses are great. The best thing about horses is that they eat grass.
Yeah.
Like, fuel's going to be immediately useless. Well, in a month there'll be no fuel to buy almost immediately. There'll be less fuel to steal shortly after that. And any fuel you've got stockpiled is going to be gone quickly. Horses, literally solar powered. Like, think about it. Horses are solar powered.
Yeah. I just hadn't heard it put quite that way. That's brilliant.
And do you know what horses do? They shit out fertilizer.
Yes, which gets back to the earlier discussion of extractables.
Billy says, once they track every purchase, it will be easier to track down everyone even looking like they may be planning to be self-sufficient rebellious. Yes, which is why you use fucking cash! Like, fuck me dead, we've been over this. This is why going to a cashless economy is the first sign of fascism.
Or even just changing currency. I was doing just some cursory research. I won't claim to be an expert on any of this, but it seemed like once the National Socialists took over in Germany, they switched currency within, was it 2 to 3 years?
What's
replacing
that?
all the. So it's. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's that? You've replaced the currency. You might have even screwed people in the exchange rate, or you might have fucked people entirely and they couldn't even exchange at all. Oh, and all stores that want to run legitimately, well, they're only allowed to accept your new currency. So, what's that? You don't have any new currency because you don't do your daily Hail Biden, and you've been excommunicated.
Yeah, and well, that's the other thing. Everybody that's read 1984 remembers the view screens, and it's a two-way communication device.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hello, cell phones.
Yep.
Yeah, no, the whole this whole speech is just amazingly tone deaf for one, but it and when I went through it, there were moments when it was active calls to action.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at some of those possibly. Actually, I want to look at what the Guardian had to fucking say about it.
Oh God.
A more aggressive tone on Trump and MAGA Republicans. So 75 million Americans. Cool. Good job. An appeal to America's better nature. Well,
No, it
that's
wasn't.
how you get unelected. Yeah. Look, I speak to you tonight from sacred ground. Oh, backlit in red, white, and blue. I don't fucking think so. None of those photos
Where
have
was the
any
white? Where was the blue?
Also, in order to be red, white, and blue, it has to go red, white, blue, not ingsoc, then communism.
Yeah. You know, and I don't know if you guys have touched on this previously, but bringing out the Marines the way he did to as his vanguard is really disturbing, because this was really a political campaign speech,
It's
which is
also
disallowed.
it's also the flip side to Trump, who walked into North Korea on his own.
Yeah. Yeah. If you wanted a more stark comparison between the potato pederast, as Earl likes to call them, and Trump, I don't know if you can get a better
Yeah,
a better moment than that.
yeah, like he was welcomed on and off stage by a Marine band playing anthems from the 1800s. Well, I suppose he wants to have some music from his childhood. It was a
Well, I
night.
mean,
It was a night that leaned heavily on patriotism. No.
I mean, if patriotism is suppression,
If patriotism is looking like Hitler, well, I suppose Hitler technically was a patriot.
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. America is an idea, said the idiot. The most powerful idea in the history of the world. Yes, which is why you're going to fail.
Mm-hmm.
I know your heart, so I know our history. Well, you have no heart, and you've been alive for most of it.
Mm.
This is a nation that
It's-
honors our constitution. Who the fuck are you? No, you don't. If you honor the Constitution, where's my free fucking gun? And yes, I know I'm in Australia, but still, where's my fucking gun, Biden?
This is just...
Yeah, here we go. A campaign pitch to the American people. No, you're not. No, he touted his and Democrats' policy goals, urging Americans to vote, vote, vote. We plan to, which is why you're not going to have any Democrats left. Threat of election deniers looms large. What, you mean like Nancy? You mean like Hillary Clinton in 2016?
Or Al Gore in 2000?
Or Joe Biden when he forgets who the president is?
Oh, you mean like right now? That's Earl Joe Salini, the potato pederast, leader of the 200-year Biden Reich. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. God, the Guardian's so fucking stupid. Like, do even Democrats believe what the Guardian pisses out?
I don't think they're even aware of what the Guardian is in Democrat circles.
Well, that's it, because it's too stupid. I swear the Guardian's too stupid for fucking for most Democrats.
Mm-hmm. And oh yeah, well there is technically blue in the background, but that's not what most cameras show.
Yes, but where was the fucking white? And don't pretend that this little bit around the fucking door is the white. No, that's just lit up so that Biden doesn't look like fucking Palpatine.
Maybe it's more, he and his white privilege were there, and that was the white that they're talking about.
Right, you want to talk about privilege? Yeah, how about the Biden family? Oh, Pelosi. How about the Clintons and the Kennedys and
And Maxine
everyone
Waters.
but fucking Trump. Well, actually, no, Trump was privileged. But at least he wasn't a cunt about it. And, in our circles, there's nothing wrong with being privileged. It just means that your parents weren't fuckheads. Or they were very successful criminals, like the Kennedys.
Yep. Oh, actually, they were criminals, yes. Amusing family story. I had a relative leave the Massachusetts area because he possibly was involved in a competing trade organization for booze coming across the border. Just recognizing that, the Kennedys suck, and I have a personal hatred for them.
Yeah. Right, let's have a look at an article from someone slightly less disgusting. How about NPR? No, fuck you and your cookies. Biden's...
Slightly less? Really? I mean, they're kind of like The Guardian, just with, shall we say, better speech patterns on NPR.
Well, true. They're left... They're at least smart enough to know how fucking stupid The Guardian looks.
Well, I mean, that doesn't take much, though.
Yeah. Biden's speech walks a fine line in its attack on MAGA Republicans. Yeah, you don't fucking say. Yeah, waffling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, here we go. Biden tried to reinforce the idea that this election is a choice, no referendum, on him. Yeah, explain how that's worked for all of midterm history.
I mean, considering it's always considered a referendum, no matter what.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This may have been a political speech, but that doesn't mean there aren't real threats. Yes, they're called the FBI.
Mm-hmm. And IRS.
Fucking election deniers are closer to controlling elections in key places. Yes, we know that Clinton is a danger to society. We've been trying to get rid of her for years.
That line about Biden, democracy can't survive when one side believes in only two outcomes: they win or they were cheated.
You mean like Hillary Clinton?
Hillary Clinton, Al Gore in Florida in 2000. There was, I want to say there was something, a little brief flap in 2004 that got swept under the rug.
This is beautiful. The institutions of democracy may have held in 2020, but only because of the people who were running them. Now, we can't actually comment on that specifically, but what a phenomenally stupid statement.
Ah, God.
Now, many of those structures are run by people who support Trump and his election lies all right. Name one lie Trump told about the election and has been sued or convicted successfully of.
Well, so there was another article I saw floating around, and you might have it in your cache here. But there was
while you talk about it, I just need to run to the bathroom, hopefully quick.
Yeah, there was a discussion, and I covered it a bit yesterday, on basically how Republicans are setting up to steal the 2022 and the 2024 election. And it just absolutely blew my mind that they're already painting any loss as cheating. I mean, are any of us surprised? I would think not, but God, the gaslighting is amazing. I mean, you could probably light the entirety of England by gas again. With this amount of gaslighting. Exhumed legume. Yes, to any feds watching, I've heard that from a reliable source that Hillary Clinton has incriminating information on Hillary Clinton. Oof. Disavow. And let's see. Bay State Guardian is a paper of the quintessential middle class midwit. You can identify Guardian readers just by looking at them. What do they have? Kind of extended jaws and only breathe through their mouth? And let's see, Billy Blogs, Hate the Guardian, meant to be for the posh wannabe commie intellectuals to read and sneer down their nose at the white working class. Yeah. You see why I be the one. I think this speech is a setup for either some kind of federal election reform, honk honk, or arrest of once and future president. I think it's more going to be the former, because you remember every election that I can remember since 2000, they keep talking about doing away with the Electoral College. The one thing that has kept America from sliding into an absolute shithole has been the Electoral College. And I see them trying to use this to manipulate the whole picture that's being described. So, yeah, I'm not shocked by this at all. And there was an individual that Biden referenced. It was Judge Litaug or Litaug, something like that, a former H.W. Bush appointee, who came out with an article talking about how dangerous January 6th was, basically making it akin to a revolution. And that to me was this guy's considered a kind of a Liz Cheney type Republican, and he's espousing that. Come on, this is just absolute garbage. Let's see, back to chat. Student of history, fucking balls on them for claiming shenanigans, and of course they want the Electoral College to burn so they can get great power. Yeah, because you get rid of that, and it's just a tyranny of a few areas. Basically,
right, I am back,
New York, fuck New York.
I have an interesting point. If they are suggesting, as they are, that the 2022 midterms and the 2024 election are going to be fiddled with by the Republicans, could they please explain what has changed in the electoral system since 2020?
Yeah. Yeah, that is very very curious. It's no, they're trying to cheat you now. Okay, so somebody was trying to cheat us previously, or no?
I thought America had the most secure elections in the world. Are you suggesting that it's possible for the Republicans to dodgy them up? So what you're saying is that it's possible for them to be dodged up. Right, so that's not what you've been saying for the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm. And, all right, I've got to do a quick search on this. But there was a proven case in Minnesota of a fraud of which we cannot speak openly of now. And this was like 2007 or 2008.
Remember how the narrative changed from VF to widespread VF? Oh, there's no evidence of widespread VF. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Right, so what you're telling us is, well, can't say that, can we?
No. And yes, I'm it looks like there was a conviction of maybe 20 individuals. Not 100% sure on that source, but
yeah. Well, that's it. Like, every time they keep talking about how there were a bunch of people in, I think it was it Florida or Texas, who were arrested for having their fingers in a pie that they weren't supposed to have them in. So
I believe Florida.
Yeah. Right. So it's possible then. You're just saying that only the Republicans did it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very very curious. And there were charges brought to 28 with 110 alleged cases of VF.
Yes.
And so far, 6 have been convicted, it looks like. So.
Yes, so the argument is that there's no evidence of it being widespread. Well, who would investigate if it was widespread? Would but that be the Federal Bureau of Gestapo, by any chance?
I mean, yes, because they're holier than thou. Don't you forget it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've already probably crossed the line several times in both directions. Let's move on.
Yes, yes.
National Review. Oh, fucking
lovely.
someone who aren't retards. Like, yes, defund the police actually happened. Oh yeah, speaking of gaslighting. Let's just pop that up for later. So yes, conflating their own interests with the country's, Democrats have talked themselves into the idea that their entire agenda is synonymous with democracy. Can't say you're interested in democracy when New York is making it harder for people to have guns.
Yeah. Well, remember, it's their democracy.
Ah, damn it, student history and Prime just keep my ass. Student says Federal Bureau of Instigation and Insurrections, and Prime says Federal Bureau of Inquisition. I like that one. Federal Bureau of Inquisition.
I'm going to pass that on to people that I know.
Yes, Billy, but we can't say that. Fucking hell, National Review. Last week, President Biden stole $1 trillion from the US Treasury. Last night, just as a villain from a Disney-era Star Wars flick had the temerity to cast himself as a defender of the US Constitution. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. I'm sorry, but that's so stupid that I didn't think even Biden was capable of that.
I mean, well, his handlers are.
Mm-hmm. They do not believe in the rule of law. Hold on, sorry, weren't we just told by chat, who are usually really clever at this, that Republicans believe in the rule of law more?
No, that's a lie. Well, it's only the John McCain types that believe in rule of law. You know, while they're stabbing everybody else in their party in the back. And...
Clearly. They do not recognize the will of the people. Republicans do not recognize the will of the people, says the man who's given how much money to some third world shithole?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh?
And Ukraine.
You're still talking about Biden. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Trudeau for a second there.
I mean, Biden's probably given him money too. What's one?
Yeah, well,
what's one amongst all the other third world shitholes?
yeah, true.
Yeah.
I mean, here we are in a country where places that have been promised better water still haven't got it, and now have hospital emergency rooms that are closing. He decides he needs to give $100 million to awareness campaigns.
Yep.
And to answer Billy's question, constitutional republic with democratic elections, is that how you describe the U.S.? Pretty much. Me personally, I want to go back to senators are appointed by states rather than popular elections. But yeah, I would say a constitutional or federal republic with localized democratically held elections.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Biden has been willing to say that he won the 2020 election, but he's not been willing to say that the impending midterms will be legitimate. Yes, Biden, please tell me exactly what has changed with the electoral system since you were elected and when the midterms start. Go on, tell me. List them all out. If the Republicans are going to fuck with the midterms, please explain how they're going to do that, and then please explain how it's wasn't possible for anyone to do that at any other prior time in history.
Yeah, it's funny. Most of the objections are coming on the heels of states reviewing the laws that they've passed temporarily during the last one. Curious that.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of how Biden reckons the Republicans don't respect the Constitution, last year he issued an executive order saying the federal eviction moratorium. You know, the one that he admitted was illegal.
But he respects the Constitution and the rule of law.
What was that about not quartering federal troops in private homes?
No, don't think about that. No. That's wrong-headed and evil. Believe.
Oh, does
Man.
that mean something different, like how the rights of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed somehow means shall be infringed?
Especially in fucking New York City. Yep.
The same
Like,
way
how
that you
does New
refer
York
to,
not think that that's going to get... Actually, that's coming up, I think. But how do they not think that that's not going to get overturned immediately once someone gets a case with proper standing to the Supreme Court?
Yeah. I think they're relying heavily on lower courts saying, no, you don't have standing. And that's been kind of the trend here lately, is certain things arbitrarily not getting standing when the evidence hasn't been fully presented.
Well, we can't trust any New York judge, that's for sure. Tristan says that they would cite Republican efforts at voter suppression. Oh, you know, things like not allowing dead people to vote or requiring you to prove that you're an American citizen and you haven't already voted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, crazy things like that. Like, in Australia, where we don't require ID to vote, but we fucking well should, you still have to get your name checked off on the electoral roll, and if your name shows up more than once, the government comes asking fucking questions because you're not allowed to fucking do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here in Canada, they send out a register card, and you basically have to take that card to your polling station.
Well, in Australia, you don't have to, because technically you can go to any polling place and cast your vote. Like,
Shades of Dominion says the Democrats are doing their part to fight necrophobia.
I mean, Jill Biden certainly is.
Yes. Now, let me tell
The
you
babysitter that done good, eh?
something about Australian elections. Now, YouTube, this is Australian elections, okay? And there are not any going on at the moment that I'm aware of, okay? Right? We got that? Australia has one of the most secure electoral systems in the world because everything is done on paper. And we actually allow the authorised representative of the parties to observe the counting. You know, simple things like that. No. Computerized polling is stupid because there is no way to know that what you selected on the screen is what the computer is recording. It's impossible to know that. All you can rely on is someone else to tell you that.
And what's to say the data doesn't get corrupted? That's
Yeah, like, even assuming there's no malfeasance. Who's to say that some bellend doesn't put the USB in their fucking pocket? Firstly, let's ignore the fact that it's a USB and that's a fucking stupid idea. But let's say they then, I don't know, trip and fall in a puddle outside and the USB gets soaking wet and fails.
Yeah, or somebody puts it to a poorly built cell phone and it can fry it. I mean, I've seen that happen on a few occasions.
Or, here's the crazy fucking thought. What happens if, say, a climate crisis is declared and the electricity is shut off, for the environment halfway through election day? Do you think if you've only got electronic systems, that might actually suppress voters?
Well, that's
Because
here's especially if you do a rolling blackout.
Yeah, because here's the crazy fucking thing about doing it on paper. Doesn't require electricity. And if you're worried about someone changing your vote, bring a pen from home. Because otherwise they're going to sit there fucking wiping the pencils with hand sanitizer because they're fucking retards.
Well, amusingly, in several states here that do a paper and then scanned ballot, is it has to be in black ballpoint pen.
Yep.
They will not accept it otherwise.
Well, that's it. It should be allowed in pen. If you're not taking your pen voting, you're trusting the government. And only an idiot would trust the government.
Yep. Yep.
Aged Dominion says, I like everyone being forced to vote. It means there can't be any surprise surges in voter turnout. Well, I don't. Because if if voting is mandatory, as it is in Australia, which is some red hot bullshit, that means that the government requires you to go to a place to a specific place at a specific time to do a specific thing, and that's slavery. And the government can suck my fat hairy dick.
Yeah, I kind of agree there. Actually, I was going to ask you about that. With the Australian voting system, because everyone is required by law to vote, does that mean that if it's someone's work day, they get paid for the day, or...
No. Of course they fucking don't.
Okay. So that's double bullshit. And my thinking is election day should be essentially, the moment an election is declared, it should be listed as a holiday on the calendar, and everyone should just get
all our
paid.
elections are on Saturday anyway, for starters.
Oh, well, yeah, that's still bullshit.
But we do have proper early voting, where it's basically just a polling place that's open for 2 weeks before the election. The official election
me personally,
day.
I don't like that solution.
Yeah, I don't agree either. I agree with Shades of Dominion. Voting day should be a fucking national holiday. We will vote and grill.
Yeah.
Except that doesn't really work.
Yeah. Get drunk and go vote. I mean,
well, let's hope that people vote and then go get drunk.
I mean, it's hard to say.
Yeah, the problem with early voting is how America does it. If it's done properly, it's no different to regular voting. Because in practice, the way Australia does it, the ballots are issued by an electoral official who is supervised by other electoral officials, and they're all just hired from the regular citizenry. It is issued to the person. They're then checked off in the electoral roll. They fill it out on site. It is then placed into a secure ballot box and then kept under lock and key and the watchful eye of many, many people. It's actually more secure than most... I can't finish that sentence. But Australian voting is more secure than how voting is run in a lot of banana republics.
Yes.
Like, it's not ideal, but it's a good alternative. At least the way Australia does it, because in practice it's no different. There's no more fuckery going on there than there are on official polling day.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, we're doing there's your numbered seals. Like, seals have to be checked by 2 people. Everything needs to be double signed. At the actual counting, you've got the representatives of all the different parties who are allowed to... They're not allowed to touch anything, but they can literally stand by your shoulder and watch as you count, because our counting on the election day is done manually. Like, It's about as secure as you can get when not everyone is honest.
I remember the first Iraqi elections where they dipped their finger in the dye to prove that they voted and all that stuff, and using paper ballots, and that's far more secure than what has currently been implemented.
We could always return to the pot shards.
I mean, like, I'd be down for
it. I'm a firm believer that all voting should require photo ID. However, as a corollary to that, and just in general, I also believe that any citizen should be entitled, on request, to photo ID at the government's expense. None of this having to fork out several $100s for some fucking photo ID. No, that's just bullshit at the best of times. No, fuck you, you're the government, we pay taxes, do it.
Most government issued IDs in the United States are $20, $30, something like that.
It's incredibly cheap compared to what it is even here in Newfoundland.
Yeah. But according to Democrats, black people can't get $20 together and pop off down to the DMV or anything.
Well, yeah, because
they apparently don't know where the DMV is.
yeah.
It's not like they don't have cell phones and can't just type those 3 letters into Google.
Tristan, I'm not talking just about a simple photo ID. I'm talking about, say, renewing your driver's license or what have you.
Yeah.
I mean, I count driver's licenses as completely different to this topic of photo ID. Like,
Billy Bloggs yells, "That's racist. You can't expect black people to get a photo ID."
Like, I have vast problems with how the driver's licenses are handled in Australia. I'm not sure how they're handled in other places, but in Australia, they're absolutely fucked. Like, did you know that... Of course you didn't, but in my state, it costs $200 more to get a 3-year learner permit than it does to get a 5-year standard license.
That's insane.
Wow.
That includes renewals. You know, the thing you get...
Wow. So, I'm just doing a quick cursory look around the U.S. in non-fucked up states. And...
The red one.
Yeah. And it's somewhere between... Now, this isn't a driver's license. This is just a state-issued ID card. It's somewhere between $10 and $20.
It's not the worst.
Wow. Yeah. This is something where, okay, you don't get your Big Mac for the day, and you go and you get your ID, and then you can go vote with your damned ID.
Like, that's really not about a terrible price if you consider the fact that maybe people won't fucking lose it if they have to pay for it.
And the other thing is, those typically last 5 years.
Let me see what the fee is in Australia. $74.85 Australian. Go fuck yourselves, you cunts. Oh, no, sorry. Hold on. Let me get the actual prices, because I think it was vastly exaggerating on the prices of a learner license. So a learner license issued for 3 years was $186. Why? I don't fucking know. A regular license is $191.80 for 5 years. Explain that to me. Why the fuck does it cost more for a learner license than it does for a fucking regular driver's license? There is no legitimate reason for it other than to keep poor people out of cars.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course, don't forget, in my state, you have to have 100 hours of logbook driving. Now, how do you get that if your parents are poor and don't drive? Well, if your parents don't drive, you have to pay an instructor. And that costs you 60 Australia bucks a lesson. Or at least it used to. It's probably up to like fucking 70 now. Thanks, Biden. So, let's see. 100 times 70 is $7,000 plus the test fee plus everything else. And how do you get that if your yearly income is $13,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. And just a quick update on the shittiest states in the union.
So California and
yeah, California and New fucking York. So and this is again not a driver's license. This is just a identification card for legal purposes, like voting and going to buy cigarettes and booze. New York State, it is an entirety of $13.50.
Which is still well and truly reasonable. But isn't that actually more expensive than the number you gave earlier? Or is it less?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. But still, if you can't scrape $13 together.
and Shithole-fornia is $33.
So it's actually
See, you
California
guys
that's
have
suppressing
a
black voters.
Yes, as usual.
you guys have an absolute advantage over me. I live in Canada, and the Canadian government has such a
I'm
problem
in
with
Australia.
making
What's your fucking
information.
point?
Well, fair, but you were able to find the information you needed far faster than I would have been. If I had started looking, I would have had to look at one government page to find the Newfoundland and Labrador licensing cost. I would have had to find another page to find the cost for a driver's permit. I would have had to find another page to find the cost for the test itself. I would have had to find another page then to find beginner's permit cost. Like, it's just insane. Everything is so heavily compartmentalized and isolated from itself that you just can't find anything, and most people just give up.
Yep.
As it's intended.
And I think this is just this idiotic thing where, because I've seen it in Florida where it's like you go to one department to get your license and another department to get your license plates for your vehicle and registration.
At least
It just
Australia's
makes no
not that
sense.
fucked up. They can at least do everything in one place.
Yeah, and most U.S. states are one location, and you're done. And well, I can find your fee policy there in Canada, but I can't find the actual fee schedule.
Sounds about right. UCYRB1 says, how about a federal bill where they give everyone a voter's ID? I'm sure it'd cost less than building interstates in Afghanistan or gender studies programs in Pakistan. Pretty sure it'd cost more than $8 million. But it's still not a bad idea. Like, how many billions did they send to fucking Ukraine? Pretty sure that could have been better spent on giving all black people a fucking ID.
So, let's see. In Canada, it's like $125 for your initial
renewal.
license?
And it's pretty much the same thing for a renewal every 5 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Because, like every other non-free country, be there suppressing poor people's ability to travel.
Yeah. And having had it pointed out to me in chat, Mr. Armstrong has pointed out that Newfoundland might be worse than average. Could be. But Service Ontario is actually pretty upfront with their price structure. Part of the problem is that Newfoundland has the single most bloated bureaucracy in the entire country.
Yeah, maybe.
Per capita, we spend the most on government.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. And Gregory is here. He has returned from the pub.
Hooray!
Excellent. Hopefully he had 1 or 5 on us.
Well, he might as well get all the...
He had something in the region of 23, so I'm sure at least one of them had to be for us.
Well, he might as well get his drinking done while there's still pubs open. You know,
Yeah.
before they will get shut down because they can't afford the fucking... Yeah. UCY1 says you just have to be a citizen of voting age with no felonies, as is currently the requirements of voting, than being alive. I mean, I want to get rid of the no felonies part. If you are out of prison and not on probation or parole, you should have all the rights of a regular citizen, because if you can't be trusted to vote or have a gun, you should still be in prison. Or swinging.
Here in Canada,
I could see, a probationary period depending on the crime, but once that's completed, full restoration.
Yeah. Well, what I suggested, and I think I brought it up like a week or two ago, is we reduce the time served in prison, and we keep the total punishment time the same, but we make like at least a third of it spent on parole. Rather get them out of prisons faster.
The parole period, yeah.
Like a longer parole would be far better for everyone. Like that, they're not in fucking prison. We're not paying for them to be in prison, and we're still watching them.
Not being used as slave labor in prison.
You mean by Kamala Harris?
Well, Canada does much the same too. And in Canada, I was going to bring up, you actually can't vote while you're in prison.
Oh, that's fucked.
Yeah, that's a bit fucked.
but it's
Who's going to
such
vote
a small
for...
population it doesn't really swing.
Yeah, but
so.
who's going to vote most for reducing prison sentences? I know, people in prison. Fuck me sideways.
Yeah. Ironically, most of the guys that I used to deal with when they came out, they would be leaning conservative more than they would be leaning liberal, because the conservatives are at the time were the cruff on time. Good gods, tough on crime party.
I don't know about
No,
that.
this English language thing, it's not easy, people.
Because
I mean,
I firmly
so-
believe that the purpose of prison should be reformation. Because if you don't think they can be reformed, just kill them. Stop dick-assing around and wasting everybody's time. If they're a rapist, hang them. If they're a murderer, hang them. If they're a child molester, chip them.
and hang the corpse.
Yes.
As
Well-
a warning to others.
Throw it on the nearest Democrat as a warning.
Yeah, I mean, but then they'll be, oh, but they were such a loving predator.
But yeah, like the entire point of prison should be reformation, because if we can't reform them, there's no point keeping them alive. It's just a waste of everyone's time and money.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point, because if now I think certain crimes deserve harsher and longer sentences, but on average, if you've got somebody in for, I don't know, petty theft, say, their entire sentence is 2 years hard time and 1 year on probation, I'd say that's probably needs to be flipped around, but you make that 1 year significantly more difficult than you would
Yes.
have previously.
Well, that's it. It should be harsher, it should be punitive, and it should at the same time be reformative. We want them to come out of prison, and then we give them the support, we give them access to the welfare that all unemployed people get, just straight up, like we do the fucking paperwork while they're still in prison, so that they walk out the door of the prison with like $500, so that they don't commit more fucking crime.
Well, and I think another thing I've liked the idea of are you'd have prison farms and things of that nature. I think those need to be brought back, maybe not as farms per se, but as trustees going in for certain certain crimes and tasks, and then having to go through and say, okay.
Oh, absolutely. Prison labor should be mandatory. I'm not suggesting forced, but I'm saying that if you're in for petty theft and you want to get out in 1 month instead of 6, maybe get your ass breaking some rocks.
Yep.
Because we want to keep them fit, we want to keep them healthy, we want to give them useful skills, and we want them to never fucking come back.
Yep. Because you look at, oh gosh, some of the old American territorial prisons, they were extremely harsh. I mean, where basically it was solitary confinement without being in solitary confinement, if that makes sense, where you couldn't speak, you could not interact with the other prisoner, punishments were harsh, you would but you would be taught skills, and once you were released, it didn't follow you around everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's one of the benefits to back in the old days. Like, if you committed a crime and you fucked off and started a new life, well, there's nothing they could do about it. Which, if you never commit another crime, is ideal. Like, this revolving door of going to prison, getting out, committing 1.5 million more fucking robberies, and then going back and repeating that cycle for 30 years, it's a waste of fucking time. Just hang them on, like, the 3rd offense or something.
Yeah. And because there was, and it was kind of janky and not very well thought out, but it was like a 3 strikes and you're out rule. Back in the 90s in the US, where if you committed the same type of crime 3 times, you'd get your your parole completely revoked, and you'd never and a harsher sentence.
Yeah. Bias makes an interesting point. Prisoners should be put to work for minimum wage, but the prison keeps the money until they get out. This way they get a lump sum upon leaving prison and actually have the ability to build a good life. I've got two problems with that. One, it shouldn't be better in prison than outside of prison. I'm sorry, but a guaranteed job plus skills at minimum wage, even if you have to pay for room and board. I know people that would
make that a condition of parole.
No, listen.
Okay.
If you went to prison and got a guaranteed job and room and board, there are people who would commit crime to go to prison.
Yeah,
already are.
Yes, but that would make it miles fucking
big
worse.
Homeless contingent all over the country that will commit crimes simply because it gets them warm.
Yeah, but you guys don't. There's millions of other problems. But yes, we've already got that. But now imagine they get paid for it, because he says I'll get a lump sum when leaving. A lump sum's probably not the best idea.
No,
Because I can see that immediately turning into cocaine.
And Tristan and I are having a discussion about the recidivism rate here in Canada. That's like 80% of the prisoners in Canada are recidivists. And what Based was saying, I think a fair way to do it would be to say, okay, when you came out last time, you had this minimum wage fund that was set up for you. You went and committed another crime. So now not only do you go back to jail, you have to pay off what we gave you before we'll let you out again.
It's not a bad idea.
Every time, the problem with that is you might get a snowball effect, but
well, once they're sentenced to 10 years, we take them out behind the prison and some of the other prisoners bury them.
alive, perhaps.
yeah.
Well, whatever makes it harder for the prisoners doing the burying. Because we don't want them to
true.
fucking make the same mistake.
We use our hands.
Spoons. Give them spoons to dig with.
Some spoons.
But they have to make the spoons first.
Spoons.
But
Even better, sporks.
Like
Sporks.
prisons are
they'll
so
attack each other with
fucked up in so many different places. Like in America, prisons are useless. They're almost entirely useless. I mean, your prisoners go in and criminals go in and learn how to be better criminals and come out, and they haven't really been punished, and they sure as shit haven't been rehabilitated. Like, if they haven't been punished and haven't been rehabilitated, what was the fucking point?
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of like dealing with an addiction in some ways. The will to change has to be there, and if it's not, it doesn't matter what you do to these people; they simply will not change.
Exactly. Which is why you hang them.
Yep.
Uh,
When they're no longer productive members of society, what good are they?
yes, exactly.
Yeah. Cat says his black friend's son loves being a drug dealing criminal, loves prison, says he's living his best life. Are you going to sort these ones out?
Hanging.
Those are the ones that should. What was that?
Hanging.
Yeah. Those are the ones you just don't let out.
No, you hang them. That way.
I didn't say you kept them either.
Oh, well, true. But no, you sort them out by hanging them, and that sends the message to the next lot that if they do it, guess what?
Billy says he proposes extremely draconian punishments for any crime committed while already in prison. What do you think?
Absolutely.
How much more in prison can they get?
Fairly, yeah.
Like you can do a lot.
And things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. God, boy
Armstrong
says...
is taking the Singapore approach.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I'm kind of in favor of corporal punishments for certain things. And capital punishment should definitely be expanded.
Yeah. Garboy says, you think it's bad now, come winter and the heating cuts and power, a lot of lower class people will be better on the inside. Which is why I'm in favor of some welfare. Welfare actually stops crime. Which is something that needs to be beaten into some, not all, but some Republicans. Like, no, I still don't want people getting a free meal. But been many times in my life where I would have been homeless and or dead if it wasn't for welfare.
Yeah, the welfare system, if it was turned into something more along the lines of, say, the public service system, where you basically get guaranteed care or guaranteed food, guaranteed money, what have you, you have to earn it.
Well,
That makes more sense to me.
that's what I want to see. I want to see a system where, like, Australia's system's just fucked. You get far too little money to live off of, and you have to do far too much for it. Now, what I want to see is a system where
I'm
you
about to
get...
make a very transphobic statement, but I absolutely agree with Billy Blogg's prison rapists should be publicly executed promptly.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. I think that the problem with the American system is it's just far too lenient for the wrong things.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Like Australia and America under Biden are two perfect examples of how not to run welfare. You do not, A, give people more than the fucking minimum wage to sit on their ass and do nothing. C, California, and single mothers in Australia. Secondly, if you do want to give them minimum wage, they have to fucking work for it. But no, I think the ideal is something about... I haven't done the exact maths, but something between 60 and 70% of the minimum wage, but you have to work for it. You have to earn it.
Oh yeah. I think that's something though that gets really off the rails in American discussions is they don't want to have to force someone to work. And like, but you need to, otherwise the system fails.
Well, that's the thing about the way the system works. You're not forcing them to work. They just get a choice. They get to choose, do you work for an employer and get 100%, or do you work for the government and get 60%?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or
Theodore Pinnock says, regarding the death penalty, I would support it for the worst crimes, but only if the case achieves a high standard of proof. When we're talking about that subject, generally that goes without saying that we require a high standard of proof.
yeah, this isn't just beyond reasonable doubt. It's irrefutable.
I don't know if I could go quite that
Well, not
high
quite
a
that far,
standard,
but it definitely needs to be far further than reasonable doubt.
Yes, I'll agree with you on that.
Garbwire, is that not just a job then? Yes, and that's the fucking point. If your choices are to... Also, it needs to be at minimum wage. Because the problem with Australia... the problem with Australia is you get far too little to live off of. Then you have to pay to travel to do slave labour at less than half of the minimum wage. No.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just seems like that's backwards, but that's
Yeah.
just me.
Like,
Yeah.
for example, 3 full days a week and you get $600. No. Sorry, let me rephrase that because that came out wrong. 3 full days a week and you get $600 a fortnight.
Wow.
$100,
$100 a day.
$100 a day of work. Oh, and you don't get workers' compensation because you're not an employee.
So, welcome to China.
Yes, which is exactly my problem. However, if you were working, say, 1.5 to 2 days a week, whatever it works out to make the labour equal to the amount of money given, divided by minimum wage in there somewhere, wouldn't have a problem with that, as long as it was livable. Oh, and I want the government to pay your bus fare.
Yeah, there's always... I don't know. I don't like the way that things kind of get this weird absolutist tinge over time, where, you know, I think this system, if worked out properly, would solve a lot of problems just by giving people okay, here's some options, but you better not fuck this up. Otherwise, you're out.
Well, that's how I want it to be. I want it to be that as a society, kind of, as part of the money that's already being taken off of us, when someone falls down, we give them a bit of a hand up, but if they fuck it up, we throw them into the deep end.
Yeah.
But to go back to what Garb says, is that not just a job? Like, that's literally the fucking point of what I'm saying. They need to be working for their money, because there are people in Australia who will sit at home and never work on the welfare, which is fucking ridiculous. Like, under the current system, I don't begrudge them, because if you couldn't comfortably live on that much money, you're fucked in the head, and I don't want you in a workplace with me.
Fair point.
Like, if you're happy with that much money, you are clearly sharing a 2-bedroom house with like 7 people, and you're all drug fuck losers, and I want nothing to do with you.
Yep.
Like, it's completely fucking useless. But I think most people would be happy to exchange labour for welfare if it was at a fair rate. Problem is, in Australia, it's very much not. Like, at the amount that the Australian government gives out at the moment, it's like maybe 3 days of work per fortnight that it's worth. Which does have an advantage. It makes it a lot better to be employed. Like, obviously we want the system to encourage people to get a real job. But also, if they can't, we still want them to be able to exchange valuable labour to society for living a self-sufficient life.
Yeah.
The whole service guarantees citizenship thing is starting to look better and better when you look at it that way.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
And that absolutely should be it. You should sign up for hard, difficult service to get the right to vote.
Yeah. To be considered a full citizen.
Mm-hmm. Tristan says, do Australians generally mark time in fortnights as their basic specific affectation? No, it's Australians. Nearly all Australians measure time in fortnights because our pay cycles are fortnightly. I don't think... Like, some people get paid monthly, but it's extremely rare and very industry specific. But most people are paid fortnightly. So, and also welfare payments are paid fortnightly, so people measure the time between money. In America, that's quite often monthly, but in Australia, it's fortnightly. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've always found it kind of fascinating seeing the differences between how people are paid. In that regard, it's like, oh, okay, what's the standard?
No, Basil, I'm not. No, Billy, I'm not promoting indentured servitude because you can leave at any time. That's the difference. Because I do agree with people who go, why the fuck should tax money be given to someone who's just sitting there playing with his penis? That's unfair.
Maybe he's an artist and it's an exhibit.
I mean, unless he's making money from his penis drawings, he can fuck off.
If I could make money from penis drawings, I wouldn't do this streaming shit.
Yes, a fortnight is 14 days.
Didn't it used to be 10?
No.
No. Not that I've ever heard
It's always been 14.
Yeah, I'm thinking about some other archaic...
Yeah, probably. But yeah, like in the States, like I'm pretty sure welfare payments go out once a month, and a lot of companies pay like once a month. Which
there's some that do weekly or fortnightly, although we usually refer to it as bi-weekly, which is kind of stupid. But yeah, because when you say bi-weekly to me, okay, you're taking a week and you're bisecting it. Exactly.
Theodore Pinnock says, I love how the internet can't agree whether Starship Troopers is a genius-biting satire or accidentally a ringing endorsement.
Well,
Problem
it's
is that there's a
actually
bit of
both.
confusion between the book and the movie, too.
But it's actually... The movie's funny because they tried to make it fascistic because they're dumbasses and didn't understand the book, but they accidentally made it made it really good. But like they fucked up at their goal so badly that they made it the most basic sideline. But in the book, it's both because he's ripping communism to shreds.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what Student does for a living, but he says, bitch, I work and get to play with my penis. So yes, people can get the fuck up and work.
I mean,
maybe he's a porn star.
I mean, good work if you can get it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about that.
Speaking of my new project, onlyfans.com/.
Bi-monthly is the worst descriptor. If you check the dictionary, it means every 2 months and every 2 weeks. Yeah.
Which I have a problem with because a month is not 28 days unless it's those 3 Februaries.
Every month's February, if you try hard enough.
If you drink enough.
You're drunk enough. Be back in a sec, boys.
Yep.
Billy Blogg says he must work at a sperm bank. Well, speaking of good work, if you can get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely
go ahead, please.
Definitely worse things to do than, shall we say, be harvested.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the things I actually like about the U.S. is that if you want to donate blood, if you want to give sperm or whatever, and it's worth taking, you can actually make money doing it.
Mm-hmm.
That's ideal, in my opinion. The downside of that is you kind of run into the issue with abortion potentially for profit, which gives me shivers like you would not believe.
Yeah, that's a fair point to worry about.
UCYIBeta1 is trying to give Billy Blogs suggestions for TV shows to watch that are funny. Rick and Morty isn't bad. The first few seasons, at least. From what I understand, the last couple have been a bit off. Archer. If you have never seen the cartoon Archer, watch that. Start from the very beginning, because holy crap, is that a ride?
I would also throw in Futurama.
Futurama was good as well, yeah. Early Family Guy.
Yeah.
American Dad is probably one of my favorites.
Yep.
Let's see, what do we got? Oh, yeah, Violence is Alive says...
yeah, Magog of Morskar, Violence mentions Magog of Morskar. I was just going to bring him up. If you can find some of his older stuff especially, he's very funny. He's now doing something called the Wicked Guild, and I did want to actually shout him out at some point.
Yeah, okay, right.
Oh, there you go.
Now, let me read the bits that was
Leaps
actually
of
wanting
Shadows
to
is a
read.
classic.
Shut up, Art. Fuck. Let me get and start.
What's the problem?
I'm sorry that my podcast is interrupting your thoughts. Violence is Life says...
How dare you, Bezic?
Husband gets paid weekly for welding, and yes, my food stamps come in monthly. So yeah, my understanding is people generally measure time in how their paydays work. Because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, you've obviously got to have it always in your mind going, if I spend this money on this thing, can I make it through to the next time I get paid? So you're always going to be thinking in that amount of days.
Hey, Trim.
Hey, Trim's come crawling in. And dear God, Blazing Saddles is fucking brilliant.
Oh, pretty much anything from Mel Brooks is worth watching.
Spaceballs was hilarious.
If you want some movies to watch around feminists, I highly recommend. I hope
with Clint Eastwood.
I highly recommend any of the Carry On movies.
Oh God.
Hmm.
The Carry On movies are great.
And Earl Tistic, I'll never get that name right. Earl points out History of the World Part 1. It is one of the least remembered Mel Brooks movies. And it actually, there's a reference at the very end of Men in Tights to that movie.
Yeah.
But have you seen Silent Movie?
Yeah. Autistic
That's
asks, Carry On
fantastic.
or Carry On? Carry
Yes.
On. For example, Carry On Nurse or Carry On.
Carry on camping.
Yep. Or well, is it Carry On Cleo? Yeah. Oh, that's a really good one. I highly recommend. And I going to have to disavow
Towers.
Trim.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
not terrible.
It's too slow, but yes, it's not bad.
I mean, I'm just not a fan of Jim Carrey, so that always puts
I
me.
liked him in The Mask, but that was probably more the superhero thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, Cameron Diaz in that red dress. Dear gods. There we go.
I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
I'm not sure. Garb says that when he was younger, he was thinking about it in cheeseburgers, as in how much work per burger.
Oh, they're doing the.
And you stopped when that started being more than an hour.
Yeah, God. When I started working, I was at a rate of about 5 cheeseburgers an hour. Nowadays, it's minimum wage is something like half of one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, I remember just the other day, it was like, yeah, I'll just see what fast food prices are.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh, I used to be able to buy like 5 of these for one single meal. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like $13 for just a simple meal. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Yes. What was my final point? Yes. Prisons should be harsher and more rehabilitative. Welfare is good if done properly, but it's not done properly anywhere. And people should have to work for their money. Well, or if you don't want to work,
don't be ridiculous.
If you don't want to work for your money, be smart about it and preferably have rich parents so that you can get $1 million loan and invest it like a fucking madman.
And then run for president and piss everyone off.
Yes. Trimble says he works for his lonely. That sounds about right. Oh, money.
Billy Bloggs says, imagine working in McDonald's and watching how an hour's work starts to buy less and less and less burgers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That would just be horrific.
Speaking of some red hot bullshit, have you ever noticed how the price of even fucking Macca's can change over a ridiculous small difference? Like, if I go from my town to the state capital, price of everything fucking goes up by like 50% at fucking Macca's. It's like, you cunts. You know exactly what you're fucking doing. It's clearly all about ripping off people who have higher paying jobs. Because generally, if you work in the capital, you have a higher paying job.
Yeah, and they always have higher tax rates and all that jazz too.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of goes in reverse here. Everything in the regional capital seems to be a little bit cheaper in terms of goods. For instance, if I went to the store here and bought a 2-liter of milk, to translate that into American for bleach, that's about
that's a different thing. Like, that's actually true in most countries.
Yeah.
Unless you live in America, in a blue state in America, and the price of everything is like $20 for a bowl of milk because they keep getting robbed.
Well, yeah. Yep. you know, I just keep thinking of this problem with grocery stores here in the U.S. is they just want to basically take everything. It's like, oh yep, here you go, and they're getting stuck with food taxes in a lot of states, which is
Yep.
just massively insane.
Well, like one thing that should just be straight up: there should never be any sales tax on staples. I'm willing to argue for. I'm willing to tolerate a sales tax on processed crap, but vegetables, fruit.
Well, yeah, but that counts less as food.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm willing to put it in the luxury section. But like, your basic shit should always be tax free, because fuck you, government. People need to eat to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can see, okay, restaurant taxes, fine. But yeah, going out to a grocery store, that should never have been a taxable item.
Mm-hmm. Actually, speaking of tax on shit, it's like the feminists constantly whining about the fucking tax on tampons. It's like, yes, there shouldn't be like, I agree, there shouldn't be a sales tax on it, but you're also a bunch of miserable cunts and you need to shut up and fuck off. I hate you all and I want you to die.
I mean, based.
Because my problem is that they're just insufferable cunts.
Mm-hmm.
Also, their arguments are really fucking stupid. Oh, condoms are exempt. Yes, you fucking retard, and guess what? Women use them too. Do you think condoms are only for gay men? Like, you stupid fucking women. Women can use condoms. In fact, generally, men and women share condoms. The man uses the inside, the woman uses the outside. That's kind of the entire fucking point.
Complementary use? What's that?
But it's like, yes, there shouldn't be a tax on because they aren't a luxury good, but also, you're a bunch of miserable cunts and you're arguing it wrong.
I mean, would they do it any other way?
No.
Yep, violence is life, taxation is theft.
Yes, it is. Sadly, it does seem to be essential.
What on earth is Trim saying? Is he speaking in like Danish now?
I think he's speaking in Uwu, and we may need to give him a corrective beating.
Yes. He says it's an obligation to beat him, so I'm good with that.
Indeed. All furries should be beaten, unless they enjoy it.
And then they should just be sent to Iran. Let them deal with it.
Dude. Yeah, like such a dumb argument. Like, yes, there shouldn't be sales tax on them. They shouldn't be considered a luxury good, but do you have to be so cunty about it?
And I think I could deal with sales tax on more things if they just got rid of the damned income taxes.
Right? Well, that's one of my biggest problems. The amount of times the government fucking double dips. Like, you work, and then you get your income tax. So then you get income taxed. And then you get income taxed again if you're in America. But, like, in other countries, like, you get your income tax. Right. So, now you want to get your groceries. Cool. Oh, you need to fill the car up. Oh, yeah. And you need to pay your rego. And what's half your fucking rego? Tax. Road tax, car tax, environment tax, and a paying your tax fee. And then you need to fill up on fuel, and half of that's fucking tax.
Of course, if not more than half.
Yep. And then you get to the fucking grocery store, and and damn near everything's fucking taxed again. It's like, in one fucking grocery trip, you get taxed like 17 fucking times. And that's not even counting per fucking item.
And, you see why I beat a 1? Bleach brand big bronze condoms. Trademarked.
Uh, Billy's telling us about the condoms he used to get for his boyfriend. Not interested, Billy. Really don't want to talk about you guys' dicks. May have noticed we aren't into that here.
That's right. Disco's not here to scold us anymore.
Well, Disco's the only one who even tolerates dicks other than her own.
Captive.
Like I keep saying, the only penis involved in any sexual encounter should be mine. And Monkey is still taking donations for his dick tattoo.
Oh, well.
Which I don't want to see the evidence of, so I'm going to need Disco to check and report back.
Yep. That's all on Disco.
Dear. Right. Speaking of tiny penises, what were you saying about Biden?
Oh, wow. Good old limp dick Biden.
Well, and that's until he sniffs those kiddos.
Wow. That's the only way he isn't.
Yeah, Garb says, Disco busy then, got herself a new job or a new boy toy to play with. Yeah, she's busy playing with her boy toy, probably. Or talking to her boy toy, or playing games with her boy toy. One of the things. Sadly, she got a better offer than hanging out with us weirdos.
Yep.
Which is a
That'll
shame.
change someday. Hopefully in a positive direction, though.
Yes. Well, when the newness wears off, hopefully things are still going great, but once the newness wears off, maybe she'll have more time for us. But she's just having a good time, which is entirely acceptable. She's off being happy, which just makes me jealous and annoyed. How dare you be happy when we're sitting here alone and miserable?
That's right. Enjoying life. What's that all about?
Vice is like, I don't think a man would be happy about that. Well, he can fucking check. I don't care who does, as long as it's not me.
Shit.
Oh dear. See, Billy, it's all your fault. Right.
I mean, isn't it always?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to look at this one super quickly. Yes, Steve on the police actually happened.
Oh, lovely.
I can't believe people are fucking claiming it didn't. There's nothing really much to say about this other than speaking of gaslighting.
I mean, did you see the little clip from Corinne Jean-Pierre about? Oh no, he's only talking about those radicals, not half the country.
Would those radicals be the MAGA Republicans? You know, half the country.
Yes, surprising.
Yeah. It's like I don't think Disco would be particularly happy about that one. I just don't see what the complaining is all about.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know. Fucking Monkey can pay someone to tell us what happened to his penis. I don't care.
What if he just hires someone who says, "Yes, I've seen it," and it's a lie?
As long as he pays them $2,000.
I think we ought to make Trim suffer and have to, draw art of the art.
Yeah. Our student says they're right. Defund the Popo didn't happen. Biology did. Well, both happened. It depends whether you're a more mainstream lefty or an absolutely insane progressive. Because they did both. They were saying both. And we all know that defund the police actually meant abolish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Trim has volunteered to check the penis for us for a lot of money.
All right. We will need that as a fundraiser for chat then at some point.
Yes. Right, so we have the article where he talks about walking it back. Don't consider any Trump supporter a threat to the country. Are you suggesting that Trump supporting MAGA's Republicans aren't Trump supporters? And this is talking about people who call for use of violence and reject election results. We talking about Hillary again?
I mean, and Al Gore.
Yeah. People who call for use of violence. Would that be Antifa? What's
No,
that? You
no, it
didn't think
can't be.
about that?
They're sacred, holy
Yeah.
creatures.
Remind me how many white Republicans have committed terrorist attacks again, Biden? One? In how many years? Really? Fuck. So that's somehow not as bad as, oh, I don't know, a bunch of retarded fucking leftists just over the fucking, a couple of days ago, shooting a guy in a car and then killing one of their own fucking foot soldiers.
Strange that. It's like they have this propensity towards violence.
It's almost as if that's common with insane communists who hold no value to human life.
Mm-hmm. But no, we can't speak of those things here because they're sacred. They're lovely, beautiful creatures.
He changed tone and defended Trump votes. He said the 74 million people who voted for Trump weren't voting for attacking the Capitol. They weren't voting for overruling the election. Well, no, because that all happened before then, you stupid fucking retard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a Today article, so yeah, I'm not shocked, sadly.
Mm-hmm. So dumb, like, fuck me dead. How stupid do you have to... Oh, the Trump had comments. If you look at the words and meaning of the awkward and angry Biden speech tonight, he threatened America, including with the possible use of military force. He must be insane or suffering from late-stage dementia. How about both and he's evil?
I mean, yes. Yeah. What a time to be alive.
And then he said, someone should explain to Pedo Pete, slowly but passionately, that MAGA means as powerfully as mere words can get, make America great again. If he doesn't want to make America great again, which through words, action, and thought he doesn't, then he certainly should not be representing the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
That's far more coherent than anything Biden's ever said.
Well, that doesn't take much effort.
Yeah, violence is life, says he's talking about those active in politics, those of us who took up school board positions, voting precinct positions, like office, etc. He did also mean voters, but now he's got to obfuscate.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just... I've got my trust well rather empty anymore.
Oh, dear. So dumb. So fucking dumb.
Had and I know people hate the whataboutism, but if you reverse this for anyone on the Republicans versus the Democrats.
You mean like saying peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, let's launch an investigation. Whoops.
Yeah, funny that. Oh yeah, and while we're at it, you know those documents the FBI said you could have? They're going to seize those and accuse you of being, I don't know, something. Orange Man bad.
Yes, because, that's the only answer here.
Trim says, is there enough left in Sponge Brain to be evil anymore? Well, it was evil before he went retarded. So I assume that I assume that the walking corpse is still evil, even if the puppeteers surrounding it have drained the life out of it.
I mean, let's be honest here. Biden has always been a vindictive son of a bitch. It's just he's not able to use the quote unquote charm he used to laugh things off. And
yes.
I don't think I've been following Biden in one form or another since probably 91 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had a relative who named their cat after the Clarence Thomas accuser.
Oh,
And so I was exposed early on to that, and it's like, oh, Biden's a bastard. And yeah, I've only had that reinforced ever since.
Sounds about right. So, let's see, what's up next? Yes, just some funny stupidity. Another ship got stuck in the Suez Canal. Oh dear. Fortunately, a couple of tugs were able to drag it clear. But still. What a fucking up.
I mean, that just how many times is that now? Like 2 in the last 2 years?
Has it even been a year since the Ever
Maybe
Given?
not. It's been fairly recent though, that's for sure.
I swear it was this year. Um,
'Cause I thought it was like, I don't know, maybe December.
fuck me, that feels like it feels far more recent than that. I mean, it's possible.
Hmm.
Who would know? Hold on, I just need to get fucking Google to give me news reports from more than a week ago.
Good luck with that.
March.
Night trim.
Fuck me. Yeah, March.
Oh, damn. That's much more recent than I expected.
Yeah. Okay, so we mentioned how New York's a bunch of cluster. Have you heard what that they're? So not only are they going to violate your constitutional rights again and knowingly this time, they've actually decided to go even worse than we could have predicted.
Okay, I'll bite. They're going to basically start no-knock raiding.
Yes, literally.
Oh, look at that.
The city will do door-to-door checks on concealed carry permit holders. Why?
Wow.
Also, isn't that a registry?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Having a gun is not a way to keep a city safe. Right. Why do the police have them?
Yeah. God. And New York is just making itself openly into a shithole.
God, I love not the bee. Tell that to Eli freaking Dickens. 15 seconds to end a fucking mass shooting.
Yep.
Yeah. Criminals have been carrying guns in New York since the city was founded. No shit. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Literally, a gunman opened fire on a crowd in New York City subway this morning, and he may have tried to blow the train. Funny how criminals have tend not to give a shit about the law.
Law? I mean, what?
Student of history says, get a warrant, Porky.
Yeah.
That should be the appropriate answer. Sack my fourth slam. No, actually, it needs to be more specific than that because you need
to say it. Fuck New York.
Yes, but anyone who's still trapped there, who is a good person, should open their door and go, the Fourth Amendment says you can go fuck yourselves. Also, get the fuck off of my property, you're trespassing.
It would be kind of amusing to get kind of a cross-jurisdictional problem going on for these cops.
Oh god, wouldn't it? You like get the sheriff to show up and fucking arrest them.
Yeah, or call the Port Authority cops if you're just like right on the edge if some other department's raiding you. Like, oh, there's somebody breaking in.
Just call 911. Chances are you might get a different fucking jurisdiction or just dispatch.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
There's some guys in my front yard with guns and they're trying to get in. They keep saying that they want to get in. They keep demanding I open the door. They're threatening me. Billy says you need to have contacts with someone and police or someone in the local government permit in Europe. Not anymore. Supreme Court fixed that. But they're going to have to fix it again when these stupid, oh, you can't have it in sensitive areas bullshit gets through.
That's just... I would expect nothing less.
But yeah, good old big dick black man himself's going to have to slap New York down again.
Clarence Thomas, what would this country be without you?
Mm-hmm.
how Eric reads the Constitution. So it's probably something like.
Oh, here we go. So he said, I think those are the same skills that's going to be used to look at not only social media, but also knocking our neighbours' doors, speaking to people, finding out who this individual is that we are about to allow to carry a firearm in our city. Holy fuck. Background
Yeah,
checks.
that's not invasive.
Yeah, background checks will now require applicants to sit down for an in-person interview, submit 4 character references. 4 character references? I need less than that in Australia.
Good God Almighty.
A list of former and current social media accounts spanning the prior 3 years, and disclose the names of their spouse or any other adults living in their home. That's unconstitutional.
Yep.
Like
on multiple levels. That's
like,
not just
let's ignore the second.
And...
Yeah, like you cannot ask who's in the fucking house.
I wish I could say I was shocked, but I'm just not anymore.
Yep. Permit renewals will also now be required every 3 years instead of 5 years under the formula. Yeah, and I bet they're going to go through this bullshit every 3 years too. It is literally easier to get a gun in Australia than in New York.
Hell, it's probably easier to get a gun in England than it is New York.
I'm pretty sure you don't need 4 character references. Or your social media accounts. Also, how would they know if you lied? Yes, here is my Facebook account under my real name. Bezic1000 on Twitter, no idea who he is. Never heard of him before. Jesus fucking Christ. Biden on the Iron Throne.
It should be like rifles. the Depends throne, but yeah.
So, speaking of, Google has released details on how it will combat misinformation and advance the midterm elections. If a Republican says it's misinformation, it will be banned. If a Democrat says it must be the truth, and it will be accelerated to the top.
That sounds about right.
And that's about all we need. Oh, and they're like, you lied to me. See the moment attorney catches Alex Jones in a contradiction. No, he didn't. That's going to be the one where they're talking about that stupid fucking phone.
Oh, God.
Speaking of combating misinformation, remember how we've been talking about how DuckDuckGo has been rapidly declining?
Mm-hmm.
So,
what if they shit the bed over this time?
Well, just to catch everyone up, first, they decided that they were going to de-rank health misinformation. Then they decided they were going to double down and de-rank some other shit. Then they refused to apologise for it and say it was a good thing. Then something else happened. Oh, and now they're going to track you. You know, the one fucking thing that they promised not to do. The one thing that there were 2 things that got them any market share at all. Because their search engine is dog shit. Google's is far better. Bing is fucking better. It's just that they didn't de-rank shit based on politics and they didn't track you. Well, now they're de-ranking shit based on politics and they're going to fucking track you.
You know, even with the problems, you know, and whatnot that the Brave browser searches do, it's still nothing as shitty as this.
No. Like, fuck me sideways.
God.
List of alternative better search engines, please. Go to a local garage sale and buy any encyclopedia you can find older than 2000.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, no, there's no modern search engine that you can actually trust. Like, Brave's better than most. Like, Yandex can probably get you more fucking truth than some of these. But no, if you actually want to know the truth, hard copy.
Yep. And honestly, there's no excuse to not have.
Which is also why we need to bring back newspapers.
Yes.
Yes. UCYB1 says, isn't DuckDuckGo indirectly owned by Google? I have no idea, But considering how fucked in the head they're going, they might as well be.
Yep. I mean, yeah, I just have such little trust for these people anymore.
Billy says, what would you use for the default? I just use Google, because they're technically more competent than all the others. And since everyone's fucking lying to us, what difference does it fucking make where you go? Like,
yeah,
if I can't get information about certain health concerns, if I can't get information about politics, if I can't get information about technology, well, fuck. Anywhere. What fucking difference does it make if I use Google? At least on Google, I can still find out how much the fucking government charges for a license. Because DuckDuckGo was always dog shit.
Yeah, and that was on its good days.
Yeah. But its only advantage was that it didn't track you, and it didn't filter based on politics. But they've thrown both those out of the window, so there's no fucking point. And if you don't, just use Google as the fucking default. You're getting tracked anywhere online anyway. Just use fucking Google, and then if you want something else, then go to the other ones. You know, go find Brave, go find fucking Yandex or something. But there's no point using something else as a different default, because chances are the shit you're looking up is just normal shit.
Yep, and yeah, that's kind of the weird thing. It's like, if you're going down those kinds of rabbit holes, you probably want to use Tor or something anyway.
Exactly.
So. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I just find it very bothersome that we're in an era where people have to be that concerned about how their searches are being tabulated and whatnot.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have to be that way.
And that's the thing, like, I use Brave at the moment because they're not Google specifically, like, but the problem is, unless you are actively, unless you are going out, buying a Raspberry Pi, and then wiping it at the end of every fucking day, running the hard drive through a fucking data deleter, and then connecting to a different fucking Wi-Fi network after you reinstall Windows, or, well, some Linux distro, actually, the next fucking day, you're getting tracked. So you're always going to get tracked. You might as well decide how much tracking is worth the convenience. Like, I've got fucking Google Home Automation bullshit. I know that every shit's getting tracked. I know that they're fucking scum, but sometimes when you fall over in bed and then go, oh fuck, the light's still on, sometimes it's worth it.
Well, see, that's when you just sleep with the light on.
Yeah. Billy's like, there are other methods to ensure upset. Yeah, and
but
all of them involve completely wiping shit.
Yeah.
That involves using, like, the Tor browser and saving nothing. That involves having, like, it's at such a point where it takes like half an hour to get your fucking computer to go from your computer boot after your computer boots to actually being able to use shit. At which point it's like, fuck it, I don't care.
Yep.
Like, the easiest thing for OPSEC, get a Raspberry Pi, get a fucking USB stick, get some Linux distro, and go to the fucking McDonald's and do your shit on Tor from there.
Yep. But yeah, it's one of those. It really depends on what you're trying to do, because I think most people can get away with just using a VPN.
Yeah.
For most normal things.
Yeah. And hell, for a lot of stuff these days, you don't even need the VPN, but it does help.
Oh yeah.
But like for most shit, your HTTPS protects you from the government.
Yep.
But like, you if you use YouTube, they learn about you. If you use anything, they learn about you. Like, the website I'm on now. If I drag down uBlock Origin, I am connected to Discus, fonts.google APIs, GGPHT, that's Google, not Google again, GStack, more Google APIs, Twitter APIs, more YouTube shit, and something else. On this one fucking thing. And God knows how much other bullshit would be loaded if it wasn't already getting turned off. And then there's the shit that Brave is blocking by default.
Yeah.
Like, Brave's blocking 10 trackers and ads on this one fucking site. Like, most of your OPSEC can be solved with a non-scummy browser and uBlock. And maybe something else. Unless you're actively trying to run a resistance cell, you're pretty much fine.
Yeah. And if you're trying to do that, I mean, and you're still relying on these sorts of things, you probably want to reconsider your life.
Like, there's a like fucking the terror attacks in London were organised on fucking Facebook Messenger, for fuck's sake.
I'm not shocked.
Like, if you want to be secure, get yourself some GPG, generate a kit, get yourself an air-gapped computer and a USB. Run and put some Linux distro on either the USB or probably the USB. Boot from the USB. Run your GPG shit. Make your message on there and encrypt it. Then transfer only the encrypted file to an actual computer, and then burn the USB.
Yeah.
And Base says Tor isn't secure, it's a failed project. Yeah, if they really want you, they can get you through Tor. Like, best it can do is disperse your shit a bit more. And he says, plus you're
and
ironically attracting more attention to yourself. Oh, fuck yeah. Never use Tor if you're not already on a VPN, like, ever.
Yep.
Like, just straight up start with the VPN.
Yep.
But
which,
of
most
course,
fun thing...
attracts some attention to you because your traffic's fucking encrypted.
Exactly. And
which is why you should encourage everyone to use a VPN. Because, if I've got nothing to hide, I've got nothing to fear. No, mate, encrypt all your bullshit so that you are just hiding through noise volume alone the people with things to hide.
Yep. And let's be honest. If you're going down some weird paths and whatnot, you probably don't want to be on the internet anyway.
And you sure as shit don't want to be using a computer you own. Like I said, if you really want to be looking up weird shit on the internet, you need a VPN, and you need a Raspberry Pi, and you need a free public Wi-Fi. Problem with free public Wi-Fi, cameras. But hopefully the VPN will stop you from attracting too much attention.
You would hope. Oddly enough, a lot of the stuff people would probably want to be looking up, you can just find books in your library that you could probably use for a lot of that.
Like, well, that's the thing. The only thing you'd theoretically need the internet for is communications. Because everything else you need to know, there's books.
Yep.
Oh, yes, there's also this lovely thing called patents. Do you know what's patented? All the things the government doesn't want you to have.
Yep.
Out Testicular says, cameras, mask up, and wear a hat. Make sure the mask covers your ears a bit. Speaking of another reason that masks for mandates were fucking awful. Congratulations. Now every government on Earth has a 2-year supply of all the facial recognition they need. Like, Google, Apple can unlock your fucking iPhone with Face ID when you're wearing a pissing mask. Which tells you that therefore the government has everything they need to identify you from your eyes and your just generic shape, rather than the actual details.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a dark path that we've started down on, and not by choice.
Like, you want to hide your identity. Like, go learn yourself some CIA fucking tradecraft and some makeup skills and start making yourself latex fucking masks.
Yeah.
Or just transition.
Well, I mean, then you're a protected citizen anyway. So.
Yes.
This is true.
Unless you disagree, in which case then they'll just slowly shuffle you out the back.
Well, they'll just dead name you and throw you out.
Oh, what hell, what horror.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt be cast out, vile disagreeer.
Thou shalt be castrated or cast away.
Yeah. Oh, that castrated away. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was having a short conversation with Violence in the chat. Violence said, if you are Chinese and look up Tiananmen Square massacre while at a U.S. college, she ended it with an ellipsis. And I said, one of your Chinese classmates tells you to stop? And she asked, is it true that they spy on each other? Yeah.
Well, that's why Five Eyes and whatever exist, because technically you're not allowed to spy on your own citizens, but there's nothing wrong with going to the Americans and going, hey, you're spying on us anyway, we know because we're spying on you. What do you say we just give each other the data sets? And then technically we're not the ones doing the spying, and that's totally legal.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's just. I'm just constantly at this inflection point of I just don't want to be messed with anymore, but I don't want to have to go through all the extraordinary measures that you have to.
Yeah.
And that's a terrible thing.
How is it an extremist right-wing fascist Nazi position to just want to be left the fuck alone?
Yeah, I've never understood that.
I don't know. It's the cause of justice. Apparently, everyone has to suffer.
Ah, yes. All hail justice.
Yes, justice can kiss my. Never mind.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. The violence has had an interesting life, it seems.
Yes. Violence's husband, in any case.
Yeah. Well, yeah. One in, all in kind of thing.
Yeah. Crap. What was I thinking? I had an idea, and now it's gone. I had that.
You're having a Biden moment, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Well, here, we'll tell you what you're supposed to remember. Well, you remember when you were going to be sending all of us large amounts of money? Yeah, it's happening.
Sounds about right. What was Adam? What did you say? Just a bit ago.
Oh, we were trying to remind Biden, or you in your Biden moment, of things you should say.
Before that, you
I leaned over to them. Oh,
fucking hell!
God, that was so long ago.
Speaking of Biden moments,
I was talking about the Chinese students.
it was after that, but anyway, it's fine. Yeah, basically, fuck Leon. Leave us the fuck alone.
Oh yes, okay. Yeah, I was saying how it's very weird that the. I was probably just agreeing. My God, my language today. Agreeing with Bleach that it's weird that people who just want to be left alone are suddenly being seen as trolling, tyrannical Nazi types.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what it was. Yes, something. They're doing it for justice. No, they're not doing it for justice. They're doing it for safety. That was my point.
Yeah.
Well,
It's nothing to do with justice. It's all about safety, or rather the illusion of safety. They would, for example, New York, they'd rather think they were safe than actually have the means to keep themselves safe. See, all Democrats.
Yeah. The security blanket of the state.
Yep, those who would Sacrifice liberty for safety deserve neither.
Why, that's hate speech.
Good. I hate Biden.
Is that Washington?
Right.
Mm.
So,
Lee Blogs points out wanting to be left alone makes you an enemy of the state.
it's about right.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, which
that's
is
kinda where
entirely
we're
the
at
state's
anymore.
fault. Right, so how about something a little less serious but significantly more retarded? And
That sounds like a good time.
so we're going to go all 1984 and do some newspeak. Is it time we ditch the word gardening?
What?
Okay, we'll replace it with N-wording in the cotton fields. How's that work for you?
This is just absolutely mind-boggling.
Are you really all that surprised, though, Bleach? I mean, hiking is white supremacist.
The term might
yeah.
seem inoffensive, but it's loaded with cultural baggage. From fucking who? And what do you mean might seem inoffensive? It is inoffensive, you fucking retard. You've literally gone through the fucking dictionary and looking up etymologies and Googling random fucking words and black people good, white people bad, and seeing what fucking lands.
Ah, this is just...
Okay, so basically he starts off talking about how he's a fuckwit.
Well, that's not surprising.
What? Where in the fuck? What are you even talking about, you bellend? Blah, 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 blah. Like, these younger plant geeks generally don't consume traditional gardening media, rarely visit the major shows and develop their own horticultural norms and culture in a few short years. Yeah, well done. They're influenced by... They're new age hippies. Fuck off.
Hippies.
The words gardener and gardening feature rarely on these accounts, which are ironically are all about gardening. Yes, because they're... because it's plant daddy, plant parenthood, crazy plant lady, and urban farmer. Yes, that's right, because gardener is a job. And these people are either young millennials or Zoomers with no skills, no life, no values, and nothing to look forward to. Oh, and they hate themselves and the planet and humanity, and they refuse to have kids, so they need something to fill the gaping hole where... No, I'm not going to finish that. They need something to fill their souls that would normally be filled...
What souls?
Exactly. But they've ripped their souls out, and now they've got this emptiness inside them that riddles them with depression and insecurity all day because they're pathetic fucking losers, and they need to come up with something. So what do? They replace what would normally be a loving wife, children, and dog with fucking plants.
Yeah. These people just need to go away.
Yeah, so, Bezic, you mentioned the etymology of gardening, so I thought, I'll look that up, and of course I had to go to the root word garden.
Is it older than white people being aware that Africa existed?
Late 12th century in surnames.
So, yes.
Old Saxon, Old Frisian, Old English, the farthest back I can find, I think there was a Vulgar Latin. Hortus Gardinus, which meant enclosed garden. So the word gardening has always meant garden.
So it's literally older than English.
It's older than Jesus.
As a scientist, no. Who studies our cultural relationship with plants? No, you fuckwit. We don't have cultural relationships with plants, you absolute spastic. I'd argue that what can seem like generic terms to the initiated actually come loaded with cultural baggage. And I would argue that you're a fucking idiot, and I've got far more for me. Going for me.
I mean, these people that want to manipulate language like this, just... Not only are they disgusting, but they're also... They're not even midwits, or nitwits. They're just witless.
They're absolute dumbasses.
Blackwits.
See, this is what lowering standards in schools gets you. These retards can actually graduate things like this absolute fucking-knuckle says, despite having worked in the horticultural industry for almost 2 decades as a trained botanist, even I am rarely called a proper gardener when I attend horticultural event. Yes, you retard, because a gardener gardens, and a botanist sits there and jacks himself off. Botanists are useless. Gardeners actually work. Gardeners are blue-collar workers. You fucking spazoid. You are a white-collar retard. A gardener works for a living. Gardeners go out to the garden and then they garden, because a garden is an improper noun and it's also a verb. And I know this because I paid attention at least once in English.
Well, that was your mistake.
Yeah.
But yes, you're not called a proper gardener because you don't do any gardening, you fucking spastic. Like, fuck me dead. It's like a house painter asking why they're not called an artist. Because they don't do art. Like, fucking Jesus Christ. Holy fucking shit.
These people are just... They're experts in search of a field to dominate and denigrate.
Yes, and they're so fucking pathetic.
And they should be in search of a field to dig a shallow grave for themselves in.
This is the kind of retardation that got you, the communists killing the farmers, because I don't know, farming is work and work is anti-communist.
Yeah.
And then caused a massive famines that killed more people than fucking Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, this spastic, this absolute wong, is worse than Hitler.
Oh, I'm not gonna go that far, but he's definitely an idiot. Educated idiot, apparently.
Yeah. That's the most dangerous kind.
All right,
Yeah,
I can't help but wonder if it means...
You can go to college, you can graduate, but you can still be a complete dumbass.
He doesn't even actually tell us why he thinks he should ditch the term gardening. It's loaded with cultural baggage. Well, if it's allegedly loaded with cultural baggage, fucking tell us what it is. Where the fuck do you tell us why it's bad?
Does only white people hobby garden or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
isn't right either.
That's what's called hobby garden.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Do you see what I mean about replacing the gaping hole where their soul should be with fucking plants? Because they're pathetic, spineless, losers who couldn't even fucking keep a chicken alive, who are dumber than a goldfish.
These people just need to...
Billy says, just ignore these commie freaks. We did that for 40 fucking years, now they're running the place. Pay attention, Billy. They were in charge of the universities, they're in charge of the schools. They're fucking feeding Biden his bullshit, and they're the two fucking candidates for Prime Minister in the UK. We can't ignore them.
Yep. That's
we need to take the McCarthy approach.
And McCarthy did nothing wrong.
No, the only thing McCarthy did wrong is they didn't do hard going. Yeah, McCarthy didn't go far enough.
Yeah, McCarthy's biggest mistake was stopping.
Yeah. God.
Yeah, but he never actually tells us what the cultural baggage of the word gardening is. I think his complaint. His entire complaint is they come loaded with cultural baggage, in particular those appended by the word proper, which suggests an incredibly narrow way in which to garden, and even a narrower sense of just who is allowed to participate. Despite having worked in the horticultural industry for almost 2 years as a trained botanist, even I am rarely called a proper gardener. Yes, because you've never gardened in your life. Botanists don't garden, therefore they can't be gardeners.
Wait, is this guy experiencing a degree of jealousy over not being called a gardener? And he's got a scientific background?
Well, I don't know if I'd call it scientific.
So
but
well, fair enough.
He has a
Is this
professional...
like the equivalent of penis envy?
Yes. It's penis envy over people who actually work. For example, this guy literally wants to abolish the term gardening because he's so fucking useless at anything that he's never touched dirt. Listen, you stupid cunt. Go outside and touch some fucking grass. Maybe then people will call you a gardener.
Touch it instead of smoking it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this guy sounds like the type that would like fondle and molest the grass.
Oh. No, he'd be a pedophile, but the kids are too quick. You know, because he spent his entire life on fucking soy and grass.
This guy's a dendrophile.
Oof.
It's in the trees.
He's like, oh, that looks like a hot pine knot. I might as well get some my sap in there.
Literally, his entire problem is that he rocks up at these places and goes, I'm a gardener. Oh, what do you do? Well, I'm a botanist in this place, and in this air-conditioned white room, and they're like, you're not a proper gardener. It's like, yeah, mommy.
You were mean to me. Yeah.
Listen, in order to be a proper gardener, you have to go to the garden.
Yep.
Like you have to be out. You have to be outside in the sun. You have to see grass and the sun at the same fucking time, and not through a sheet of glass. I'm sorry, if you water the office plastic fern, that doesn't make you a gardener.
That's my sole purpose in life.
I'm laughing so hard because I had a coworker who used to do that every day.
Al says he's into dryad porn. Prime says hot speakers in your area. And of course, Art says an info for nymphs. See, you're all making a critical mistake there. They're far too human.
He's got a thing for ents.
Right. Let's see who this fucking spazoid is when he's not molesting plants in a laboratory.
So this guy is in... Wait, hold on. He's into vegetables. So therefore, he's a Biden-phile.
You know what the hardest part of the vegetable is to eat, right?
The wheelchair.
It's actually the hospital bed here.
Oh, dear. Theodore Penix says, like, there's no shame in being a plant scientist, which is what a botanist is, but it's not gardening. Well, true, there's no shame in being a plant scientist, but this guy's a...
He's a shameful plant scientist.
We can't use the word scientist. He's a botophile.
He's got an inferiority complex.
He's got an inferiority complex over people that have actually smelt dirt this year. Theodore says, for one, gardening is a recreational, leisure, and artistic endeavor. Actually, not entirely true. Gardening is a profession. It can be, but gardening is actually a profession.
Yep.
Take Buckingham Palace, for example. You see all those things inside that aren't made out of stone, rock, and concrete? You know, the green bits? Those are maintained by professional gardeners. Like, gardening as a profession is older than fucking botany.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's
by millennia.
The second oldest profession.
Well, the oldest profession is fishing. The second oldest profession is prostitution. Then you've, like, a million years later, you get farming.
All right, fair.
But yeah, for like you've got your casual gardeners. Like, everyone knows the little old lady who spends all day in her fucking garden gardening. She's a gardener. She's a amateur gardener. She might be a brilliant one, but there are also professional gardeners. And yes, there is some artisticness to it. But
well, I mean, you look at the classic Victorian and Regency era gardens. That is definitely something that an artisan did.
That's it. Who do they think sculpts? What are they? Fucking hedge statues. Yeah. It's not an arborist. It's not a landscaper either. For the most part, it's a gardener. Actually, I think the difference there is that a gardener is employed on the place that he maintains, as far as is relevant. But landscapers
Yes.
are not gardeners.
Landscapers are just kind of generic laborers, from my understanding.
Even the professional ones, like the guy at the top of it, landscaping is one-off. Gardening is continuous. The gardener's the guy that's out there weeding. The gardener's the guy out there selectively cutting branches, selectively trimming flowers, all that bullshit. That's gardening. A landscaper comes in, moves some rocks, lays some gravel, digs a hole.
Yep.
Prime Knight says groundskeepers. Groundskeepers don't play with plants, traditionally. Groundskeepers actually maintain animals. Wild animals, I believe.
Yep. And the general grounds as well.
Yes. But I'm
Hence
pretty
the name.
sure that the groundskeepers, traditionally...
I
is
think you're
older than
probably
that.
right. It was more about maintaining the animal population for the king to hunt.
I'm certain... Yeah, that the article just talks about the modern shit. That's not helpful.
No, I think that's gameskeepers.
Gameskeeper, sorry, yeah, you're
Oh,
right.
maybe. But groundskeeping, it's different
All I
to
know is
gardening.
animal husbandry doesn't mean anything like it sounds.
Oh, yeah, well...
Unless you're Vosh.
Wikipedia
Fair
says gardener. A
Or the big
gardener
brown
is someone
buffalo.
who practices gardening, either professionally or as a hobby. Which is why he's not a gardener, because you need to practice gardening to be a gardener. Go touch a plant!
No, not that way.
Like, he can fuck a plant if he wants to, but at least do something with it. What is the etymology of groundskeeper? Because I'm certain that it's different to gardener. Let me have a Google. Fucking dictionary. It's from grounds plus keeper.
Shit.
Bum bum bum.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay,
And then today on Dictionary Explorer.
They filed under no shit Sherlock.
Yeah. Okay, so they define as someone who takes care of the upkeep of grounds, including gardens, a playing field, woodlands, etc. Woodlands, that's what I was thinking of.
Ah.
So, traditionally, I think a groundskeeper might have employed gardeners. Because you know how in the older, like Victorian and pre-Victorian, there were tiers of servants?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure the gardeners would have worked for the groundskeeper who would have worked for someone.
Let's see. Yeah, groundskeeper would have been kind of the managerial level. And then they would only answer to, depending on the home, kind of the head butler or the actual family themselves.
Yeah, like, the head butler, like, when people say butlers nowadays, they think of what's his nuts from the nanny.
The valet. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, like more of a valet. Like, butlers are actually management.
Yeah.
They do
yeah,
serve the Lord personally, but a lot of their like, it's going to be the butler who serves the master personally. But a lot of the time, he's going to be smacking around other servants, getting them to actually do shit.
Yep.
That's why I say I want a Batman, not a butler.
Well, I could use a coachman.
I mean, although the question becomes, are you going to make him introduce himself by saying I'm Batman?
Yo, fuck yeah!
Yeah.
Not only that, but if I have a firstborn son, I'm naming him Gotham. So that in the middle of the night when he starts crying as a baby, my wife can roll over, look at me, and go, "Gotham needs you," and I'm gone.
Right, here we
to
go.
the store to get cigarettes.
Here we go. This is completely and utterly irrelevant, but it's what we learn shit here. Oh, as Violence of
Sorry,
Life
folks, not
points
only do
out,
we blackpill you, we make you educated.
Violence of Life
Yeah.
says groundskeeper Willie, for example. Also, Hagrid is a groundskeeper, but he's not a gardener. Actually, he might do gardening. He does not fast.
One hell of a cool dog.
Yes, I like his dog, Fluffy.
That's
Right.
almost as entertaining as learning the translation of Kerberos in Greek. It means spot.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So, Regency servants, keepers of the grounds. Let's see what we have. Groundskeepers. Landscape architects, master guards are in high demand, esteemed and very well paid. Blah 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 blah. All the groundsmen from the boss on down were far more than simple gardeners. There wasn't a single chore from cutting the grass to erecting an elaborate structure to clearing the paths of debris that they weren't responsible for and prodigiously skilled at. Above all, be assured that these men and women allegedly perfected their art with passion, blah 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 blah. But yes, so it seems that groundskeepers do gardening, but it's more of a subset of their job, where gardeners specifically garden, where a groundskeeper will do more of it.
Fair.
Seems to be the difference.
Did I hear the word passion in there somewhere?
They really like their plants.
Maybe a little too much.
The reason I ask is because the guy with the inferiority complex clearly has no passion for what he does.
No, he's just a half-wit. Like, dude, in order to be called a gardener, you have to at least like going outside. Well, tolerate it. Let's see some of the other articles this half-wit has written. Grow healthy plants with no need for feed. Clever use of water in the garden saves untold time and effort. Wonderwalls, how to make the most of leafy climbers. Top tips for keeping your pond pristine. Passion flowers you'll fall madly in love with. The huge appeal of tiny alpines.
Yeah, we know his problem. He's got a tiny alpine.
Do you guys have generic home improvement shows where, like, one guy will do some some basic carpentry, someone else will do some interior decorating, someone will do some gardening?
Yeah.
Right.
Not usually on the same show, but yeah.
Well, in Australia, we've actually got a couple of shows that combine all of them, because maybe you don't have a half hour to dedicate to that. Maybe you want to see 10 minutes on each. But crucially,
that's cool. The
people doing the gardening segment pick up plants and then put them in the ground. I know this is a fucking mad idea.
What?
But the people
don't speak these heresies.
the people
cease this blasphemy now.
The people they call the gardening expert garden.
Madness, sheer madness.
Oh my lord! What a half-wit.
No,
quarter wit.
Oh god, that's even too generous. I say lack-wit at best.
Yeah, absolute fucking mong.
Yeah.
Notice how none of these photos actually show him gardening.
I just have to go back there. That was Mog, just absolutely brilliant.
Well, why do you think I picked that word? So let's see the fuckhead's Twitter.
What must we?
Botanist, science writer and broadcaster, lives with 500 houseplants.
Lives with, not cares for, lives with.
Gardens are outside by definition.
Oh god, I think I'm broken.
Here we go.
Wait.
Douglas Murray called him out. High time, I'm sure, because racism on his icon. He's like, the article doesn't mention race or racism once, and it's actually about how young gardeners engage in horticulture in different ways. I wonder how differently the same article would be received if it was written by a guy named White. Yeah, we'd assume he was a leftist fuckwit too. Imagine being this stupid.
I'd rather not. That just seems painful.
So Kingdom is like, so this guy's basically a male version of poison ivy. No, poison ivy actually touches plants. Oh, and is useful. For looking at.
Yes.
But
I suspect the guy named White would have actually gone outdoors.
Probably.
Yeah, here's someone. I really don't get this. What on earth is offensive about the word gardening? Surely lockdown resulted in younger people discovering the joys of growing and tending plants. What word or phrase could be used to make it more inclusive? And I call it N-wording in the cotton fields.
It's inclusive.
This fuckwit is like,
It
let me
should
get
be.
more young people into gardening. Are you calling me racist? Listen, you fuckhead, that's not going to get more people into gardening.
Also, Kingdom, this guy is not a male version of Poison Ivy, because you will notice that Poison Ivy actually went outside and touched grass.
Yep. Look at this. He's like, they might as well say that guy holding a spade has slanty eyes get him.
Why
He actually used the
not?
word spade? My God.
Firstly, have you ever touched a spade?
Probably he has.
I'm willing to bet there was a glory hole involved.
And,
I
and he's
can't see
literally
him,
sitting here whining.
Yeah. What a... it's
I will give him
absolute
this, though.
joke.
The grift is strong, because he's getting paid to write this.
I mean, fair, but...
Yeah, but we've established that talent is the exact opposite of what the Guardian's looking for.
Yeah.
Student history says
Yeah.
proof that going outside and touching plants doesn't fix everything. There's still no evidence he goes outside. That's my...
I think this guy's just got a degree and he just goes and, like, strokes the plants from time to time.
Well, like, look again, he's like, gosh, predictably a TV shock jock is furious about my gardening column on the changing terminology Gen Z is using for growing plants. Oh yeah, because Gen Z should be fucking followed in any way, shape or form.
That's quite the firm stem you have there, Miss Tulip.
And he keeps using gardening in all his things. You're an idiot.
Why? Not a gardener.
Yes.
Alright,
Because
good,
gardening requires you to
but
actually touch
you
a garden.
aren't actually a gardener. Yeah.
Now he's like, me, young gardeners seem to find euphemisms for the term gardening. I wonder why that might be. Maybe it's a cultural thing. I hope we don't stop using the term. You literally did not say that, you fucking spastic. You lying sack
wrote
of
that article.
shit.
What's the timeline here? Because that's August 29th he posted that.
The article is from 28th. So I've seen they're going,
The day before.
he's saying they're going, I baited people by making things be about cultural imperialism, and I'm totally not the race baiting sack of shit.
Uh-huh.
You see why Abita One says his title should be Plant Stroker and Soy Expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, look at this fuckhead. He's like, I'm really quite jealous of trolls. If it comes on gardening terminology, what makes them incandescent with rage, they must live lives totally cushioned from gaspers, polluted rivers, and impending civil unrest. Racism is one hell of a drug. Says the privileged, but entirely white guy. Like, this guy's complaining that they're like, it's because I'm Asian, isn't it? You're whiter than I am. He doesn't look Asian. He looks like a bumble fucking spastic.
Yeah.
Just, nope.
Blogs, I was thinking the same thing, but yeah, no.
Yeah. Someone says, you're a pathetic race bait and clickbait merchant that everyone hates. And he's like, all white garden riders get this every day right. If they were race baiting Guardian hacks, yes.
Tristan Armstrong says he's Dean Cain tier Asian.
Oh, he's like the Talcum X of Asia.
Oh god. Yeah.
He's so phenomenally stupid. Because he's like, I love it when trolls link to news articles to correct me without knowing that I write them.
That should be a sign that you should
Write
probably
better.
stop either. Yeah. You see why I beat one cousin Richard Dolezal.
Because it's like, my question to plant lovers is, do we need to ditch the term gardening, or do we need to reclaim the word by demonstrating it to be more inclusive? I'm tempted to say the former, but rather hoping for the latter. He literally said that. Yeah, that's why they linked it to you, you spastic, because they're telling you to read the words you wrote, you fucking retard.
I wish
They're
I could say
literally pointing out that you're a
horrified,
dumbass.
but it's like this is the kind of guy who just goes through life, thinks he's so damn smart, and nobody corrects him, and when they do, he just
It's because I'm
self-bindings.
Asian, isn't it? No, you're whiter than I am. Shut up.
Mm-hmm. And hell, the chickens are whiter than he is.
The chickens are more human. That's for fucking sure.
No, yeah.
Violence is Life says we should call him the douche nozzles that uses the term imperialistic in replacing the word white.
I mean, not wrong.
Yeah.
God, he's an absolute fucking bellend. He's literally never posted a photo of him with plants. Oh, look, here he is. He's on a botanical road trip. Yes, to someone else's garden.
And he's still not touching anything.
If
Touch the green things!
Yeah, just
Probably
looking at him.
touch the plants as he is to touch that girl.
I mean, she would definitely slap him as hard as Poison Ivy would. And I don't mean the character, I mean the plant.
Yeah, but he's a full leftist tard. Imagine thinking the Chinese government was a good benchmark for race and employment relations. Because someone from GB News says, I don't suppose the Chinese and Russian Air Forces are thinking about diversity. Well done, you spastic. That's the point he was making. Also, maybe don't weaken your fucking Air Force. I'm going to call it cotton fielding. Fuck him.
Went to Holland.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, look, he's definitely a race-baiting spastic. And he's like, and to think, it's been barely a year since a horticultural bigwig told me that getting rid of immigrants like me was a good thing as it raised wages. Well, being furious, I implied that her views might be a little racist. Yeah, UK real pay falls by record 3% as job vacancies also decline. Listen, you fucking dumb cunt. That's because of COVID and inflation. And guess what happened immediately after Brexit? Wages went up. We can find articles on the Pissing Guardian.
Awami Davis there, the missing woman, has more agricultural experience in gardening than this guy probably
Look,
does.
here's another photo. I'm out in nature, honest. Yeah, I could Photoshop that in 5 minutes.
In front of a brook. Congratulations.
Yeah. Again, he's literally never fucking posting a picture of him and plants. Like, dude, can you at least take one photo of you with a plant? Oh, look, here he is.
Wait, there was someone pinching some
He's
sort of vegetation
retweeting
there,
some fucking they and them with their fat, disabled slob thing friend.
I identify as plant life.
Oh, God.
Like, where is the picture of him touching the plant? Oh, is he actually touching a plant? Is he touching a plant? No. He's leaning on the fucking ground. Come on, dude, touch a plant!
Something.
I mean, well, maybe not.
Touch a plant! Touch a fucking plant!
Yeah,
like, can you stop touching kids and touch a fucking plant? Look at him. Oh, it's because I'm Asian. You're white. You do not look Asian. Stop being a race-bang little shitbag.
I tan darker than him. Fuck off. I'm ginger.
Oh, well, I'm just passing. It's like, nobody cares.
At this point, I'm a weird basement-dwelling loser. And I'm fucking darker than he is. I haven't seen sunlight in a week.
Yeah. This guy looks like the gym bro who actually can't do anything.
There we go.
The weight.
He's retweeting Nish Kumar.
Looks like he
that tells us everything we need to fucking know.
Ugh.
Ish? Oh my. Anybody got any bread?
Don't feed the pigeons.
Oh, I'm not planning to feed them. Something to throw.
Look at him. Like, so we desperately need to cut immigration because we are so overpopulated, and also desperately need to increase our birth rate. The double-think is about Sal was the image choice by the Times. It's not double-think, you fuckhead. We've got too many of you. The problem is you, specifically. You need to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the fuck away.
We need to fuck off immigrants because they are of no value to the countries they move into. They suppress the wages. And, oh, why do we need kids? Because immigrants aren't born here, you fuckhead. Kind of the
Share
point.
the values, you know.
But crucially, you absolute fucking mong.
Hostile to the culture.
You absolute fucking... Here's the thing about children. They're not 30-year-old men pretending to be 12 and raping people.
It's sad that that's so true anymore.
Yeah. Exhumed Legume says, and since we're on a topic about plants, I think that's the very first comment we should acknowledge. He says, I'm Asian. And he's standing there with the average German face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when the spastics at Halifax decided that they'd put pronouns on everyone? This retard's like, I wonder if we could beam back to 2012 and tell the people replying to this that in 10 years they'd be publicly losing it over a bank telling name tags exactly how they would react. Well, they'd probably kill you because it's better for society.
Yeah.
And time travel is horrible and could break the universe.
Okay, where's the problem?
I mean,
I
at
live in
this
the
point,
universe.
I welcome the nuclear
I mean-
holocaust.
That makes one of us. I exist beyond
there's-
time and space.
If there's anything gingers are afraid of, it's having the sun even closer.
Right,
So
so
we'll just throw you into the black void.
we're back to June, and we have never seen a photo of this man
cool.
touching a plant.
Yep.
So there we go. They
Did he retweet the that spiral windmill of friendship?
yeah, he's whining about it because he's a fucking lefty loser. He's like he retweets James O'Brien. Professional attention seekers stooping ever lower in pursuit of clicks are one thing, but astonishing response from Council C, the Conservative leader, and the great blah 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 blah.
Professional attention seeker. Gee, could you project a little harder there, James?
I think he could.
Says the
Different
verified check mark with a fucking allegedly popular mid-morning show on, what's that, IBC? Shut up, you overprivileged white loser. These
What's
fucking
IBC?
rich...
Is that Australian or British?
It's British.
Ah, okay.
I'm thinking in his case it's like irritable bowel control or something.
Yeah.
I was
Wait,
thinking it was
wait, is that
Indonesian
him?
Broadcasting Corporation.
My God! He's
Still not
near a
touching the
planet!
I mean,
He's
Yeah, but
still
it's
not fucking
dangerous.
touching it, but...
Still have no proof that's his
Billy
hand
says
either.
it's LBC. Right, so LeBron's cock...
LBC, okay.
oh god. Ugh.
But yes,
Le
do
broken
you
cock.
notice how you're still inside? That's why they don't call you a propaganda, because you don't touch green things outside and get your pissing hands dirty. Now,
I mean,
kindly
it's-
go into the woods and roll in poison ivy, then get on a plane to Australia and roll in the Gimpy plant, and then do whatever the fuck you feel like, and I hope that it is slow and painful death.
Okay, at this point I have to stop you because I really need to have you explain why they call it Gimpy.
Because it's an indigenous word.
Does it make you gimpy?
I don't fucking... It's an indigenous
I mean-
word for something that doesn't matter.
It's
Okay.
yeah, but you touch it and your gimpy gets limpy.
Also, congratulations, Violence, for bringing another male into the world.
Oh, congratulations!
Have more females. In fact, better yet, can you go back in time about 30 years and convince everyone to have more girls? We need more girls in the world.
Well, we need more respectable girls.
Unironically, it's better for society when women outnumber men.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I could see
it
that.
makes things better for... Because remember, we're going back to my 3.5 hour diatribe on how everything's based on sex. When the men are getting some, they're less violent. Shocking shocking no man or any woman who's ever met one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That is extremely true.
Vice's life says
the
she,
bar I used to
she
bounce
has.
in was about 5 to 1.
Yeah, Vice's life says she has 3 girls. So, yeah, well, good job. Unfortunately, doesn't help any of us because we're not leftists.
Oof. True,
Obvious
but
shots
oof.
fired are obvious.
But our future children appreciate your effort. Hopefully future children. Right, speaking of the
good
people
God.
who aren't having children, well, firstly, it's a blue-haired lesbian.
You get a cleft nose.
Being
And-
dropped as a baby, I believe.
And why do they
Force
look like they could
slip.
be siblings?
I mean, they're lesbians. How are we...
Well, they say owners resemble their pets.
Which one's the bitch? Both of them. Trick question.
Yes.
So, Gen Z, millennials, speak out and reluctance to become parents. Firstly, do you have any actual millennials? Secondly, is it because they're lesbians and they're stupid? Oh, and they're Democrats and they're whining because they're in Texas.
Yeah, and kind of androgynous looking too.
Yep.
That one with the blue hair makes Celine Dion look positively feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, here's another
God,
one.
tell me that's not the blue hair.
Here's another political lesbian, probably. He's 31 in Chicago, and she's decided she'll not have children.
Ugh.
Okay, good.
Is it because you're a leftist? Oh, wait, we know you're in Chicago. Here's one from Asbury Park, New Jersey, at 23, who says she doesn't want to have children. I'm glad that she doesn't want to have children. She's fucking hideous. And then there's whatever the fuck this is.
With glasses like that, she must be hired by CNN to be on
The
screen.
photo
at some point.
shows some creature in Seattle. That explains a lot. And at 28, they say they've decided not to raise children. Does having your dick and balls cut off 5 years ago have anything to do with that?
I think this is Brian Stelter in a wig.
He is looking for a new job.
I mean,
Maybe we should invite him on.
have him as like the token whipping boy.
Well, you know.
I mean, he'd probably enjoy that.
Actually,
Imply, but not promise. To pay him.
who said they look related?
I did.
Right, how about this? At 24, one of the stupid bitches has made up her mind she won't bear children, though she and her girlfriend haven't ruled out adoption. Just fuck off and die. And as part of their list of reasons include the climate crisis. Sure.
you.
And a genetic health condition among them. Right, so they are siblings.
What?
It's not
The
cool.
stupid bitch says, I don't think it's responsible to bring children into this world. Right, okay, so what's your plan when you're 90?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing increases of the boomers that didn't have kids dying off and just flooding the healthcare system.
Yeah.
This is going to be even worse.
Well, that's it. Not to mention, you'll have a better quality of life if you can remain in your home or living with family. People die within a year of entering care homes for 2 reasons. One, they have no will to live, and 2, well, they're probably on the way out if they're moving into a care home.
Yeah.
Like, if you have the option, and if you have options and you're in the care home, it's probably because you're on your way out.
Yep.
But if you don't have options and you're stuck in there because, I don't know, you either didn't have kids or you were a lunatic who scared them away, well, you're probably going to die because care homes make people wish they were dead.
Mm-hmm. And they're just...
Oh my fucking god! She's so sure, in fact, that she'll soon have her tubes removed. It's a precautionary decision sealed by the fall of Roe v. Wade. You're a lesbian! What's your fucking problem? Come on, you stupid bitch. Explain how... Explain what you are doing that you need to have your tubes tight as a lesbian.
Get you to scroll back up to the main picture for a second there, Bezic, if you would.
Which one of them has the
left
penis?
Could have been a man. Come to think of it, they both could have been men.
Actually, the one on the right
Yeah.
looks more like it.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
Other women
Go ahead,
interviewed.
have every tube tied. I absolutely endorse your decision.
In fact, I think.
There with your
Also, they're like,
SOPs.
the climate crisis. Well, if the climate's such a big concern, have you considered the amount of CO2 that you exhale, you stupid mole?
No.
I
Nor
demand
are they
that
going
you take immediate action to reduce your carbon footprint permanently.
By reducing your footprint, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Blog says the solution for these childless commie wankers growing old will be to import even more third worlders. I hope they enjoy getting abused by foreigners in the care home.
Yep, get what you fucking deserve.
I mean, they probably will by leaps and bounds. It's like, oh yeah, this is so hot. Abdul is just beating the absolute shit out of me today. This is hot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, again, like, this is completely irrelevant to the actual story. But what the fuck does a lesbian need their tubes tied for?
That is just bizarre.
You're
nice
supposed to be a
Christian West
lesbian.
Africans.
How much straight sex are you having as a lesbian that you need your tubes tied? How much unprotected sex with men are you having?
Mouse Cat says sneaky zygotes.
Oh, I mean, this is probably the same chick that's like, well, if a man were to go and use the toilet ahead of me, I could get pregnant from it. Not how that works.
No. So other women interviewed also cited climate change. Have you all considered that you could solve the climate crisis if all of you idiots just fucked off? Along with overwhelming student debt, whose fault is that? Oh, what's that? Your college graduated leftist 10,000th wits who got themselves debt off their own fucking back and are now demanding that we pay for it. You stupid fucking cunts. Your debt is not our problem. You did it. Oh, and inflation. As reasons I never parents. At least that one is based on reality.
Okay, so 1 out of how many?
Yep. Some younger men too are also retarded and are opting out and more are seeking vasectomies. Yes, because they're so fucking stupid that all they can think of doing is going, oh yeah, I want me some of that lesbians. If I put on my prettiest dress, do you think the lesbian will fuck my feminine penis?
Kind of going back to the earlier topic, maybe we do need some decimation by way of civil strife.
It almost makes you wish COVID was a real plague, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Like, at this point, you want it to be the 30% that the fucking Democrats think it is.
I'm still disappointed we didn't get zombies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, we did.
But yeah, they're getting vasectomies.
Okay, yeah.
Pro tip, you don't need a vasectomy if you don't fuck skanks.
Mm-hmm. Funny that.
Right, look, I'm going to need myself a 1950s Christian preacher, and we are going to fucking start slapping people with the Bible if they start talking about fucking birth control. Don't fuck unless you want kids. Or rather, don't fuck unless kids are acceptable.
Yeah. Yep.
Be right back. I apparently left the yard sale sign up.
Fuck's sake, Anna. So, the US birth rate fell 4% in 2020. The government noted a 1% uptick in births last year, but the number of babies born was still lower than before the coronavirus pandemic. What? Do you think suddenly making half the fucking country unemployed might have a negative impact on birth rates?
No. That's just paranoia.
About 86,000 fewer than in 2019. Right, and is that directly relatable to how many people lost work as a result of the pandemic?
I mean, probably.
So, we have two dumb cunts in Vegas who are a 29-year-old sports scientist and his stupid broad, 28, a college career counselor, well, there you fucking go, been together for 10 years, the last 4 married. The realization they didn't want to have kids came on slowly for both of them because we'd moved to California. There we fucking go.
Yeah.
But just with the economy and the state of the world, and just thinking about the logistics of bringing children into the world. The logistics! The fucking logistics! I can explain the logistics to you with no words and 3 fingers. In fact...
Not even insufferable.
You are literally dumber than a rat. Actually, no, that's unfair. Rats are really smart. You are literally dumber than a snail.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and they make $160,000 combined.
And that's an interesting thing from Violence. Doctor got real weird when I said birth control is against my religion. I mean, absolutely, Keck. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we can't talk about that one on YouTube, but yes, you are 100% right. And
yep.
They are
I think all we need to highlight is got condescending with biology and statistics.
Yes.
And assumed I was too dumb to have studied biology.
It's good to know that none of these doctors would have been the good man of Auschwitz. Instead, they would have been Mengele.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the default position of these clowns anymore.
Tristan says it's 160k between the two of them live in California. That's, the logistics are a bit behind that. It's 160 fucking K. It's 160 fucking K. They make 80,000 each. Here's what you do. You stop being fucking leftists, and then you fuck without protection and have some kids. Actually, no, you shouldn't. You're idiots, and you should reduce your carbon footprint permanently.
Yeah.
Or they could just stop living in shitty places that cost so much.
Oh, but see, that would be difficult.
But of course...
You want to be where all the hip, cool people are.
But of course, because they're idiots, she has $120,000 in student loan debt, and he has $5,000 left. The couple said they won't be able to buy a house and shoulder the cost of even one child without major sacrifices they're not willing to make. Oh, what? You don't want your fucking avocado on... You're going to lose your avocado on toast and your fucking $12 cappuccino. Try making some fucking sacrifices. It's good for the soul.
These people. I don't get it. I just do not understand the... Oh, well, we've got to sacrifice all these things for the planet. And then it's like, personal responsibility. What's that?
Mm-hmm. It gets dumber, though. I think we would be great parents, but the thought going into our system to give birth is really scary. Black women, black mothers are not valued in the same way that white mothers are. Said the black woman in California. You're in California. You're valued... Black women are valued more in California than all of Africa.
Yeah. Yeah. This is just...
So
I don't even know if it's pathetic anymore. It's just like evil. Yeah.
Tristan says, I crossed into 6 figures for the first time in 2017, and that was the first time I felt secure enough to contemplate a family and a rural Canadian. Let me break this down into really simple words. Making kids is free.
That's right. You just have to make sure that they work hard enough to pay off your debts. I'm constantly mystified by this modern and very modern obsession with, oh, well, kids cost this much, kids cost that much. And
well, the problem is they refuse to make any sacrifice to standard of living.
Yeah. I think it's more than that. I think it's this social braggadocio of, oh well, we have to put them in the best schools and the best this, that, and the other. And it's like, no, you don't.
But no,
Kids
they look at the
thrive very well.
They look at the, oh, a kid costs this much to raise over its lifetime, which is a bullshit number in the first place. And then they go, oh, well, on our income, well, between all the voluntary student debt we took on and the fact that we live in an expensive place, in this, we live in a really fancy place, oh, and the fact that we buy all this shit we don't need, a kid would mean that I couldn't have an extra shot of caramel in my latte. And that's a sacrifice I'm not willing to make. Listen, bitch!
Yeah. And that's it. It's it's status and symbology of existence rather than actually doing anything useful in life.
Well, that's it. They refuse to take any fucking quality of life decreases. Like, they're sitting there. Or if not, they're not saving for the future, these people. They're spending every cent they get.
Yep.
And then some in a lot of cases.
And then they look at the cost raising kid and going, oh, I might not be able to afford the latest iPhone every 3 months. Listen, you cunts.
And one of the big problems is that they have this idea that, oh, if I have children, my quality of life will suffer. Every single person I've ever talked to that has kids are so happy that they have kids, and their quality of life is amazing.
Violence is life. Yep. Enjoys having kids so much, she's doing it again.
Trust me, I appreciate her taking up my slack.
Yeah, I mean, well, all of our slack.
Yeah.
Hold on, there's three of us. So 2 times 2.5, so that's 7.5. So you need at least another 3.
Or, you know,
or
we
is
have
it,
to get off our asses and go have one each.
Yeah, but the problem is we're not leftists, so we're not out there raping women.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean,
we're not a Democrat president, so we're not out there getting 12-year-old girls pregnant.
Sad but true.
So you see why I designed, like, all 3 of you need to have 3 kids apiece. Well, that's ideal, but unlike leftists, we do understand that a male and a female is required to make baby. And unfortunately, Bleach is a dude, so it doesn't do me any good to marry him and get a green card. Like, no matter how much I fuck him, no kids happen.
Oh dear. I had a gay friend who said he was specific. I had a gay friend who, someone brought up the topic of not being able to have kids to him once. He said, no, men can have kids. I'm currently involved in a very long experiment to attempt to prove that. I'm going to keep trying as long as it takes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if I had 3 kids, I would not have a problem with that. I would raise my ginger army from the ground up if I needed to.
Yep.
Elle says I'm one up on the 3 of you. Well, what the fuck are you doing here listening to us? Go make another one.
I think he's just here to torment us.
Yes.
Yeah, now they're all flexing on us. You see why I'd be the one says the same.
God damn it.
Bastards.
Go make more kids.
But don't make bastards.
But now I figured out why they're here, because this is what they could do while watching the kids.
Good fun.
So it's
Come on.
No. I've got a perfectly misogynistic joke. Making babies is so easy, a woman can do it.
So enlist as if possible, like to have as many white babies as possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. We need to replenish our numbers.
Vine's just life says I'm now
Something
35.
words.
So after this, I can only make a few more. Well, the good thing about now the good thing for Vine's life is that You can always keep trying. There's nothing stopping you from trying in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, the miracles of science and whatnot.
I mean, just tell your husband that he needs to go to the gym more because he's going to need to do a lot of work for the next 20 years.
Yes, and the higher your testosterone, the higher your sperm count.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Billy, not really,
No,
because
they don't.
you have to know where it's going.
It doesn't count if it's not a family.
Yeah, no, Billy, those aren't your kids.
No, they're not.
They might be
They're the
genetically
government's.
related, but
Vice's wife says husband is 54. Oh, that's good. He's got another 60 years of baby making in him easy.
yep.
The advantage to
be
be...
message.
Yeah, I spotted about half of it, but I won't comment on it.
The one thing that works out for men when it comes to the whole baby making arms race is that men don't have an off switch.
Yes.
Yeah, there is no point at which a man is not fertile.
Unless something goes wrong, but yes. Like, there is no time frame where a man suddenly stops, so... Well, oh, and your husband's and her husband is in superb shape, so congratulations. But, yeah, like...
Also, I just put it together that she's 35 and he's 54. Fucking good for him.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. Holy shit.
Vice's life says 4 of his children are about my age. Are they girls? And if so, send them our way.
Any redheads in the lot?
I mean, take what you can get, Arden.
Oh, I'm just asking.
Oh dear. But yes, like, even if the odds are against you, there's nothing wrong with still trying. Who knows? You might get unlucky and have another.
Base Ape has just introduced a very horrible idea. Says he can't wait for artificial wombs and men able to create their own kids. We can get all competitive about it, raise armies to overthrow each other's empires again.
Okay, that's a white pill. I want that repeated later.
Yeah. Yeah. Kingdom of England says trying to make babies this time. Well, that's it. If you succeed, you get a baby. If you don't succeed, well, at least you enjoyed the effort.
Exactly.
An excuse to try again.
Exactly.
Violence says this is his 7th baby.
Well, he's picking up a lot of slack. Damn.
Yeah.
Good on him. All right, so rather than talking about Barnes' sex life, let's see what else this article has to say. So so some dumb cunt says that she interviewed more than 300 alleged people. So when you're having kids, the pandemic, she said, led many to delay childbirth. It wasn't a pandemic. Not the fucking pandemic. It was the government reaction to it, damn it. All those people forced our work because they weren't essential. But yes, of course, so they say these timelines that people create for them, so it led many to delay childbirth among those contemplating children. Yes, because when both of them are unemployed, maybe having a kid is something that is worth considering getting delayed.
Yeah. And that's a slightly less worse position, but still.
Yeah. Now, see, if you lived in a country that's retarded like Australia, you could have just had kids to solve your financial problems, because you'll get free money from the government. Per kid.
Because that's working out so well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not like it encourages single parenthood or anything.
No, which doesn't negatively impact the country at all. No, we want families.
Doesn't lead to any crime.
We want families, not single mothers. Families are good, single mothers are bad. Like, even 2 lesbians is better than a single mother. And it's not great.
Yeah, but Viktor Orban is a fascist. Fuck off.
Viktor Orban's a chad. I don't support him on a lot of stuff, but he's definitely far better than the fucking leftists. So let's see. These idiots say the timelines that people create for themselves, I want to accomplish X by 3 years from now change. People aren't now willing to move the goalposts and say, okay, I'm going to forego these accomplishments and do this different. See, It's all about pride and standard of living. People still want to travel. Oh, really? Right, so it's all about you. They still want to go to graduate school. Oh, it's about you again. And they still want to meet certain financial basis. Oh, look, it's about you again. Shut up and have a kid. Fears about no, shut up. Fuck off. It's bullshit. And yes, it's only fears because it isn't fucking real. Now with increased wildfires, droughts, heat waves, all of a sudden it's coming up. No, it's not climate change, you fucking idiots. The wildfires are because Californians are stupid and imported a tree that is literally full of liquid fuel. Like, my God. God, fucking so dumb. Droughts. No, it's not fucking climate change. Heat waves. Yeah, we've had those for all of history. Would you like me to get some newspapers from the 20s? In New York City, 23-year-old dumb bitch, a copywriter for a pharmaceutical ad agency, earns $60,000 a year, lives at home as she saves money, and has never wanted children. Right, so she's worthless. Just reduce your carbon footprint. They're sticky, and I can never imagine picking up a kid that's covered in ice cream. I'm a bit of a germaphobe. Right, so you're a standard lefty fuckhead. I don't want to change your diaper, even if it did have one. Right, so actually the problem is that your parents only had one spoiled brat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to change a diaper, but if it's my kid and it needs doing, I'm fucking doing it.
I don't think...
Oh, yeah.
This is just cowardice.
Look, if you find an adult that enjoys changing diapers, they go in the chipper.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No one enjoys it.
And even if it's not a sexual thing, even if it's just for the smell.
Which is... But no one enjoys changing diapers. It is a sacrifice that they are willing to make because it is for something far greater than the sacrifice. It's for keeping Babby healthy.
But see, that's logical and reasonable. You're not thinking like a true leftist.
Finds his life says, I'm just good at it, but it's not enjoyable. Yeah. Tristan says, on the climate change topic, is Pakistan's situation is something totally unprecedented, or is this something that happens every 50 years? I have no idea, but I can tell you that these hunger stones that they keep talking about because they're having droughts in Europe. How do you think the stones got there, you fuckheads? Isn't it because the river was once that low a long time ago? You know, before climate change?
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
God fucking damn it. Let's see. Among those that this stupid bitch interviewed, concerns over the environment were far more prevalent among the younger. Well, there you fucking go, because they've been indoctrinated to believe dumb shit. Question of affordability, she said, troubled both millennials and members of Gen Z. Yeah, thanks, thanks Democrats. Thanks politicians in general. Thank you rhinos, you stupid cunts. Thanks inflation. Why can't I fill up why can't I fill my gas tank for $3? And I'll give you a hint, it's because of the fucking government.
Or a personal dislike of committing crimes.
Oh, that's just being ridiculous.
There's a lot of fear around having children who would be worse off than they viewed themselves during their childhood. Well, don't molest your kids. You'll be fine.
Kingdom of Inland says he's early Gen Z and hates his generation. Well, I'm late Gen X and I hate your generation too.
I'm an actual proper millennial and dear God do I hate millennials.
Yeah. I'm not sure where I line up. It's like right on the cusp between, but it's like, yeah, no, fuck you all.
To be fair though, one of my cousins has a son who's I guess late Gen X or Gen Z now, because he's getting to the point where his groups are beginning to have kids, and he's incredibly based for his age. So maybe there's hope.
Yeah.
Never say never.
Okay, so,
maybe there's hope.
Yeah. Right, so, up next. Some stupid mole lesbian who works for Google, so we know she's a guaranteed lefty, said she was nearly 17 when she was moved from home by CPS due to a pattern of child abuse. Her wife was similarly raised in a not grown right. Right, have you considered stop pretending to be a lesbian and don't molest your fucking kids when you have them. You'll be fine.
That might be the genetic disorder she's talking about.
I think this is
yeah.
I think this is a different one of them. Both of us at one point have said yes to kids. In my late teenage, early adult years, I certainly understood the appeal and was attracted to the idea of getting to raise someone differently than I was raised. But practical reality kind of sucks. Says the person earning $103,000 a year, with bonuses and equity that can drive that amount up to $300,000 a year. And her wife earns about $60,000 as an attorney. $360,000 a fucking year. You could fucking...
I had access to that kind of money. I'd have a gaggle. I'd have one kid for every $10,000.
You could afford to hire a man and woman to live in your house and pump out kids for you.
Yeah.
Like, I can't see myself committing to a mortgage, let alone a child, the stupid cunt said. I think the primary example is because I'm a self-centered narcissist, I would prefer to spend that money on traveling versus sinking $500,000 into raising a child. Kids don't cost that much, you idiot. I hate you all.
And yeah, secondarily, there's now the fear of behaving with our children the way our parents us. Yeah, so they're terrified that they would end up abusing the children.
I mean, that's really what it sounds like it comes down to.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. If you are that scared that you would abuse a child because you were abused, then don't have kids.
Yes, but you should still do something about your personal climate problem, and you should immediately terminate your carbon emissions.
Permanently.
Student history says $360K a year. I'd build an entire settlement to house all the kids like a... Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Right?
One of them alone makes $300K a year. The other one, $60K. Fuck that shit. Stay at home.
even
Look
if you go
after
with
the
the minimum.
17 kids.
Yeah, even if you go with the minimums, that's $160,000 US a year. What the fuck are you thinking? How much do you honestly believe a kid costs? It's not $250 million or $250,000 in one go.
Mm-hmm.
Or on a daily basis.
Like, you could buy a house with a year's income.
Violence is life. Tell those useless cunts that childbirth makes you incontinent. We don't need retards breeding.
Another stupid bitch said getting married and having children was ingrained in the culture of a small town. It wasn't until after her divorce from a high school sweetheart that she took a step back and asked herself what she actually wanted out of life. Ooh, to carry student loan debt of $80,000 and is a former teacher. Right.
Ah, yes. Adding to the culture.
Yeah. Yeah. She earns $47,000 a year as a university librarian with a student loan debt of $80,000.
What?
Why did you need to go to university? Also,
depending on the library, you actually are required to take a degree in library sciences.
yes, but why would you be stupid enough to actually do that? Guess what? If all the dumb cunts like this stop taking those fucking degrees, maybe they'd be worth more than $47,000.
Yeah.
Maybe if you actually needed...
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Maybe if they actually, I don't know, needed to be passionate about it, that they actually wanted to do a thing that was hard. But no, because any retard can qualify as a teacher. Just do that. Also, so fucking
Special
stupid.
needs teacher.
That's right. She is the special needs.
Yeah, yeah.
But she's like, most women where I'm from lose their identities in motherhood. Yes, because that's a good thing. The best thing, the greatest thing a woman can do is be a mother. Just like the greatest thing a man can do is be a father.
This is another one of these pro-abortion cunts who thinks that motherhood is some form of slavery.
Yes.
Jesus.
Thank you, Democrats.
Bezhinov was right.
Yeah.
Like, what were you saying about nuking New York?
It needs to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, oh, actually, did this
Can
bit...
we use a neutron bomb?
I I mean, I
What
kind
state?
of want it uninhabitable.
What state is St. Louis in? Is that New Jersey?
St.
There's
Louis?
two.
That's
Two. There's
Missouri.
Missouri or
Ah, Missouri.
another St.
Ah,
Louis.
well,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, there's multiple ones technically.
Yeah, fair. Missouri, I think, is the most famous one. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Missouri's fucked
The
thanks to
arch.
Democrats.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as bad as California, but yeah.
I mean, children sounds like a trap to me. Fuck.
Yes, because you're an idiot. It's a trap. No, it's not. Why? Because you're a stupid cunt that married the first guy that came along and waved his dick at you, instead of assessing him as whether he'd be a good man and a good father. Because guess
Is that
what?
how it works? Have I been doing it wrong all this time?
Well, it helps if
Clearly.
it helps to be an attractive low IQ fuckboy.
Well, I'm out there.
Yeah. And I do the portraying a low IQ guy pretty good, but the other, not so much.
I can't even fake that.
I couldn't be dumb enough, drunk, and on meth to be mistaken for a Democrat.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that is a
Drunk and on meth is a good indicator of a Democrat.
yeah.
Exactly. See my point? So basically, this bitch chose a shitty dude because she's an idiot. And now she's like, oh, all men are evil. So if I had a child with one, I'd be trapped with him because I'm a stupid mole.
Yeah. And yet they want to get rid of the patriarchy because reasons, but they can't handle their own lives. Lovely.
Like, you need 2.2 children to maintain replacement rate. Oh wait, you're not doing that, so you use excuses to import immigrants. So there's going to be no white people left and you think that's a good thing. Right, so once all the white people are gone, what's your plan then? Do you expect that the immigrants are all going to shoot themselves? No, they're going to take this lovely land that you just gave them because you're a fucking idiot and go, reckon I could have 16 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? The immigrants are smarter.
It's starting to seem that way, isn't it?
Well, here's the thing about economic migrants, specifically. There's nothing inherently wrong with wanting to seek a better life for yourself.
Agreed.
There is no problem with wanting to migrate to another country for more money. The problem is the governments of those countries fucking letting you.
And yeah, doing it the way they're doing it, they're suppressing wages, they're suppressing kind of the native populations to a great degree.
Hey, Disco's here.
Oh, Disco.
That's
Hey,
why I
Disco.
opened the stream in here. You're a fucking idiot. I'm in the right place. Yes. We've just been talking about how millennials and younger are stupid and how lefties are brain-deprived losers who need a good fucking... Like, all these people are so attached to their quality of life that they wouldn't sacrifice their fucking avocado on toast and their caramel frappuccino $12 fucking Starbucks 6 times a fucking day to have kids. 360,000 one of these couples, granted they're lesbians, are on, like, we can't afford kids. You could literally, like I said, you could literally hire someone else, 2 other people to have kids for you. Like, they could literally afford to pay a man and woman to live in their house with them and do nothing but fucking pump out babies.
All right, where can I sign up?
Yes. If only, hey?
And Kurt Moore points out that the economic migrants also change the culture they join and do not assimilate. And then he
Yes.
goes on to say, like, Californians moving to Texas. The difference there is the Californians moving to Texas have, if they have children in Texas or they bring young children with them, what's going to happen is those children are going to go to school in Texas.
Yes, but the problem
That'll
is
solve the problem.
the California.
Yeah, but
The problem is the Californians are fleeing the result of their own fucking policies, but aren't smart enough to realize it. So they're going to vote for dumb shit in places like Texas. And Disco says hashtag breed bleach.
That's why
I
I'm
mean,
laughing.
all right.
Yeah.
Billy Blugs
Don't
is
threaten
like,
me with a
they can't even
copulating
fucking make
time.
kids. Why are they even complaining about not having kids? They're lesbian. Oh yeah, we'll show Disco this one. So, these two lesbians that look like they could be related, one of them wants to have her tubes removed as a precautionary decision sealed by the fall of Roe v. Wade and by tight restrictions on abortion services in her state and around the country. What is this lesbian doing that she needs her tubes tied so she doesn't have kids? I thought being a lesbian was birth control.
Exactly.
And
Even Disco says, but she's a lesbian. Yeah, no, that was our point, too.
yes.
Clearly, one of them has a feminine penis.
Yeah.
Or they are political
Monkey.
lesbians.
Yeah.
And Bleach will pop in shortly and say that lesbians aren't real. Which, I mean, you're probably not wrong, but in that case, neither are gay men. Oh, dear.
Mhm.
Yes. Now then, where do we find a bunch of based women for all these horny bastards in chat?
That's a damn good question.
Well, some of them have already found their own, the buggers.
That's
Yeah,
the problem. They're all out in the woods or in church.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck it, I
The
can
downside
pretend
is
to be
there's no
Christian.
internet in the woods, and I'm not going to church.
Now,
I mean,
see,
it depends on the church.
Well,
yeah,
I'm starting to lean towards going back to a church.
like at this point, I'm half ready to start my own fucking Christian cult. Explain to me why I shouldn't.
One of these days.
Arden's just dead silent. You can hear the hamster running in the wheel.
Yeah, he's like, oh well, if I make it the cult of the holy wood,
If I'm in charge of the church,
I will call my people the wood worshippers.
the lumber jerks.
Oh, no. That's the gay guys across the road.
Cutmore says Waco's why you shouldn't. Well, no,
Goes why you
Waco
shouldn't,
is an
yeah.
example of why you need armor and better firearms.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Waco's an example of
Yeah.
why the FBI should fuck off and die.
Ellen says she knows a heathen cult that went Amish and bought farmland. Good idea.
I mean,
granted, I'm kind of into Amish chicks anyway, so.
yeah. Also, Sticulus says, I'd be married by now if I didn't keep finding the crazy ones. Well, that's the problem. Like, 97% of them are crazy. Well,
Yeah.
actually, that's probably not accurate. 97% of them believe what they're told by the government.
Violence is life is encouraging Kingdom of Inland to go to Russia to find his blonde and blue-eyed girl.
I mean,
I mean,
not wrong.
actually, weren't we talking about this being a new, being the use for the Russian refugees? If we just pass them, the Ukrainian refugees, if we just pass them out because they're like Russians.
Yeah?
We've been bringing them here to Newfoundland.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah.
But see, Disco, you should have been here so we could bag out lesbians together.
That's right. But no, Disco was late and gay again.
No, Disco was probably off practicing making kids.
Exactly. That's the gay part.
Kingdom of Inland says part of his family has blue eyes, but sadly he missed out on that gene. No, what happened is you have the gene, but it didn't express itself in you.
Basically, get yourself a blonde-haired, blue-eyed wife and make yourself a perfect part of the... wait, what?
I fully support what Garbwire has just said. No, redheads are in fact better than blonde bimbos. Agreed. Based
Disco
and
says
solid.
she was playing Conan with the boyfriend, not practicing making kids today.
Yeah, that just sounds like foreplay at this stage.
I mean, we were right that Disco was off hanging out with someone who makes her happy, like some sort of functional human.
Yeah, it's like congratulations and all that shit, but don't rub it in my face.
Yeah, it's like congratulations, but fuck you.
Exactly. Get out of here with that happy time shit.
Exactly, Disco. Can you smell the salt?
I mean, why deny it? That's the other question.
Yeah,
It's like, if I'm gonna be salty, I might as well embrace it.
Exactly. But yes, I mean, I wish I could hate on Disco for her choice, but it is the better choice.
I mean, yes.
I mean, if any of us had lovely, nice peoples to be hanging out with, we wouldn't be fucking here.
Yeah. And yet here I am because she's like, well, training was hard this week. It's like, this is not a good sign, woman.
It's, be black
Still
card with
makes the
basic or
obvious
play
choice.
Conan with boyfriend. Sorry, but I mean, yes. That choice I'm not judging. But how dare you be happy?
Oh, wait, how is that
Yeah.
Conan game before you leave?
Is that what we need to do? We need to start a Conan server and be like, yes, guy, come over here so we can stream this to your audience.
Just kidnap her boyfriend and make him play along with.
Well, actually, we are kidnapping her boyfriend. Like, should we tell her that her boyfriend's been nominated to assess whether Monkey does get the tattoo?
I mean, I think that's fair.
I think that's probably going to be traumatizing.
But for who?
Oh, I'm sure everybody.
Except Monkey. You know, he'll just be like, yeah, here's a candle in front of it. Enjoy.
With the possible exception of the tattoo artist.
Birthday candle.
Possible.
Yeah.
Oh.
Disco says he might be on my channel at some point. Yes, that's right. You need to get someone to draw an avatar, don't you? Tram, you slack bastard!
Been making
know
money
who's
with
even
your
in the chat
real
anymore.
job.
Yes.
Root the little bastard out if he's still here.
Oh, if he's still here.
He's still here.
Yeah, Monkey's like, left the room for a minute and came back to me. I'm sure Monkey gets the tattoo. Disco says, yes, think you're getting show to do it after the Archie made the other. Oh, God, that art was so good. And if that's what a fucking artistic block looks like, god damn. So speaking of lesbians, child protective caseworker allegedly tried to take kids away from mums who rejected her sexual advances.
Wow.
Yeah, that lesbian word is starting to look pretty loose because that one doesn't look like. Well, anyway, I won't.
It's ma'am.
Well, in that case,
Yeah.
if that's
That's
a
where I was going.
lesbian, so am I.
As a lesbian confirmed.
Ugly
That's
gray
right,
hair
damn
who
it,
wears
I like
flannel.
women. Oh, so it's ardent. Disco's like, yikes. Oh, a ma'am.
Yeah.
Its name is Robin Nikita, and it's 40, and it's facing charges of filing a false report and is the defendant in a lawsuit alleging that it tried to punish mums who rejected her advances by having their children taken from them.
Wow.
That's not a lesbian. That's a cunt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the initial version of the article incorrectly referred to the cunt as a social worker rather than a child protective caseworker. Right, so it's even worse.
Yeah. I like this bait-based comment. Show, draw me like one of your autistic girls.
And then Disco's like, Pace, you've been reading my DMs.
Earl says Ape wants to be a waifu.
I mean, see, that's the true trick of why the patriarchy created feminism. Is so it can convince the women that we should be the stay-at-home parents.
Exactly. That's been the long
Just the
game
long
the
game.
entire time.
Don't tell any of your female friends disco and violence. Student says this is the agent the state sends out to determine if you're a good parent or not.
Yeah, telling, isn't it?
Just like female friends. I mean, you talk to some women on the internet. Internet friends count. Disco says all my friends have peepees and not the feminine kind.
Oh god.
Yes, Disco's not a tomboy at all. No.
No, never.
Clearly.
Like that fucking weirdo one. Twitter's like, how dare you say what a woman is, you dirty, dirty tomboy? And all the guys like, the fuck do you say about our tomboys?
Yeah. Did you just declare war on us like Biden?
I don't know. I think I'd be more likely to take up guns to defend tomboys at this point.
I mean, yes.
Based
Based in tomboy pilled?
in Tomfield.
Yeah. Right. So, this stupid fucking ma'am, former Colorado child protection caseworker, faces charges and accusations that she filed a false report of child abuse against an elected official. That's right. She'd done it dozens of times, and the only reason that she got caught is because she tried it on someone with political power.
Wow. That's just blatant.
Sorry, Disco. You're gonna have to arm Jack, because you're his problem. He's already secured the base tomboy waifu. We now need to go find our own.
Yeah, exactly. Suggestions always welcome, chat.
And Vice's life is thank you. It's like, thank you for defending our tomboys. God damn it.
And I'd like to point out at this point that it's probably a bad idea for most of our chat to make any suggestions of waifus for us, as they come here to watch us.
Yeah, Disco's
true,
like,
but-
his problem. Oh, yeah, that's right. I said it.
There will be suffering.
Yeah, like Student says, you have a designated anti-transing defender. I mean, yes. Jack has found the tomboy waifu. We must now find our own, so we will have to go out into the woods and hunt as the cavemen of old did.
I keep doing that, but there seems to be this like, wait, you can't do it that way. Yes, I can.
Remember to drag them home by the hair, because if you drag them by the feet, they fill up with sand.
True. I mean,
Dear.
that's really the ultimate position to take.
Yeah.
No, maybe not the ultimate position.
Yeah. So this bitch only got done criminally because she fucked with an elected official. And now a new lawsuit alleges that she tried to take away the children of women who resisted its advances. So it faces a felony charge of retaliation against an elected official, as well as a misdemeanor charge making a false report of child abuse as a mandatory reporter. Police say the alleged offences happened when it was worked in the Arapahoe County Department of Human Services. According to a criminal complaint, it called the Department of Human Services anonymously to report that a local councilwoman sexually abused her own son in the presence of her employees. The criminal complaint alleges that it used a personal phone to make the call, and that authorities investigated the case and found that the allegations were untrue. Authorities believe that it made the call after the woman appeared on a local radio show and called for the firing of Aurora police chief, who was its girlfriend at the time.
Huh.
Oh god.
That doesn't look retaliatory at all.
No. After the allegations were made, it resigned from its job, and it has been released from jail on a $4,000 bond and has not yet entered a plea. That's right, $4,000 bond. Yeah, because they're totally not a fucking flight risk.
Oh, this is just... Yeah, this is why we need to have massive reform
Yep.
on
For starters,
Social workers.
we shouldn't allow lesbians to work for the government.
Yeah.
Step one. Especially not in schools. Right, but things
Oh
have
my
gotten
God.
even worse for the dumb hoe. After Jurinsky filed a civil lawsuit against it and the Arapahoe County Department of Human Services, several other women came forward alleging that it, when a county child protective caseworker, would lure them in, make sexual advances towards them, and when the advances were rejected, it would try to take their children away. The attorney for Jurinsky has filed documents asking for a class action suit for well over 40 persons whose families were affected by its alleged actions.
Jeez.
Oh, God.
See, this is where the death penalty thing might be appropriate, because that's massive abuse of power
Yep.
for sexual purposes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Imagine if a
There-
dude
there's-
tried that shit.
Yeah, I mean, he would be publicly crucified by those standards of today.
Soon says,
rightfully
step
so.
one, assume the lesbian's going to be unstable.
Yep.
Ah, dear. Yes.
And I do agree with Violence is Life, about wanting harsher punishment for government workers. Yeah, because they should be held to a much
I want
higher
minimum triple punishment. Like, anytime they do something wrong, minimum triple punishment. Like, I could be talked into higher numbers really easily.
Yeah, anyone who abuses their position, especially an elected or governmental position like that, should absolutely be punished way more harshly.
Indeed.
Yep.
So, according to the lawsuit obtained by People, all the alleged victims experiencing identical conduct, including being investigated based on false allegations and being subject to defendants' unconstitutional attempts to separate her from her child. In an interview, the attorney alleged that one of his clients recounted that they had a troubling interaction with the creature. It gave its personal phone number to the mother, who was the target of a child protection investigation, and asked her to come to her personal residence. When she arrived there, it invited the target of this investigation into its house, offering her an alcoholic beverage. Once she declined, what was clearly sexual advances. It essentially turned her and did everything in her power to make sure the child was permanently removed. Let's see.
I can't say that I'm really shocked, but horrified, yes.
Yeah. Disco's just telling chat what has been going on, because she hasn't been on Bickering Bunch, because, let's see, what's going on. She will be there next week for the Total War Warhammer 3 game. Just Carl, that's Kibbs, isn't it? It's Carl's new schedule, not having many of the games they're currently doing, has been not on there as much at the moment. Yeah, speaking of games, we finished Power Washing Simulator last week. Which...
Completed the game?
Yes, I'm like, holy crap. God, that thing's so fucking weird.
Did you ever fall into that volcano?
Sadly, no. We didn't get to power wash the volcano. Which, unfortunately, it does mean that Disco and I need to find another game to play. So we'll have to figure that out.
Simulator.
I don't know if that's got a co-op.
All I heard was Butch Simulator, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. Disco says monkey.
Sorry, I'll attempt to
and
speak
I
more
need-
clearly and with less lesbianism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Disco says Monkey and I need to finish Stray soon too, and that's 2 series wrapped up, and that we should play RimWorld again. Yes. We have plans for our RimWorld ideology that's basically... We haven't gone into the nuts and bolts of actually setting it up in the game yet, but it's going to be what the Democrats think Republicans are like.
Well, can we have a Dark Brandon simulator?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. We need to kidnap Monkey and Disco and do finish up Factorio. And Shim needs to get a higher paying land job, so the bastard shows up.
Yes.
We need him for many series.
Speaking of trim, Earl says, breed kibs, breed bleach, sterilize trim.
Oh, that's not very nice.
I actually disagree with that, because trim has the very useful ginger genes. and those should be kept circulating.
Ardent needs more gingers, so he's got to be trimmed.
Oh, no, whoa, hang on, no, that is not what I meant when I said animal husbandry earlier.
Yep, no, sorry, that's where it's going.
Disco
You're stuck.
says, you see why Obi-Wan says, how about having a 3-kid simulator? And Disco responds, there is a game, I think, called Who's Your Daddy that could be fun. Oh, I think that's the one where the baby has to try and kill itself.
Oh, I have seen that played. It is really funny when you get on the lawnmower stuff. Just gonna leave that there.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
If it wasn't for the fact that it would be on YouTube, I'd actually suggest Cards Against Humanity gaming.
Well, we actually, Disco and I did consider that, but then we realized that Trim would be there.
Trim against humanity.
Cards Against Trim, more like.
I mean, if we were going to do Cards Against Humanity with Trim, that'd have to be pre-recorded.
Yeah. Although, actually, that could be a lot of fun.
I mean, we probably do need to do that. Yeah. Yes. Then when Trim just gets a blank card and writes Gardener on
Gamer
it.
words.
Yes, a Trim totally would. Let's see, what else do we have? Someone mentioned the water situation in Jackson. Well, turns out Salons are going to blame white people.
Of course.
Not
Wait.
being there.
There are no white people there, Jackson's water crisis explained. Years of neglect, racism, and poor infrastructure have created a constant state of emergency.
I'm presuming this is Jackson, Mississippi.
How
I would
does
say
a place
that's
in
probably a good
Mississippi
guess, yeah.
have no white people?
Because they probably all moved out.
Yeah,
82% black.
that's right, student. Trump himself single-handedly went to Jackson and turned off the water.
Yes. Is anyone really shocked?
No.
Yeah.
So a combination of poor infrastructure, climate change as well, and racism have long contributed to water issues. It's not Democrat policies by any chance, actually, is it?
Nah,
Well,
probably
Tristan
not.
says, yes, I love this story. The punchline is the picture of the War Commission. Imagine what the person looks like in your mind's eye, then pull up the photo. Oh, God. Is it Big Red?
Oh, God.
Is it Big Red?
I'm going to make a guess that it looks more like Maxine Waters.
Is
Oh,
it Big Red or Fat Kamala?
Yes.
Maxine Waters.
Chat definitely seems to like the idea of Cards Against Humanity.
Yeah.
Violence Life says local news was on about how black students had a worse loss of literacy during the lockdowns than did white and Asian students, so there must be instances that don't support them. Not just that they're more illiterate outside of lockdowns. Funny thing about, we'll call it gangster culture.
Gnomes.
Being able to read is considered a bad thing.
Why are you talking so wet?
Mm-hmm. So let's see.
Damn, honky.
Lil has been...
Okay.
Yeah. So this week, flooding from rainfall has
resemble
caused
that
pump
remark.
failures for the primary water treatment plant, creating water shortages for 2 major hospitals and the Jackson Public School District. Those have been done to restore a deteriorating water system in Jackson, which is 82% black. What colour is the mayor? Oh. Jackson Mayor Chokwe Anta Lumumba.
Oh, so definitely a Native American?
A black man.
Who would have seen that coming?
A black
I
man
mean-
who's been there since 2017.
How dare we?
How dare we? Really all the white people.
So it's white people's fault, even though the mayor's been... They've had a black mayor for 5 years.
Of course. Didn't you get the memo?
Okay, let's see. Operation Good Jackson has been distributing water to residents and making sure the elderly have access to clean water. Gino Womack, traditional European name. Come on, show us what they look like. Ah, fuck him. Fuck ABC. No one took time to make investments into the Sea of Jackson to upgrade the system over the years. Right, so, do you think we should start with the mayor?
Nope, not at all.
Actually, no, let's go back and see who the previous mayor was. So this black guy, born in 1983, who assumed office in 2017 and was preceded by Tony Yarber. Right, come on. Oh, he was elected as mayor in 2014 from a special election following the death in office of Chokwe Lumumba. Oh, guess who his son is? The new mayor.
Oh, good. Nepotism makes everything better.
Tony Yarber. Is a black man. So Chokwe Lumumba, right, so they've had a black mayor since at least 2013, and it's somehow white people's fault.
Yep.
And preceded by Harvey Johnson Jr., who was black and was in office from 2009. And he was preceded by Leslie B. McLemore, who was black. And he was preceded by Frank Melton, who was black. Who was preceded by Harvey Johnson Jr. Oh, wait, what? Who was black. Yes, preceded by Leslie B. McLemore, preceded by Frank Melton, black, preceded by Harvey Johnson Jr. again. Right, so Harvey Johnson Jr. was apparently in there twice. So they've had a black mayor since at least 2005. Right, hold on. Where the... We need to go deeper.
Always.
In 2017, the current mayor was described as a left radical.
Funny that.
I mean,
By popularresistance.org.
List of mayors of Jackson, Mississippi. Right, so we've seen... we got to 2004. Oh, here we go. Harvey Johnson Jr., 1997. First African-American mayor. Right, so they've had a black mayor since I was 5, and somehow it's white people's fault.
well, yeah. Come on, man.
Sylvance's
on,
life
man.
is like, I can hear Spoon ringing this. Fuck, where's Spoon? Spoon, get your ass in here. So they've had... It's been run by black men since 1997. 25 years it's been run by black men. Half the people who don't have water weren't alive then.
Yep.
Ah, fucking Jesus Christ. So Gino Womacker, we also established as black. Governor Tate Reeves. Who? Right. Is the governor white? Let's find out. Oh, looks like Bill Gates, who...
Yeah.
So he's a leftist pedophile.
Yep.
In the past, Mississippi's Republican governor has blamed systemic failures on city. Well, the fact they've had black mayors since 25 fucking years, maybe it's not white men's fault.
For once, surprisingly.
He says, I do think it's really important the Sea of Jackson start collecting their water bill payments before they start going and asking everyone else to pony out more money. Oops.
Yeah, that would typically be a good policy.
Yep. Okay, so that weird-looking guy was Republican, but still, he looks weird. Some says, during Kane Ditto's administration, he did repair work on water and sewer. What's happened since then? Kane Ditto, was he on our list?
No, he was not.
Oh, he was the last white man.
Nice.
The last honky.
So the last time the water system was repaired was when a white man was in charge. Spoon! Come over here and explain this. Right, so the first black mayor disagreed and said, during my administration we spent over 200 million on water and sewer infrastructure improvement over 12 years. Cool, so how is it white people's fault? Tristan wants us to pull up the Director of Water Operations, so I'm just going to see if we can get there. Oh god, here we go. Water-related problems have been going on for a very long time, said Mukesh Kumar, who previously ran the Department of Planning and Development and apparently fucked up and didn't fix the problem. Oh, well, I've gone Indian cricketer.
So he decided to blame the honkies, and he was like, yeah, white man did this because reasons. You know, poor city planning.
Right, let's see who Mary D. Carter is. Oh dear lord. It is Fat Kamala.
Wow. It always comes down to Fat Kamala.
Oh, actually, is this the Sia Jackson website? It is. Ooh. Firstly, their website's dog shit. I could do a better job. Secondly, let's see who's in the mayor's office. Right, I'm just going to get everyone in the mayor's office and we'll see what they look like.
I'm guessing they all look corrupt.
Well, they must be, huh? Let's see. Oh, Fidelis Becca, black. Katoria, black. 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 Doesn't show a picture. Black. Oh, the one white guy, and he is the action line manager. So the...
I don't know, he could be...
LaShunda Franklin. Well, there's no picture, but no white person's stupid enough to name their kid that.
Yep.
Also, it's not a traditional black name, you retards. Go ask the Africans what they think about that name. Oh, black.
I will say I like when I meet African immigrants and they just spur on about, you know, African Americans, and I'm like, yeah, it's nobody's problem.
Another black
but their
one.
own.
Oh, there's chief pedophile who's possibly part black. Right, and Linda Weathersby, who might... Right, as I said, we found him. It was him. Yes, that one white man is responsible for all the ills in Jackson, Mississippi. It's white man's fault, despite the fact that the entire fucking city is run by black people.
I mean, of course.
Billy B says, importing African slaves is morally wrong and seems like a massive own goal in the long term. Yeah, never mind the fact that it was wrong. It was a fucking stupid idea for other reasons.
Yeah.
Dearie me. All right. Well, speaking of environmental clusterfucks, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and we will look at another problem in the world.
Ah, yes. So we're going to be desecrating the environment now, thanks to Bezic. And I'm okay with that. Yeah, it was definitely an own goal back then. Yeah, I'd say so. And let's see. Seeing what's been missed. UCY Beta 1. Just look at Birmingham, Alabama, the largest city debt in U.S. history, all lost to corruption. Yep. Well, and that's the thing. It's like, you get people in there like this, and they act like somehow, just because their skin tone is different, that makes them better at governance. No, it should be like the last thing on anybody's mind. But, of course, we can't have that. Let's see.
Alrighty, let's...
Well, I would say the only one that thought it was a good idea was the guy who's like, well, we got to do something with all these people we've conquered.
Yeah. Violence of Life says, they chase whites out, then complain no one competent is left there to manage things. Didn't we find the one competent guy left?
Yeah.
Right, so... Here's why you should never allow anything important to be internet controlled. And you should sure as shit keep the government out of it. Thousands of XL customers locked out of thermostats during energy emergency. 2,200 people lost control of temperatures in their home for hours Tuesday. Denver, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we've seen this story before. That was when he saw a message on the thermostat saying the temperature was locked due to an energy emergency. Normally when you see messages like that, we're able to override it. In this case, we weren't. So our thermostat was locked at 78 or 79.
Ew.
Some
That's
people
extremely uncomfortable.
Yep, some of the customers report home temperatures as high as 88 degrees. It's a voluntary program. Why'd you sign up for it? Oh, customers receive a $100 credit for enrolling and $25 annually. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Well, I think a lot of this is geared towards people who are poor, are looking for a break on their bill, and then suddenly get completely fucked.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how that $125 is completely fucking worthless. Oh, it helps everyone for people to participate in the program. Shut up, you lying sack of stupid. But we have an energy emergency. Oh yeah, by the way, we're going to make it illegal to have petrol-powered cars, and everyone needs to get a Tesla, a $70,000 car. Oh yeah, and by the way, during our next energy emergency, we're not just going to not allow you to charge your car, we're going to pull energy from your car into the grid so you can't go to work to earn the pittance that from there that you're going to need to pay for your energy bill for the energy that you didn't get to use because we shut it off for the month.
Yep. Yep.
Kingdom of Vinland says, I like electric cars, but don't like the government bullshit. Electric cars are fucking stupid. If you like electric cars, think hybrid. Because they don't never mention fucking hybrid cars anymore. Hybrid cars are a brilliant fucking idea. Electric cars are dumb as shit. Like, seriously. Hybrids are great, especially if you drive up and down hills.
Yeah, that regen energy.
Yeah, and as Gregory Press corrected me on a while back, regenerative fucking braking. Like, holy shit. Imagine now that all that energy that would normally be lost as heat on your brake pads is being converted at, I assume, some kind of a loss, into electricity to charge your battery. So if you need to go down a big fucking hill, you've just charged your fucking car again.
I mean, that's kind of a nice, calming thing.
Tristan says, the ability to reclaim brake energy is nice, but hybrid has to hold around both the engine and a set of batteries. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is why they're good. Because you save money, because you can run off the energy.
Energy? What's that? Don't you mean fossil fuels? Bum, bum, bum.
I mean, well, that's it. And crazy thought, but it's a lot harder for them to take the fuel out of the jerry cans in the garden shed than it is for them to discharge your Tesla.
Yeah. And yeah, Kingdom of Vinland is correct in pointing out electric cars predate gasoline engines.
That is true.
Kind of, but they were very limited. I actually have a guy in my city who owns one, so I see it once a year. And it's really cool, but the original range on those was basically like 15, 20 miles from what they calculated. So
Tristan says, yeah, but those things are heavy. Takes energy to accelerate. Yeah, funny thing about all cars, takes energy to accelerate them. Of course they're heavier, but they're not significantly heavier, and the fuel savings are actually worthwhile in a hybrid. Not to mention, hybrids do this great thing where if the battery's flat, you don't have to wait 4 hours. You just pull into a fuel station and go, give me some gas.
And that's the thing. when you drive any great distance, or even mediocre distance, and then you have to fuck off for half an hour to, that's it, 9 hours for some charging, depends on the stations. Yeah, I don't have time for that shit.
Exactly. And the biggest problem is, as Billy points out, one of the bigger problems is how Billy points out about the government. Like, you can't have hybrids that might allow you to travel outside your control zone. All of these must be remote controllable too.
No. The range isn't the issue as much as the recharging time.
No.
And
in fact, the range is about as good as a petrol car, and depending on your circumstances, maybe slightly better. But do you have access to a rapid charge station every 500 kilometers of your trip? Give you a fucking hint. No.
and that's the thing. It's like, I'm not wasting my time for some feel-good engine for the environmental fascists, so I can't travel across, where I need to go in 2 days instead of 5. Fuck that.
Yes, but remember, King of Finland, doesn't matter how many fucking charging stations you have if the government says they can't turn on. Like, you could have a line of fucking charging stations from Austin to New York. And if the government goes, climate emergency, you're not allowed to charge cars. Well, you're just fucked.
Yep.
And again, do you know what you can do with a gasoline-powered car that you can't do with an electric vehicle? You can get a bunch of 20-litre jerry cans and shove them in the boot.
Although I'm starting to think that the solution is you go out, you get a generator, a gasoline generator, and you haul that around with your retarded ass EV.
Hold on. How would electric vehicles be better for a shit hits the fan tonight? How the fuck are you charging your electric vehicle at a rate that matters? Do you have...
You're not.
Do you have 10 kilowatts of solar panels? Just for your car?
Yeah, no, it's like... This is actually the most terrifying aspect of all this, is you absolutely lose any freedom of movement, and you're forced to live into a well-occupied area.
And yes, but of course you can get a solar set, but how long does it take to charge? And guess what it doesn't do at night? Also, how do you plan to fix it if something goes wrong? What do you think's easier to fix? A 30-year-old petrol-powered car or a Tesla? Because don't forget, your Tesla has fucking DRM on it.
Oh yeah, no, that's and having rebuilt quite a few car engines through the years, even if you can't find quite the right part, you can substitute many things.
Yeah.
And when it comes to electronics,
seriously, they literally you literally have DRM in your fucking car. Oh yes, and I'm sorry, but do you think in a shit hits the fan scenario you're going to be allowed to use your electric vehicle? You're connected to the internet, controlled by the government electric vehicle. You know how in the European Union you are legally required to allow the police to be able to shut your car down.
Yep, and I mean, I'm sorry, but the electric cars aren't really mechanically easier to repair because, I mean, yeah, you can replace the brakes, but that actually all doesn't change.
Okay, now fix the batteries.
Yeah, well, fix the batteries. Fix the failed electronics. That's where you start getting
the government-controlled DRM, where they press a button and tell your car that you're not allowed to go anywhere ever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to jailbreak your fucking car. Because guess what?
Just to use the air conditioning.
Yep.
Well, that's it. Have you paid... Oh, yeah. What wasn't that the other thing about how in fucking England, how you had to turn your fucking aircon on or some bullshit.
Probably.
The subscription model with the BMWs.
That too.
Yep.
But electric cars are
BMW
not
limited
a
something
better
else?
option for a shit hits the fan scenario. Because they're internet
Oh, absolutely
enabled, for
not.
fuck's sake.
Yep.
Their best engine for a shit hits the fan scenario is going to be a diesel.
Of course. No, the best engine for a shit hits the fan scenario is going to be a fucking horse. Because they're solar powered. I've been over this.
Actually, you know what would be a really good just talk, going down the theoretical path, is an old two-stroke gasoline engine. Because they're easier, they're typically air-cooled.
Mm-hmm.
So that
on
eliminates
that
a lot
note,
of problems.
On that note, you're onto something there, Emily. If you're really interested in a shit hits the fan vehicle, ignore anything with four wheels. Your answer is always going to be a motorbike. Preferably a dirt bike or dual sport. Or maybe a tourer.
I would typically lean towards a tourer or dual sport simply because it's more weight oriented rather than elevation, lift oriented. But that's just always been my personal preference.
King of Vinland said, it's easier to make electricity for your car than gas for a car. Yes, but no matter how much electricity you have, if the government says car no work, you're fucked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I do not want an internet-enabled car. I also am not particularly fucking interested in any car that doesn't have a mechanical linkage between the steering wheel and the fucking tyres.
Yeah, I mean, the whole drive-by-wire thing, while technically really cool, scares the absolute shit out of me, because I just do not trust the electronics to not have some hiccup in there.
And
that's because
it.
Electronics always fail.
Well, that's it. Like, how many billions has Microsoft spent on Windows and it's still a steaming pile of shit?
Yeah.
And I want to make 2 quick points here. We were talking about horses briefly, and I did want to point out that feet are the ultimate all-terrain vehicle.
Tell you, okay, Ardit, I'll have a horse, you walk and we'll see who gets there first.
Horses have feet.
Yes.
That's my point. Feet are the ultimate all-terrain vehicle.
Horses have hooves.
No matter how many feet we're talking about.
Fair enough.
Actually, I've got something better, though. A firearm. Because you can shoot somebody with a horse, and then you don't have to worry about it.
That's true. Hopefully the horse doesn't bolt with their corpse.
You've got to be a pretty good shot, just saying.
A fair point.
Yeah.
But the other point I was going to make was about the electronics in cars. That lane assist thing. One of my cousins has that, and it actually forces them to not be able to pass people at times.
Yeah.
Yep.
It has to be, I guess it has to be tuned, or it has to be, well, I would simply not have it, but that's me.
Vice's wife says, dudes, horses would trample you if you shot their owner. Don't stand that close.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be at range.
That's what the rifle's for.
You see why I'd be the one points out. You could also shoot someone with a car, or a plane, or a boat.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Or a dirt bike.
Actually, this kind of shit is one of the reasons that I think I'd like to get my hands on a small, mid-ish size live-on sailing boat. The other reason is because I reckon that if that stupid envirotard spastic can cross the ocean, I can get from here to fucking Mexico. And by the time I get there, I'll be tanned enough.
See.
You can also take a books on tape course to learn Spanish.
Again, it doesn't matter how good electric cars are or how easy electricity is to generate if the government turns your fucking car off. They are required to have kill switches. Well, like, I seriously,
do kind of agree with Base.
Kill switch. Like,
that's interesting, Primed. It says the French Ministry, I guess, of Energy, I assume, came out and announced yesterday that by the winter, all their nuclear reactors will be functional again. Hey, it's almost like nuclear was the way to go the whole fucking time.
Right. New law will install kill switches in all new cars.
This is that EU bullshit, isn't it?
Yeah. Back in 1998, sci-fi TV series The X-Files aired an episode called Kill Switch about an AI gone rogue. Told when the internet was still accessed by most using dial-up modems, it was fast, blah, 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 blah. To many, that might sound like a wonderful idea. After all, we've seen one criminals who have fled from police line to crash and blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, according to an article written by former US Representative blah, 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 hidden away in the recently passed infrastructure bill, the very one I warned before would negatively impact drivers across the country if it were to pass, is a measure to install vehicle kill switches into every new car, truck, and SUV sold in this country. The regulation likely won't be enforced for 5 years, so maybe there's some time to do something about this. As we've seen both in this country and others recently, what constitutes law-abiding can change drastically overnight. For example, in September, a car was pulled over in New Zealand and the occupants arrested when police discovered the trunk was full of KFC. Like Billy said, you're outside of your geographic area. Congratulations, you're now a criminal and we're turning your car off.
Yep.
You can't hack a horse.
At least not yet. I'll try. They'll find a way.
Do not install the brain chip in your horse.
Doesn't retraining the horse technically count as hacking?
I mean, yes, breaking your horse is training.
Oh,
so.
I do want to jokingly address UCYB1's earlier point. Yes, when he said that aren't horses carrot powered? Yes, but what makes the carrot? It's like my
Oh, shit. It's shit-powered vehicles.
Sunlight, carbon dioxide, and shit. The horse shit, you know?
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter how fucking many solar panels you have, or whether you're a fucking Tesla trained repair guy with 100 spare parts in the back. Government activates your kill switch. Good luck, you fucked.
Mm-hmm.
The whole green thing, I've never understood why the push was to change sources of energy rather than to look at ways of making the energy usage more efficient.
Well, because
we did
it's
that
all
for
about
decades.
Yeah.
It's that, oh, well, you know, we might as well throw the baby out with the bathwater mentality.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the kill switch, which is called a safety device, yes, that nebulous safety, must passively monitor the performance of a driver or a vehicle to accurately identify whether the driver may be impaired. That's right, your car will automatically turn off if it thinks you're doing something unsafe. Like, say, running down a crowd of Antifa terrorists trying to kill you.
Oh, no, I mean, the car would probably
being...
just open the doors and fling you out.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that. But I can also see that passive monitoring being a really bad thing because people don't pay enough attention to the road as it is, and they tend to wander. But what's even worse is, say you've got a bird coming at your windshield. The car probably isn't monitoring that. All it knows is that you swerved for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Then it shuts itself off.
But yeah, next point. Remember when the fascist states of Australia said you can't go more than 3 kilometres from your home? Well, they know where your home is because you're required to have a driver's license. And they know where your car is. Congratulations, your car is now geo-fenced. You want to drive more than 3 kilometres? Car shuts off. So, no! The government can take their electric vehicles and then internet-enabled kill switches and they can shove them up their fucking assholes.
And then break it off inside.
Yes.
Snap.
Don't fucking care
the chat seems to be fairly unanimous that nuclear is a better choice.
I will accept an electric car when they can guarantee that there is no outside interference and it is nuclear powered.
I mean, that would be nice.
Billy Blocks points out that the horses will produce a waste that you can use to feed the plants and therefore continue the natural cycle.
And Kingdom Villain's like, if they can shut it down via internet, you can hack it to reopen it. Okay, but can you?
Not necessarily.
Are you actually implying that you are a mechanic? You're a mechanic, an electric vehicle mechanic, and a computer hacker?
There's that issue, but there's also the fact that it would not be difficult for them to send a signal that creates a mechanical eventer of reactivation. It requires you to call the company and or the government and have them come and authorize it to reactivate.
Mm-hmm. I could see something where there's a shunt in the system where it just disconnects everything, hard disconnect, and that's it.
Yep.
And Kingdom of Vinland is suggesting that Bezic should look up the Ford Nucleon, which was the nuclear car.
Yes.
Which you didn't want to get too close to at a stoplight because, well, you'd fry the paint on your friggin' hood.
Yeah. But also, another point about hacking your electric vehicle. Okay. So, unless you have all the tools and all the knowledge and all the appropriate software, oh yeah, and the fucking cables on your person or on your laptop, what are you going to do when the internet fails? You're going to teach yourself programming from scratch with no exterior resources and then teach yourself to hack your electric car. That's great. I'm going to go get a horse.
And this is something else, with the whole Internet of Things bullshit. If someone were to maliciously hack your car, I mean, I'm sorry, you're fucked. You could have someone hack your car and crash it, and what are you going to be able to do about it? Not a damn thing.
Huh. Alright, the guy is saying, laymen have been flashing their engines with high-performance tunes for a long time. Where are they getting the know-how and the technology? If they're not coming up with it themselves. They're probably downloading shit from the internet. And suggesting that if the internet fails, they can't shut it down remotely. I'm not suggesting the internet fails. I'm suggesting that the internet is subverted.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily require the internet. They could just send a radio signal.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do both?
Considering they can turn the power off to homes with a wireless signal, what's stopping them from doing anything else?
Well, I think those are those fancy, stupid, smart thermostats that are hooked up to the internet.
No. It's not just those, but there are switches that are now being used by kind of power companies to turn your meter on and off, which disconnects you automatically.
Well, that's fucked.
Yes.
And the last time they replaced the meter on the house here, they replaced it with an electronic one, and I had asked them, is there any way to keep the old mechanical one? They said no.
Yeah, of course you don't have a choice in the matter, because screw you. How dare you have rights, pleb?
Mm-hmm.
That's a funny picture. I like that.
Oh, dear.
If you were a criminal, why would you ever buy an electric car?
Yeah.
If you were sane, why would you ever buy an electric car?
Yeah, Billy does point out you're going to have proprietary programming tools to jailbreak a lot of this stuff. Yeah.
And suggesting that every car hobbyist has the know-how and the equipment. Really? like, how good is a car hobbyist? Are all people who like cars technologically inclined? And again, if the government decides that they are going to arrest the host of TeslaCarHacks.com and thermite his fucking computers...
I think ultimately it's about power and control.
Yes, and I want the government to have none.
Exactly. The true American revolutionary position.
Okay, so every time I go find someone with a Ford Mustang, which are really totally fucking common where I live, I should find the owner and ask him if he's customized the tuner's engine. Right. And then I'll ask him where he learned how to do that. And I bet the answer's going to be the internet. Also, do you think he'll come round and fix my Tesla for me?
Billy points out, if you steal an EV, they do make great incendiaries.
Yes.
Yep.
Ooh.
You see why we do one says just
California
drive a
Boog is
classic
gonna be
car for the
brutal.
rest of your lives? Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, yes, I have a 1962 Dodge Dart for a reason.
Well,
Oh,
don't
that's a
forget
beautiful
they're
car.
going to make petrol illegal by 2030, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, by that point, I figure I'm just going to immolate myself in front of the White House.
Fair enough.
Yourself.
Yeah, all right. Bleach's just set himself on fire.
And if you're gonna go, why would it be just you that goes?
Because we're on YouTube.
Fair
Yes. Yeah, again, I think you guys are vastly overstating the amount of car enthusiasts that exist who can
Yeah.
fucking hack a Tesla. Like,
Because-
it's one thing to go on Amazon and buy the cable and then go onto GitHub and download the software and then sit there and go, I'm gonna put new BIOS on my car. Firstly, GitHub has to work.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, there have to be stores open for you to buy the cable. Like, I'm sure most of us could figure that. I'm sure everyone here has the skills to figure this shit out with some Googling. Again, problem is Google has to work.
Yeah. Yep. That's why you save files and print them out.
Exactly. Now, speaking of
One
France
Dayton
and
has to go force himself to suffer.
yeah,
He's hopping off for dinner and to watch the Rangs of Power.
you poor bastard.
Oh,
He doesn't want to, but he's got to watch it for. I guess he's making a report on it.
I mean, good luck, but so many of those characters are insufferable and planks of
Prime's
wood.
talking about the bill on changing the battery in a Chevy Volt. I think that was
Oh,
the
yeah,
one where the
that-
battery change cost more than the fucking car new.
It
Yeah,
was like 27,000 or something.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Handy. Yes, Tristan. And where do you get the software to reprogram your Ford? That's what I'm saying. If we need to reprogram our cars so the government can't access them, pretty sure they're going to Google reprogram Ford to not kill switch, and then they're going to shut it down.
I believe it was Spoon or Aiden who mentioned. No, sorry. It was someone in a different Discord had mentioned during a conversation that they support open source everything and right to repair.
Based. That's right. You should jailbreak your tractor. Anyway, we
And
are.
Billy Blogs points out that being dependent on batteries also makes us dependent on the CCP or the Taliban, because there's a lot of lithium in Afghanistan too.
Yep.
Right. The price of electricity in France has reached 1,075 euros per megawatt hour. By comparison, between 2010 and 2020, the price per megawatt hour was 45 euros, 24 times higher than the average.
Wow. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. It's gone from 200 to over 1,000 since March.
Christ.
Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah. Do you think they're going to not check if the kill switch in your car responds to pings?
Yeah.
Yeah, because basically the only way you could do it is put in a parallel system that doesn't actually operate,
Yeah.
which means having to go to the junkyard, which will probably become even more expensive than it used to be,
Yep.
just to get a basically the kill switch that you can just plug in does nothing somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys can have fun with their electric vehicles, and I'll have fun with my dirt bike and horse. Then we'll see how that goes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Tristan says regarding Lord of the Rings, he streamed the first 15 minutes, killed the stream, then cancelled his Prime subscription. Based.
Yep.
Job. I absolutely discourage people from hate watching if they can't do it without letting Amazon know they watched it, because that's still going to count as exposure to them, and they won't care, because if people are hate watching, they'll just start making
Yes.
things for people to hate watch.
Exactly.
You're still
Which
watching,
is
you're
why
still
you
consuming their product.
which is why you only get a few minutes in and then leave if you need to. So
Yeah, and Amazon apparently now is suppressing negative reviews.
of course they are, but that's surprising now.
I mean, I clicked on it. It started. It's like, no, I just want to do the review. And then like 5 minutes in, it's like, what the fuck is this? And just shut it off.
Yeah, I
Horrific.
don't think I even made it 3 minutes into the Wheel of Time. It's like,
Oof.
no, this is bullshit. Fuck this. I remember these books. This is not those books.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
it's just like it is such a poorly written show within in that first couple of minutes. Like, this is going to be awful. This is written worse than like 10-year-olds would write.
Yeah. And while we're on the topic, I want to point out too, there is a service in Canada at least called Tubi.com, Tubi. It's all free. They show the occasional commercial. It's not necessarily the newest or the best stuff. There are some real classics on there. The Last Unicorn I watched a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm. Right, moving on from that. Oh yeah, and another thing about electric vehicles. How long does the battery in one of those last?
5 years?
5 years?
Maybe
I'm
it
just
really
guessing.
depends on the elements in which you live. Because if you're, say, in Maine, or say, the Yukon, you're gonna get completely fucked over.
Yeah.
By comparison, if you're living in, say,
But let's
I don't know, Tennessee.
Right. So the battery in your electrical vehicle's dead, and it's all gone to shit. How do you fix? Meanwhile,
Well, you can't fix battery, you must replace battery.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we are 5 years in, and I have horses. Do you know what horses do if you stick a male horse and a female horse in a paddock with some grass? They make more horses.
Make more horses.
Oh, now I have something to
Suddenly
trade
you're
in
a car
barter.
dealership.
Exactly.
Besnick's used horse dealership. Come on down, kick the hooves.
Bring the weaker. No.
Kick the hooves. Good luck. Walk around behind the horse and kick its back hooves. See how that works out for you.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Lose more
depending on the
customers
horse, you
that way.
can do it without too much trouble because you're shoeing the horse. And
Yeah.
anyway,
But,
different part of my life.
Yeah.
Now I need to ask.
But yeah,
if
my
a
point
Clydesdale
is
counts
that
as a luxury.
my point is
That's a semi-truck.
the depreciation rate on a horse is very, very different. Because
Very true.
number of horses go up, number of electric vehicles go down. So while you guys are going, fuck, how do I replace this battery? I'll be going, want to trade this horse for that collection of guns?
Well, see, I think for me, I want to go kind of the hybrid method. I'm going to go back to the old Stanley steam cars, and just like driving along, it's like, oh, I can chop that down. Oh, well, there's no trees. Well, there's a dry piece of cow shit. I'm just going to throw that in the burner and go with that.
As King
Oh,
Vinland
yeah.
says, if we bring back horses, can we bring back chariots? Of course. I mean, horses are far better at pulling things than they are at carrying them on their back.
Yep.
Like, the only time horses are faster is, well, if they're... Well, nowadays, a horse can be about as fast as a chariot. Like, horses are great, especially if you don't need to travel at high speed. Just jump on the horse. It's four-hoof drive. You can go fucking anywhere. And if Skyrim's to be believed, including 90-degree cliffs.
I love Skyrim.
Yeah.
But even if you don't have access to horses, you can use dogs to pull a cart.
Yes.
Yeah.
And indeed. Billy's described it really well. Horses are environmentally friendly, self-replicating transport devices.
Yes.
Based. Horse for guns, use guns to steal horse.
Self-replicating,
Repeat.
self-replicate, environmentally friendly, solar-powered, self-replicating. But yes, you can either ride the horse, or you can get a couple of horses and stick a cart behind it. And you know what you can put in carts? Loads of shit. Either literally or figuratively.
You're putting the cart behind the horse. Oh my.
Oh, wow. It's better than putting the cart before the horse. That's how you get in trouble.
Exactly.
So we've just, meanwhile, just to finish up on the. So we've determined that horses do not cost €1,000 per megagrass hour. Yes, find
Is
enough
that another one of
grass.
those weird Australian measurements, like measuring things by burger per
No, it's
kilometer or burger by barrel length or something?
No, it was burger per fathom, I believe.
yeah,
Burger
speaking
per
of
fathom,
fathom. But yes, horses run on grass and carrots, apples, and sunlight. Solar-powered, self-replicating cars. Now, to be fair, the speed has a bit to be desired, but the refueling is a lot longer than petrol. It's far cheaper.
Yes, good forage, couple minutes here, there, plus a water break.
Yep. Well, I mean, if you're not, as long as you're not heading into stupid bullshit cities, when you stop for the night, you tie the horse to the tree, and the horse refuels overnight while you're asleep. Problem fucking solved.
Although, I mean, to properly do it, you'll probably need some hobbling lines so they don't just wander off, because just tying them to the tree, that doesn't always work. I know this firsthand.
Yes. Well, that's it. You would need a bit of horsemanship and that sort of things, but again...
And Billy points out that the WEF will want you to kill all the horses to prevent nitrogen pollution.
Yes. Which is another reason that you should get more.
Or get rid of the WEF.
And Kingdom pointed out to me that the dog cart thing that I mentioned is still a thing in Alaska. I think you're thinking about dog sleds, but yes.
Well, dog carts are a thing
aviation's a
all
big
over
thing
the
up there.
place, and they were used in a lot of places for a long time.
Yeah, hell, the Belgians were using them up into the middle of World War II.
Yeah.
The reason we developed the Newfoundland dog breed is because they were awesome for pulling carts full of wood in the woods.
The King of Inland asks, what's the recharge time between an EV with solar and a horse? Well, it depends on the size of your solar. It depends on the size of your solar panel, but chances are the horse is going to be better.
Yeah.
Because remember, about all the horse needs is you're going to need sleep too.
Yep.
Horse will actually need sleep more
because here the advantage of the horse over the solar powered electric vehicle is the horse recharges at night. Because you're not going to be having headlights projecting 200 meters away, so you're probably not going to be doing much traveling at night. So you pull over at night, you check the fluids on the horse.
I told you not to bring Jinkwigger.
This is just one of those don't do it the Vouch way, and do the dipstick thing with the horse.
So you pull over when it gets too dark to drive the horse safely. And to be fair, that can be really fucking dark because horses are really fucking good at not doing dumb shit.
More so than humans.
This is true. So you pull over when it's dark, and well, you need a nap too. So you have a nap. The horse has a feed and a nap. And then you wake up in the morning and off you go. And how much does it cost you? Nothing, because you need to sleep anyway. Now, to be fair, in cars, you can change drivers. Can't really do that for horses. But again, can't exactly recharge the solar-powered car at night. Anyway.
Yeah, but you know, I think the other thing is just learning the skills to go with it. You know, the shoeing and all that shit, and it's like, yep. Once you get that down, it's stupid simple technology to deal with.
Billy Boggs asks, "Is there a dipstick for horses?" Billy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely guaranteed to arouse some Vosh comments.
Yeah, right.
Oh, don't put those two words together.
So we've
sorry about that.
We'll just finish these ones up because we need to finish up for white pills. So, meanwhile, France has gone up.
I'll shut up now.
France has gone up by 24 times, Meanwhile, in Germany, German 1 year ahead power prices almost halved within 2 days from 1,050 euros per megawatt to 545 euros today. This raises the question of who is operating in the electric market. Is it pure speculation? Are these meaningful prices that reflect real scarcities? No, they're not. It's pure bullshit.
Yeah, it's propaganda.
Yeah.
I have a solution to the car versus horse problem. Hybridize. Hey, we end up with nuclear horses.
Yes.
I mean, I want to see this sketched out sometime.
All I need to know is how small you can make a reactor. I can probably do something approaching a reasonable plan.
Yeah. Right. So, and to finish off on the environmental stuff, meanwhile in Britain, life in blackout Britain. Experts want energy rationing this winter could see people told not to cook until after 8 p.m, pubs close at 9 p.m, 3-day-a-week school, care homes cancel outings to residents, and swimming pools left down here. 3-day-a-week school. You guys, you fucking wankers really like destroying children's lives, don't you?
I mean, if they can't them, they're going to destroy them another way.
Yeah, well, that's it.
The word you mutilate?
No, I was
What's that?
thinking more of like take the dog down to the shop and get them cleaned up, and
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Combing.
Experts have told Mail Online there's no escape for the 66 million people in the UK who have been encouraged to cut their use of gas and electricity this winter and even turn off the lights when the wind drops. When the wind drops? Why would that matter on the electricity generation? Oh, it's because you fucking idiots are only using renewables. Liz Truss last night ruled out the idea. Well, we trust her about as far as we can throw Vorsh. But energy experts said you either have rationing or you have blackouts. Well, the energy expert can go to the same place as the disease experts and the social experts and the trans experts, and they can get in the fucking chipper. Like all other assorted child-molesting communist pedophiles.
You just repeated yourself a lot there, Bezic.
That's just 3 different words for pedophile?
Uh-huh.
So this bitch is like, we should keep our fingers crossed for a warm and windy winter. Gee, if only there was a way that we didn't have to rely on the whims of the weather. Like nuclear. I think that they should fuck off. I've got an idea. What if we burn the experts?
I mean, that would keep me warm at night.
That'll make you, from the other side of the planet, that'll make you feel warm inside?
Yeah.
Kingdom of Vinland asked, does nuclear count as renewable? If we can crack fusion, it does.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if it's completely renewable yet, but there have been some advances in the fuels for even regular nuclear, where the wastage is really low, and they can do they can do shit to like convert it back into the right isotopes and things.
Yeah, that was just like here in the last 3 months. I think that kind of became a news story.
Yeah, Prime Knight says the EU has declared nuclear green energy. Well, there you fucking go.
Sweet, we win.
Yeah, but yeah. Oh, here we go. In Texas and California, tens of millions of people have been asked not to use washing machines, dishwashers, and ovens between 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. because of the global energy crisis and reduced strain on power stations. Charging cars before 9 p.m. is also not advised. Oh yeah, how was that electrical car system working for you guys?
So basically, don't cook between 2 and 8.
That's right.
Get off your fucking heads. Nobody needs a dishwasher anyway. Stop being fucking lazy.
No, that's actually not right. Dishwashers are actually use less water, less power, and are more environmentally friendly. Like dishwashers are actually
I'm going to challenge you on the water usage.
No, they use far less water.
I don't see how a dishwasher that runs a washing cycle uses less water than
because
a single
they have a
sink
tank
full of water.
They have a tank that's smaller than the sink.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, it's more pressurized than anything else, if I remember my diagrams.
Heated and pressurized, and then you use the detergent, and all your problems go away. And, crucially, while the dishwasher's washing the dishes, you're not washing the dishes. You can be doing other things that are of more practical value.
Fair. I hate washing dishes, so I'm kind of actually happy to be challenged on that and be proven wrong.
Oh yeah, I hate fucking washing dishes. Well, it's great. It's like the one thing that actually works out in all fields. It's greener, it's cheaper, and you don't have to fucking wash the dishes.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. And that's one of the stupid things, because some idiots are like, oh, but it takes the dishwasher an hour. Yes, but that's the dishwasher. Do you know what you're not doing for that hour? Washing dishes. Because they're like, oh, but I can wash the dishes in 10 minutes. Yeah, and I can press the button on the fucking dishwasher in 10 seconds. What's your fucking point?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
His life says Tennessee is using nuclear and hydroelectric, and Louisiana uses natural gas.
Yeah. Well, hell, Tennessee's been on the leading edge of both since like the 1930s for hydro, and you had Oak Ridge and all that fun stuff. So back in the 40s.
Oh, and of course the glorious NHS.
Where the name the Oak Ridge Boys came from?
The NHS can just fuck off and die. Oh yeah, here we go. Michelin-starred celebrity chef and pub owner Tom Carriage warned the annual energy bill at one of his pubs is set to rise from £60,000 to £420,000. But them renewals are great, aren't they?
So, yes, the death of the most English of institutions in Britain.
Yeah.
And it's been slowly dying everywhere else with the diaspora as well.
Yeah.
Our last pub here in Newfoundland closed, well, outside of St. John's, closed 50 years ago now, I think.
Yeah. So Sickly says you have to load and unload the thing as well, Bezic, or get a wife and kids free blow. See, Al, you're not thinking about it like a bachelor. If you only have a week's worth of dishes, and then you use them, and then you put them into the dishwasher instead of putting them into the sink, at the end of the week, you press button. And what do you do when it's done? Well, you just take the dishes out of the fucking dishwasher and close the fucking door. It's fine. You don't need to put them in a fucking cupboard. What the fuck are you wasting time for?
Exactly.
But yeah, from £60,000 to £420,000 a year for electricity.
Yeah, that's
That's just berserk.
7 times higher.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 6 times higher.
You know what? Outside of food prep and, any sort of, security systems, I would encourage a lot of these pubs to go back to candlelight and wood fires.
I mean, you probably could do a nice pub on candlelight and wood fires. Actually, the thing people probably complain about most is the beer's not cold.
Well, I mean,
but if your cellar temperature beer is, I don't know, $5, and the guy down the road with electricity's beer is $15.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
And
not only that, but you could just, if you happen to be smart enough to build your pub near a river.
I mean,
are you suggesting hydroelectric for your pub?
No, I was suggesting water cooled.
Oh well, yeah.
Oh, I mean, why not both?
Speaking of hydroelectric, yeah, student says hydroelectric's quite based. Yeah, hydroelectric is great because it actually fucking works.
Mm-hmm. If you can keep the
if they can figure out
a profit out of it.
Yeah, if they can figure out how to stop the tidal generators from fucking with the sea life, those are going to be great too, because it's literally free energy. Anyway,
wouldn't that be nice?
Prime Knight is letting us buy his show. He's screaming, "Reject modernity, embrace feudalism."
Yep. So the last thing we have, and we won't look at the video because we're completely out of time. Boris Johnson, families up and down the country going to have to face a very tough winter, and we are all just going to have to accept that, says the rich fucking toff.
Yep.
Mousecat says, but I do like ice in my JD and cup. Well, we're going to need to get the ice cellar back and start harvesting straw, aren't we? Well, we now have a new winter-based industry. ice harvesting. Oh, wait. We've had that for centuries.
Unfit and dying. Huh? I wonder what's causing that.
Yeah, we'll ignore that. Just like we
Yeah.
just like we will ignore how. Yeah, I won't even go into that. But
Let's say life expectancy in the States had gone down.
mhm.
Probably.
That figures.
No, that wouldn't surprise
Anyway.
me. Thanks, Democrats. Anyway, sadly, that's not everything. And we skipped non-swatch, because fortunately we didn't actually have that many pedophiles this week.
Wow. Wait, that means
Not
we're going to get 3 times as many next week, which...
As I said, it's probably because they're in hibernation/recovery.
Well, like I've been saying, have you noticed that when they started quarantining people with monkeypox, the amount of child molestation went down?
Funny that.
But anyway, white pills are soon going to be over on Discordia's channel. I'm going to... there's a link in the description on this video. I highly recommend just popping that on, even if you pop it on in the background as you tinker around. It's always great fun. Always nice and relax after this. And of course, we will be back next Saturday for more Black Pills.
Have a good week, guys.
Goodbye,
later.
everybody! God damn it. Where's my goodbye button? Shadilay, everyone.